World War II had come to an end, and the mad reign of Adolf Hitler ended with a bang in a Berlin bunker. With Allied forces closing in, he and his wife Eva Braun took their own lives rather than be captured. As the Allies investigated the remains of the Nazi Empire, they were horrified by what they found: a vast network of forced labor and extermination camps designed to murder millions of Jews, Roma, Catholics, political dissidents, and disabled residents of Germany and the many territories Hitler had conquered. In total, over 11 million people had been murdered by what would come to be known as the Holocaust. The world was shocked by the scope of the Nazi regime's evil, and they knew this couldn't be like other wars, where peace meant forgiveness for the architects of the losing side. There would be justice, and the Nazi leadership was in its crosshairs. Nazi leadership immediately began to go into hiding, seeking refuge anywhere they could avoid arrest. But one prominent Nazi had a head start. Heinrich Himmler was one of the most prominent members of the Nazi Party and the commander of the Waffen-SS. One of the key directors of the Holocaust, he eventually fell out of favor with Hitler in the last days of the war and tried to open peace talks with the Allies. When Hitler discovered this, Himmler was fired and his arrest was ordered. He attempted to go into hiding under a false name, and as the Nazi regime collapsed, he was detained at a checkpoint. British soldiers noticed his fake documents had a stamp associated with SS members, and Himmler was forced to admit who he was. He was arrested, but when he was examined by a doctor, he bit into a cyanide capsule and quickly died. Heinrich Himmler had managed to escape justice just the same as his boss. But there were many more targets out there. The Nuremberg trials were among the biggest post-war tribunals ever held in history, and the Allies moved fast. They were convened only months after the end of the war and ran for almost a year between November 1945 and October 1946. In all, 24 of the biggest political and military leaders of Nazi Germany were put on trial, including Reich Marshal Hermann Göring, the original head of the Gestapo. While Hitler and his brief successor, famous propaganda master Joseph Goebbels, were both dead by suicide, many of these men were among the architects of the military and genocide machine he had built. In total, 13 of these men were hanged for war crimes, while the others were convicted of lesser charges, acquitted, or released due to ill health. Some verdicts, however, caused more controversy than others. Albert Speer was one of Hitler's most trusted allies and Minister of Armaments and War Production. While he wasn't in charge of the death camps personally, he was involved in the department that evicted Jewish residents from their home and in the use of slave labor to build the German war machines. That led him to being charged for war crimes and crimes against humanity, and he was expected to get the death penalty just like many of his comrades. However, he narrowly avoided death and was sentenced to 20 years in prison. From there, he took a different tact, portraying himself as a humble bureaucrat who had been ignorant of the worst of Hitler's actions. His interviews in the two books were seen as a unique look inside Nazi Germany, but many historians say his claims of not being directly involved in the Holocaust fall flat, a question that will remain unanswered after his death in 1981 from a stroke. While most of the names at Nuremberg were military and government officials, there was one big exception. While the name Joseph Goebbels was most associated with the propaganda of Nazi Germany, there was one man who led the way before him. Julius Streicher, a regional leader and legislator, became famous as the publisher of the propaganda newspaper Der Stürmer, which was notorious for its anti-Semitic propaganda. Even before Hitler took power, Streicher's paper was inciting violence against specific Jewish residents of Germany. While Streicher did gain political office under the Nazi regime, he was never a member of Hitler's inner circle and was accused of spreading false accusations against Hermann Göring. He was stripped of party offices in 1940, but that didn't protect him in 1945. He was arrested by Allied soldiers. Despite not being a member of the military, he was charged with inciting genocide for his role in disseminating Nazi propaganda. On October 16, 1946, he met the gallows. The Nuremberg tribunals were over, but the hunt for justice was only beginning. U.S. military courts conducted 12 more military tribunals against accused criminals from Nazi Germany, mostly high-level German industrialists who had used slave labor and looted occupied territories, as well as remaining German military officers. They were led by American judges, with the most famous being the Doctors' Trial, which tried Nazi physicians for their role in mass murder by involuntary euthanasia. In total, almost 200 Nazis were executed at these follow-up tribunals, but many of the most high-profile members of the Nazi regime were still at large. In fact, some would never see justice at all. In the aftermath of World War II, the focus shifted to the next great conflict, the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. Both countries were seeking any edge in the fast-moving race for military technology, and they would get it from anyone, even if they had been fighting them on the battlefield only years earlier. That led to the creation of Operation Paperclip, a secret U.S. program that brought over 1,600 scientists from the Nazi regime and German military to the United States to share all they knew on the Nazis' military technology. The Nazis had gotten very close to the nuclear bomb, being beaten by the U.S. in 1945. And one of the most prominent names in their program was aerospace engineer Wernher von Braun. While he used slave labor for many of his projects and was accused of brutal treatment, he had fallen out of favor with Hitler in the last days of the regime, a common fate when working for the paranoid dictator. But his fortunes were about to change in a big way. Himmler had falsely accused von Braun of being a communist sympathizer trying to sabotage Germany, and he escaped to Britain. But high-ranking Nazi officials managed to obtain von Braun's release by arguing he was indispensable to the war effort. When the Nazis' defeat was imminent, he and his staff surrendered to the Americans, and after a brief detention, he was recruited by the U.S. government. His eventual fate was very different from most Nazi military commanders. He spent decades working for NASA and helped the U.S. develop a ballistic missile program. He received the National Medal of Science in 1975 and died a free man in America, much more known for his science accomplishments rather than his Nazi career. Most of the Nazi architects had their fates determined, but some were still in the wild. In the aftermath of the war, countless Nazis fled Germany in prosecution via what became known as rat lines. The Nazis would flee to either Italy or Spain, both of which were considered friendly locations where the Allies weren't looking, and then on to their final destination, usually South America. Countries like Brazil, Argentina, and the rest of the continent became notorious havens for high-level Nazi war criminals. Most notoriously, the Mad Doctor Joseph Mengele. Wanted for crimes against humanity for his twisted experiments on concentration camp residents and prisoners of war, he was able to change his name and flee to Argentina. He was able to avoid capture and extradition and was only positively identified under a false name after his 1979 death from a stroke while swimming. It was getting harder to track down the remaining Nazis, but new hunters were emerging. Simon Wiesenthal was a Jewish man born in Austria-Hungary in 1908, and he and his wife barely survived the Nazi concentration camps. After the war, he collected a list of Nazi war criminals and presented them to American officers. This led to a position with the American Office of Strategic Services, but it soon became clear that the momentum for pursuing Nazi criminals was flagging. Wiesenthal struck out on his own, collecting information on Nazi war criminals and trying to locate them abroad. He became one of the most dogged pursuers of justice for the victims of the Holocaust, founding the Simon Wiesenthal Center to track Nazi war criminals and fight against anti-Semitism. But he was a civilian, and he would need support from governments to root the surviving Nazis out of their hiding places. Fortunately for him, 1948 would bring a major change in the world. In the aftermath of the Holocaust, the desire of the surviving Jewish people for a safe haven grew. That turned into a flashpoint in what was then the British Mandate of Palestine, as the Jewish residents in what had been their historical home fought for independence. In 1948, the newly formed United Nations voted to partition the land, with the western half becoming the State of Israel. A brutal war formed, with most of surrounding nations invading, but the newborn State of Israel shocked the world and fended off the invading armies, winning its independence. And its newly formed spy agency, the Mossad, had another mission in its mind beside protecting the homeland: hunting down the remaining Nazi war criminals. They had one name in particular at the top of their list. Adolf Eichmann had more in common with his boss than just his first name. He had been as much of a true believer in Hitler's extermination of the Jewish people, and as an SS commander he managed the mass deportation and extermination of the majority of Europe's Jews. While he was captured by the United States shortly after Germany's defeat, he managed to escape from his first detention camp and hide in France for several years. There, he escaped to Argentina in 1950 with false documents provided by a bishop with Nazi sympathies. Working as a government contractor, he managed a low profile, but by 1956 he was looking to publish a biography with the help of Nazi journalist Willem Sassen. That arrogance would set his undoing into motion. Simon Wiesenthal had been pursuing Eichmann since the last days of the war, and he received a report in 1953 that the fugitive had been seen in Buenos Aires. But he didn't get a big break in the case until 1960, when Eichmann's father died. Wiesenthal sent private detectives to photograph the funeral and provided the pictures to members of the Mossad. An informant in Argentina, Lothar Hermann, had also reported that his daughter dated a man who claimed to be Eichmann's son and identified his father. They had enough evidence to arrest Eichmann and bring him in for trial, but Argentina almost never granted extradition arrests. Israel's Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion made the decision that they should take matters into their own hands. And so began one of the greatest missions in the Mossad's history. An 8-man team led by Mossad agent Rafi Eitan was sent to Buenos Aires, where they carefully tailed Eichmann and observed his routine. They found an abandoned location where he would walk by every day on his way from the bus, and chose that location to nab him. Although the plan was almost abandoned when Eichmann wasn't on his usual bus, the agent stood by, and he got off the next bus. The team grabbed Eichmann, dragged him to a car, and hid him under a blanket. From there, they moved him from one safe house to another over 9 days, making sure they had the right man. There was only one more step to the operation: getting Eichmann back to Israel. He was sedated, dressed as a flight attendant, and taken on one of Israel's planes that had recently brought a diplomatic delegation to Argentina. When the plane was delayed as the flight plan had to be reviewed, the Mossad ruse was not discovered. Eichmann was flown back to Israel, and his capture was announced to a nation full of Holocaust survivors. While Argentina was enraged by the stealth capture, Israel refused to back off their plan to put Eichmann on trial. He was interrogated for 9 months, where he showed little remorse and didn't seem to acknowledge how deeply involved he had been in the Nazi genocide. This led journalist Hannah Arendt to coin the term the banality of evil. He was eventually charged with 15 crimes against humanity, war crimes, and crimes against the Jewish people, and convicted of all 15. And on Israeli soil, Adolf Eichmann became one of the only 2 people to ever face the death penalty, and the first since the War of Independence, hanging on May 31, 1962. Time went on, and the hunt for Nazis became less prominent, but they didn't stop. As decades passed and many of the Nazi leadership died, either in custody or in their new homes, the focus shifted to many of their younger collaborators. Concentration camps were often staffed by brutal overseers who may not have been high-ranking Nazis, but committed terrible crimes. Under its new leadership, Germany tried many of them personally, and many were deported from other countries in Europe or from the United States. But as the 21st century dawned, the hunt for Nazis slowed to a trickle. But it didn't stop. As one old man living in New York discovered, justice didn't have an age limit. Yakov Pali was a Polish-Ukrainian soldier who guarded forced laborers at the Troniki labor camp. While serving in the Stribel battalion, he oversaw the mass murder of 6,000 Jews in a single day. After the war, he was designated a displaced person after lying about his wartime service and was allowed to immigrate to the U.S. There, he lived quietly until 1993, when the Justice Department uncovered his name in Nazi records. He was tracked down and admitted to lying. His U.S. citizenship was revoked and the government initiated deportation proceedings. There was just one problem: no country would take him. Germany, Poland, and the Ukraine all declined extradition requests, claiming that there was insufficient evidence. Pali was allowed to continue living in his New York apartment, albeit surrounded by constant protesters. The battle to hold him accountable continued until 2018, when Germany agreed to take responsibility for his case, and the 95-year-old war criminal became one of the oldest people ever deported from the United States. Due to his age, he was never put on trial, and he died less than 6 months after his deportation to Germany. Are there any Nazi war criminals still alive out there? Even the youngest soldiers would be in their 90s now. But if any had gotten away with escaping justice until now, the odds are someone is still looking for them. In 1942, the Allies had a serious problem. Germany was believed to be moving full steam ahead on its program to create a nuclear weapon, and the Russian front was increasingly looking like a lost cause. Something had to be done, and fast, or the war might soon be lost. That something would be the creation of the US's first Special Forces force. Norway was of great strategic importance to Germany as it gave them access to iron and other minerals needed for the war effort, but also to heavy water facilities, which were used in their nuclear weapons program. Further, their control of Norway prevented the Allies from having an easy year-round route to Russia, which the United States was steadily feeding as many military supplies and food as it could fit into cargo ships. Without this aid, Russia would collapse under the Nazi onslaught. If the Allies could take Norway, it would open up a direct route to Russia and severely hamper the Nazi war effort. But Norway was easily fortified, and a major assault would be disastrous. Instead, an English intellectual proposed a bold idea: land a small but highly trained and well-equipped force onto the mountain mountain glaciers of Norway, from which they could conduct raids on vital German targets and then retreat back to the safety of their mountain bases. The British High Command thought highly of the idea, but ultimately realized it didn't have the manpower or logistics to pull off such a daring feat. So instead, they kicked the idea over to the Americans. For the Americans, forcing the Nazis out of Norway could spell the end of the European War, something they wanted very much as it would free up the Allies to fight in the Pacific. Plans to land an elite commando force behind enemy lines which would live off the mountains were quickly adopted, and the first Special Service Force was born. Recruitment for the FSSF was undertaken via posters at various military bases. The advertisements asked for daring individuals in good physical shape who had experience as mountaineers, skiers, hunters, game wardens, lumberjacks, and the sort. The US wouldn't undertake the effort alone though, and the unit would end up being made up of half Americans and half Canadians. The FSSF would consist of 3 regiments and 1 services battalion, with half the officers and 1/3 of the enlisted men being Canadian. While remaining members of the Canadian military, all expenses were paid for by the US Army, and the men would wear American uniforms. An American officer was placed in charge of the unit, but a Canadian officer was made second in command. The FSSF training was brutal, even by modern standards. Within 48 hours of arrival at Helena, Montana, chosen for its difficult terrain and cold weather, FSSF recruits would earn their parachutist wings. The men spent nearly a full year in training, with August through October dedicated to parachuting, weapons and demolitions usage, small unit tactics, and physical training. October to November was spent on unit tactics and problem solving. November to July consisted of skiing, rock climbing, adaptation to cold climates, and the operation of this specially constructed all-terrain vehicle, the M29 Weasel. Training consisted of not just American and Canadian equipment and tactics, but also the use of German equipment until the men were as proficient with German weapons as they were with their own. They were trained in hand-to-hand combat and bayonet fighting techniques, even sparring against each other with unsheathed bayonets, leading to many injuries. Once the snows fell, Norwegian ski instructors took over, and within 2 weeks, the Americans and Canadians had mastered the basics. The training would continue until their Norwegian instructors were confident the men were up to Norwegian Army standards. It was an irregular unit, which would soon be fighting in highly irregular ways. The FSSF's first combat deployment would be to the Aleutian Islands in 1943. Their wintertime and mountain training made them perfect for the Alaskan environment, but upon reaching their destination, it was discovered the Japanese had already evacuated the island. The FSSF was then redeployed to Europe, where the possibility of an insertion into Norway had come and gone. Instead, the men would ship off to Italy and join in the stab at Hitler's soft underbelly. Here, they would have their baptism by fire, trying to take an objective many Allied troops had lost their lives trying to take. Immediately upon arrival, the FSSF had their mountaineering skills put to the test. The Allied push into Italy was being severely hampered by 2 strong German defense positions, one at Monte la Defensa and another at Monte la Remetanea. Previous assaults on these strongholds had yielded nothing but terrible losses for the Allies. The FSSF would have to prove they could succeed where everyone else had failed. If they didn't, the Allied push to Rome would falter. La Defensa would be the first target to be attacked. On the 2nd of December, the 2nd Regiment was tucked in to within 6 miles of the base of the mountain, after which the men disembarked and moved on foot through the forest. Ahead of them lay a 6-hour march, uphill, through difficult terrain, with a hornet's nest full of Nazis waiting for them. A force of 600 men had reached the base of the mountain and took a rest, then under the cover of dusk began their ascent of La Defensa. The assault was covered by a brutal Allied bombardment, with one soldier remarking that it looked as if they were marching into hell, as if the entire mountain was on fire. The men managed to sneak all the way to the base of the final cliff they'd have to climb without the Germans ever realizing they were there. Such was the intensity of the incoming artillery. But Mother Nature helped too, lashing out at all the combatants with freezing rain, which helped cover the approaching soldiers as they climbed a 1,000-foot cliff. But it also exhausted the men and threatened to blow them off their perilous holds into a very ugly death on the rocks below. Incredibly, the men climbed to the top of the cliff and then moved into position in a shallow depression just across from the enemy's lines. They were supposed to hold their fire until dawn, when the assault would begin, but the loose gravel giving way under the feet of the soldiers gave their positions away to the Germans. Flares shot into the air, revealing to the utter shock of the defending Germans the 600 Americans and Canadians that had scaled a cliff to reach them. The FSSF put up a fierce battle, and despite Allied commanders expecting that the fighting would last for up to a week, the Germans retreated to their second defensive position in only 2 hours. Such was the ferocity of the Devil's Brigade attack. Through terrain so treacherous, no regular infantry unit could have managed the feat. The follow-on attack at Monte La Rimatanea had to be briefly halted due to the death of the 1st Battalion Co-Lieutenant Colonel T.C. McWilliam. Instead, the men were ordered to wait for resupply and dug in, expecting a German counterattack at any time. The Germans, however, would be unable to mount a counterattack due to the fierce pounding they received from Allied artillery. The flooding of 2 nearby rivers also prevented them from regrouping during their retreat, leaving the Nazis off balance and allowing British forces to break through German lines at Monte Cammino. With the British breakthrough, the FSSF continued to attack on La Rimatanea, taking 3 days to seize their objective. The next month, the FSSF would continue showcasing its mountain fighting expertise by taking several more Nazi positions. They'd be pulled out of the mountains to join a new Allied beachhead at Anzio, which sought to flank the German line, but they paid dearly for their time in the Italian mountains, with a whopping 77% casualty rate. 91 men lay dead, 9 were missing, 313 were wounded, and 116 had to be hospitalized for exhaustion. After a brief recovery and replenishment period, the FSSF replaced the 1st and 3rd Ranger Battalions at Anzio, which had suffered heavy casualties as well. Their job was to hold the line while also launching raids into enemy territory in order to keep the Germans off balance. This is where the FSSF would earn their nickname of the Black Devils, for their propensity to launch daring night raids with completely blacked out faces. The night raids undertaken by the FSSF were so aggressive, in fact, the Germans were forced to retreat a full half-mile from their original positions in order to avoid their patrols. But the very presence of the FSSF in the area led the Germans to reinforce their positions with more men than were necessary, tying down German forces desperately needed to counter Allied attacks elsewhere. The Black Devils had earned a reputation amongst the Germans, who believed they were facing a full-on division rather than 3 under-strength regiments. One note found on a German prisoner warned that they would be fighting an entire Canadian-American force. They're treacherous, unmerciful, and clever. You cannot afford to relax. The first soldier or groups of soldiers capturing one of these men will be given a 10-day furlough. With their raids penetrating deep behind enemy lines, the Germans grew increasingly more fearful of these Canadian and American Night Devils. To further wreak havoc on German morale, the FSSF began to leave a unique calling card on the corpses of Germans killed and equipment destroyed in the middle of the night, a sticker with the unit's patch which read in German, "The worst is yet to come." That summer, the FSSF would have the honor of being one of the first Allied units to enter an enemy capital as they rushed into Rome under the cover of night in order to ensure that the retreating Germans didn't blow up key bridges. With Italy falling to the Allies, the FSSF would be shipped to the sunny southern coast of France, but they weren't there for a vacation. With the successful Allied landings at Normandy, the FSSF would help envelop German forces in France in a pincer movement. But first, the Axis had to be kicked out of the Mediterranean for good. This would require the taking of several key islands along the southern French coast, eliminating German airfields and naval facilities. Here, the FSSF would prove they could not just fight in mountains or invade from the sea, but bring victory from the sky as well, as they were airdropped into the island of Pokrou. The Nazis had fortified the strategically important island with 5 forts, but their naval support was quickly eliminated by a single American destroyer as it surprised 2 German ships defending the island. After sinking both, the USS Somers turned its attention to providing fire support for the airborne assault on the island's forts. In just one single day of fighting, the FSSF captured 3 of the 5 forts, with the other 2 surrendering without resistance. They suffered only 9 dead for their efforts. Soon, the FSSF was joining in the invasion of southern Italy, where it fought several tough-won skirmishes against the German occupiers. As the war swung against Germany, the FSSF was moved for a well-earned rest along the French and German border to act as a blocking force and deterrent against a German breakout as the Allies pushed into Germany itself. On the 5th of December 1944, the FSSF was officially disbanded. There were no more need for its specific expertise, and both the Canadian and American military would be better served by having the men move to other units within their respective militaries. On the day of disbandment, the American troops honored their Canadian brethren with a pass and review. Eyes right, officers salute. The FSSF would be direct descendants of the U.S. Army Special Forces and laid the groundwork for training, doctrine, and tactics employed by American Special Forces to this day. Every 5th of December, American and Canadian Special Forces still celebrate December 5th, along with surviving members of the FSSF. British bombers fly overhead. The skeleton skeleton crew of Nazi soldiers scramble for cover. Bombs fall from the sky, landing inches away from the Germans, but they do not explode. After the coast is cleared, the Germans leave their shelter to investigate. Lying on the ground next to their decoy planes is a wooden bomb. Written on the side are the words "wood for wood." During World War II, it was common to build decoy tanks, airplanes, and bridges to fool the opposing side into thinking there were forces located where they really weren't. This was done so the opposition would waste time and resources trying to destroy the decoys. There was one fake Nazi base that's gone down in history. It was an elaborate airfield constructed of wood located just outside of Amsterdam. The airbase was discovered and targeted by the British Royal Air Force bombers, but their mission wasn't to destroy the fake airbase. Instead of actual bombs, the pilots dropped wooden replicas with snide remarks written on the sides. So, why did the RAF drop fake wooden bombs on a fake Nazi airbase? The reason is so crazy, it'll make you laugh. As war raged on in Europe, the Nazis built a number of decoy bases to try and trick Allied forces. Unfortunately, this tactic worked on more than one occasion, leading the Allies into ambushes or wasting their resources on targets that had no strategic value. However, in this one particular situation, the British played the Nazis for fools. The Nazi soldiers and engineers meticulously built an entire airbase made of wood. This project took several weeks, and during the building phase, the Nazis did their best to hide the true nature of the decoy from the RAF reconnaissance planes. The plan was to trick Allied intelligence into thinking there was an important facility being built into the forests of Germany, when in reality there wasn't. Their mission succeeded in getting the attention of the RAF. Planes were sent over the area to verify that the Germans had indeed built a base there. From the sky, it looked like the airbase was fully stocked and operational. The Nazis had built hangars, oil tanks, and anti-aircraft guns, and planes all made of wood. Although many of the structures looked real from the sky, they were just empty shells meant to throw off the Allies. The Nazis believed their hard work had paid off when the RAF planes flew over more frequently. It was only a matter of time until the British Air Force wasted pilots, money, and resources on destroying their fake airbase. Surprisingly, almost immediately after completing the decoy, the RAF made their move. A bomber took a run on a decoy base. The Germans dove for cover, expecting their hard work to go up in a fiery explosion. But to their surprise, all they heard were dull thuds as objects landed in the muddy fake airfield without any sort of explosion. When the Nazi soldiers went to examine the payload that the RAF plane had released, they were shocked. The objects that had all been dropped from the bomber were fake wooden bombs. The British had known all along that the Nazis were building a decoy airbase. They had waited until the Germans had completed their ruse and then made them aware that it had fooled no one. The Nazis were now the ones who wasted their time and resources, as no Allied planes would drop actual bombs and no troops would be sent in to try and destroy their fake airbase. The British had embarrassed the Nazis with their wooden bombs. But why did the Royal Air Force partake in such escapades? Why didn't they just ignore the base altogether? And what anecdotal evidence actually exists about the wooden bombs? There are hundreds of testimonies from both sides of the war about the wooden bombing of the decoy airbase. Although it was embarrassing, even former Nazi soldiers recount the event with mild amusement. At the time, Werner Thiel was a Luftwaffe pilot who saw the dropping of the wooden bombs. In October of 1943, he was given orders to move decoy wooden aircraft around a fake airfield and turn light beacons on to make it look like the base was active. The Nazi commanders had received word that there was an incoming RAF bombing run. This is what Thiel and his comrades had been waiting for. They were about to trick the Allied forces. Thiel recounts having dozens of fake wooden planes that were sheathed in canvas and held together by ropes. As the RAF bomber flew overhead, Thiel took cover. When he was given the all clear, he was shocked to find 6 to 10 bombs on the floor made of quality solid wood with "wood for wood" written on them. The Nazis were astonished. Not in a million years did they think the Allies were onto their plan. They were sorely mistaken. In fact, Lieutenant Commander Thiel even said later in an interview that he and his Nazi brothers thought it was meant as a joke, something like, "Look how stupid you are. You built a dummy airfield. We saw it, and it's not worth dropping a real bomb." Basically, the British just wanted to embarrass the Nazis by letting them know they were onto them all along. These fake bombs were most likely the result of young pilots trying to make their Nazi adversaries feel silly. It's important to remember that at the time, many of the pilots and soldiers fighting in World War II were in their early 20s or late teens. But even if it wasn't just a way to embarrass the Nazis, using wooden bombs allowed the British pilots to inform their adversaries that they'd been bested. You may be wondering where these fake bombs came from, and were British pilots wasting time making them? The answer is the wooden bombs were just kind of laying around. They were created to be used in training missions and were identical in shape to the real bombs dropped on Axis forces. However, since they were carved out of wood, they cost significantly less than the real thing. Since the war in Europe had been raging on, there wasn't a ton of time to train new recruits, so the bombs sat idly by. The RAF pilots who spotted their fake airbase might have thought the training bombs could be put to good use by embarrassing the Nazis. British intelligence also might have been in on the joke, as it was reported by an American journalist that the communications from British intelligence in Holland had identified a fake airbase that contained over 100 dummy planes made of wood. British intelligence would have informed the RAF of what had been discovered and may have hinted at at letting the Nazis know they hadn't been fooled. Whether the wooden bombs were the idea of some young British pilots who wanted to embarrass the Nazis, or British intelligence wanting to show they couldn't be bested, one thing is for sure: the British felt that a wooden airbase deserved wooden bombs. To be fair, there are no official reports of the wooden bombs being used on the decoy airbase, but this isn't surprising. If it were just a joke being played on the Nazis, the British pilots were still taking a huge risk flying into enemy airspace. They also would be using a bomber and vital fuel that might have been put to better use by bombing a real target. Therefore, the bombing run on the decoy base was probably not sanctioned by the high command of the Allied forces. But this wasn't the only example of decoys being built to fool the enemy in World War II. There are numerous accounts across Europe and even in the Pacific of fake bases, vehicles, and armies being constructed to fool the opposition. There are accounts of fake airmen being dropped into enemy territory to trick them into moving units away from areas that Allied forces were actually trying to get to. This tactic was most famously used during the D-Day landing, when para-dummies were dropped to trick the Germans into moving troops away from the actual incursion zone. This helped Allied forces to capture key points on the French coast, while the Nazis were scratching their heads as to why the fake paratroopers were not firing back. One of the most common forms of decoys in World War II were inflatables. Both the Axis and Allied powers would use inflatable tanks, artillery guns, and even bridges to fool the enemy. A favorite inflatable decoy during the Second World War were rubber tanks. These balloon vehicles were the size of actual tanks, except they were made of rubber, air, and some scaffolding. There was even a division of the military that specialized in creating such decoys. The inflatable tanks were easy to assemble and take down. Once they were deflated, the materials could fit into a duffel bag and be transported to the next location as needed. Once the soldiers were ready to deploy the decoys, the inflatable tanks were taken out of their bags, pumped full of air from a generator, and were good to go. This whole process could be completed in 20 minutes, which meant that in that amount of time, an army could double its size, or at least that's how it would appear to the enemy. Inflatables were so successful that in 1940, Allied forces used 100 fake airfields and around 400 decoy aircraft to trick the Nazis into bombing fake targets. In a bombing run on August 4th, the Luftwaffe sent 3 waves of bombers to destroy the fake air bases. This kept an actual military factory from being targeted, and the real structure was almost completely unharmed during the bombing run. In the Pacific Theater during World War II, the Japanese were masters of creating decoys. They would use straw to create fake planes that tricked Allied attackers into spending their ammunition on decoy targets. The Japanese forces would also use inflatable tanks and artillery guns to throw off the Allies. When there was no other resources available, the Japanese would even make decoy vehicles out of volcanic ash that was sticking out of the ground. The rock was soft and easy to sculpt using nothing but a knife. It wasn't until modern-day surveillance and reconnaissance technology that decoys became all but obsolete. Now, with high-resolution images that can be taken with satellites and drones, inflatable tanks and wooden airfields are a thing of the past. World War II was a time of terror that brought out the worst in many. Yet even in the darkest, most desperate times, people joined together to fight against the wicked in positions of authority, even when the consequence they would face was often certain death. Rudolf Verba and Alfred Wetzler are 2 such men who fought for what was right, even when all of the odds were stacked against them. They wanted to save others from execution, but first, they'd have to escape from the Nazis' camp they were imprisoned in. They knew that if they were caught, they'd be executed, because they were trying to escape from a Nazi death camp. Today, you can say the word Auschwitz and pretty much everyone will know exactly what you're talking about. The concentration camp in Europe, the biggest of those used by Hitler and the Nazis during World War II. A sight of unspeakable horror. The unsuspecting Jewish population from surrounding areas was systematically brought to Auschwitz in the cattle cars of trains. Here in the death camp, they were murdered in gas chambers by the thousands upon thousands. As the Nazis expanded their territory over the war, so too did the concentration camp's operation to accommodate the further influx of victims. It's estimated that in 1944, up to 12,000 Jewish people were killed at Auschwitz every day. These were men, women, and children, husbands and wives and sons and daughters, all surrounded by barbed wire and Nazi guards, and killed mercilessly and without hesitation. Those who made a run for it but failed were publicly executed. Many people entered Auschwitz. Few would leave alive. What's hard to grasp now is that even as late as 1944, many of the details of what went on in the concentration camps weren't well or widely known by the outside world. In fact, massacres carried out in concentration camps were kept secret from almost everyone except those who directly participated in them. Much of the world had no idea just how evil Hitler's final solution was. As Jewish prisoners, though, Verba and Wetzler knew exactly what was happening. They had watched as innocent Czechs were brutally and systematically slaughtered right in front of them. Then came the rumors that the Nazis wanted to start exterminating Jewish Hungarians. Verba and Wetzler vowed to prevent this. They believed that it was their duty to spread the word of the mass killing and to stop the Nazis' genocidal plans. They wanted to warn people, the people boarding the trains to Auschwitz, who often had no idea what awaited them inside the barbed wire fencing. But how would they be able to escape and tell the world what they knew? They searched the camp for a point of weakness and explored plan after plan. Unfortunately, none of them seemed even remotely likely to succeed. Until one day Wetzler told Verba of a possible way to escape based off the ideas of 4 other prisoners. Those 4 intended to hide inside a hollowed-out place in a pile of wood in an area where construction was being done on the camp, where they would wait out the 3 days that guards would be searching for them. Then, once the coast was clear, the prisoners would run toward the south and over the Slovakian border. The 4 prisoners put their plan into action. It went seamlessly and they fled Auschwitz into the country. However, they were caught in a village to the south. Still, it proved that hiding in the wood worked. Wetzler and Verba bided their time, waiting to see if the men who were captured would reveal their exit strategy and set them back to square one. In time, it became obvious that they hadn't. The stack of wood remained untouched and unnoticed. So 2 weeks later, Wetzler and Verba made their own attempt. Once inside the stack of wood, Verba scratched off a message left by the men who had used it in the escape before. The note they had etched into the wood of "kiss your you-know-what" would certainly get them executed. The scratching also helped serve as a minor distraction while waiting out the 3 days. Roll call took place at 5:30, at which time they expected to be missed and to have the guards come looking for them. They waited in the darkness, concealed completely. Then 5:30 came, and no siren went off signaling that anyone was missing. 5:45 passed, and then time ticked on further to 6. The 2 men began to fearfully consider what this could mean for them. They wondered if their location had been given up and those in charge knew exactly where they were hiding. Nervously, they waited longer as the silence continued. Then finally, much later than they had expected, the siren ripped through the night. They heard the sounds of men running and of dogs scampering on the wood piled on top of them. It was a while before it was silent again. They stayed in the wood for a full 3 days and nights without eating or drinking, growing sore from never moving. Finally, the 3rd day was done and they heard the guards giving up on their search. Now was their chance, and they eagerly pushed on the wood. It refused to move. They frantically pushed some more and shoved on it as hard as they could. As they grew frantic, it finally gave way, and they lifted it up off them. They were free in the night, but this was only the very beginning. Over 80 miles of enemy-held territory lay before them, before they could make it to their final destination. They took off and promptly got lost in a hostile area. Their plan was to cross the Beskid Mountains to the south of the camp. They ran into a village instead. Day was almost breaking before they could find their way out again, and as it grew light, they found themselves in another small inhabited area. They were out in the open without any shelter, so they were forced to turn to someone living there for help. They knocked on a door and a Polish peasant came who knew exactly who they were and what they wanted. She fed them and gave them advice on how to find the mountains they were searching for. One of her sons was in a concentration camp, and she gave the men what little money she had to spare, which amounted to only about a single British pound. She also wished them luck, which she knew they'd need more than anything. They soon found themselves walking close to Prompka, a village filled with soldiers and where the men who escaped before them had been caught. Shots suddenly rang out and bullets hit all around them. They realized that they too had been spotted. The Nazis gave chase and pursued them, their dogs howling alongside them. Wetzler and Verba ran for their lives along the mountainside until they ran into a stream. Despite its freezing temperatures, they jumped into the water, hoping it would conceal their smell. In time, as the 2 prisoners hid in their terror in a ditch, the sounds of the search grew fainter and eventually stopped. It had been a very close call, but they had to continue on. Soon, they came face to face with another peasant. All could be lost in a minute if she chose to turn them in to the Nazis instead of helping them. They had no choice but to trust her though, as they needed directions. With their fate in her hands, she left them and promised a man would return to help them later that night. As she walked away, they waited uneasily. They had no way of knowing her true intentions. They hoped they hadn't just made a big mistake that would cost them everything. Finally, under the cover of darkness, a man appeared. He was carrying a gun and was accompanied by the same woman. The 2 prisoners eyed his weapon uneasily. Then the woman presented Wetzler and Verba with food and they unabashedly dug in, having hardly eaten since they left camp. They were confused when the man started laughing. He explained that judging by the way they ate, he was convinced they really were prisoners who escaped the camp and not undercover Nazis trying to test their loyalty. Wetzler and Verba followed the couple home that night. Verba had to cut his boots off as his feet had become so incredibly swollen. The man who had taken them in offered him slippers and then led the duo, including the slipper-clad Verba, right to the edge of the Slovakian border. They thanked the man for all he had done to help them, and he wished them luck and said he hoped the slippers would last for the rest of their journey. They waited until a German patrol passed before they made a run for safety. It was 2 weeks after their escape from Auschwitz before they made it to Slovakian territory. Here, a third peasant put them in contact with a well-known doctor who listened to their story and agreed to take them to the Jewish leadership of another town whom he believed would handle the matter in the best way possible. He couldn't have been more incorrect. Verba and Wetzler, who had braved 80 miles of treacherous terrain and undoubtedly risked their lives, soon found out that the message they so badly wanted to share would not be heard after all. Both men told the Jewish Council of the atrocities being committed at Auschwitz. Their goal was for the official documentation of their story that had become known as the Verba-Wetzler Report to be given to those in positions of power. In the hands of the right people, they believed the deportation and executions would be stopped, so it was sent to the Allies. Copies were given to the British, the Americans, and even the Pope. Change, however, did not come. This was for many reasons. Some copies of the report didn't make it to their intended destinations for months. There was also the problem that the head of the Hungarian Jewish underground actually failed to share the report with the right people, as he was in the process of making an agreement with the Nazis, and he believed its contents would destroy his chances. His train to freedom did end up saving 1,600 people. However, without the contents of the report being known, it also resulted in the deaths of what is suspected to be multiple hundreds of thousands. Verba and Wetzler had escaped in April of 1944. As time passed, they waited in frustration and disbelief as the weeks and months passed, and still nothing was done. It was not until June when British intelligence finally got a hold of their report. That same month, the BBC aired its contents, and days later, it made headlines in the New York Times. The world was in shock. Allied forces threatened action against those deporting Jewish Hungarians, and the Pope gave his condemnation. However, the admiral in charge of Hungary allowed deportations to continue nonetheless, having no intention of going against Hitler's wishes. It was just a coincidence that the US Air Force attacked Hungary in July, as it was not intended to specifically send the admiral a message. He took it that way though, and the trains to Auschwitz finally came to a stop. It's estimated that 300,000 Hungarian Jews had been gassed to death by this point, and just 20,000 were rescued. This was many, many more than were saved by the Freedom Train Agreement that delayed the message that Wetzler and Verba risked their lives to deliver. Together, Wetzler and Verba are credited with saving more Jews at one time than any other person during the war. However, they had to accept the haunting fact that due to the interference of others, thousands more who could have been saved were not. The total death toll was staggering, with estimates being that as many as 1.5 million people died at Auschwitz. Wetzler and Verba are heroes, but they couldn't have done what they did alone. It took the 4 men who had escaped before them and the 3 peasants who helped guide, shelter, and feed them for their ultimate success. Not to mention the British intelligence who helped finally spread the message to the rest of the world. War is cruel, and many people do cruel things. But as we've seen in this true account, when people come together despite the obstacles, there's always a chance for good that's worth fighting and even dying for. In the early 1940s, the Nazis controlled Paris, but even then they were terrified of a depraved maniac whose body count might have been as high as 150. The cops wanted him. The Nazis really wanted him, but this highly educated psychopath wasn't so easy to catch. This is the story of a man who became known as Dr. Satan, and it's arguably one of the most messed up tales we've ever told. Let's start at the beginning. 1940 was a bad time for most Parisians. Before those German tanks made their way into the city, around 2 million residents of Paris had already moved out. For those left behind and who understood the perils of Nazism, it was a depressing time. Their bones chilled as they watched the swastika flag fly above the Arc de Triomphe. Some of these were people who'd be spied on by the Gestapo and worse, interrogated and possibly killed. It was a time of great fear and paranoia, so the last thing anyone needed was a serial killer to add to their woes. A man that left decapitated heads and other body parts for the cops to find. Nonetheless, Dr. Satan was a hero to many, albeit folks who were continually fooled by him. As for the Nazis, it would be reasonable to say that the evil doctor was always one step ahead of them. His real name was Marcel Petiot. How he ever became a doctor boggles the mind, which is something we'll think you'll agree with. after you hear about his strange life from childhood to adulthood. He was born in the French city of Auxerre on January 17, 1897, and he was a delinquent at a young age. At age 11, he brought a gun to school and used it to threaten a girl. He got involved with theft, smashed up public property, and he did terrible things to small animals. It said he also put on a kind of circus act one time in school, standing against a locked door in class and throwing knives at the other students. It's not surprising then that he was deemed mentally ill by child psychiatrists. According to the book Death in the City of Light, the serial killer of Nazi-occupied Paris, he got expelled from school a few times as a teenager and so was evaluated by professionals, who said this kid is just not right in the head. His parents, of course, were very concerned, telling doctors that he wet the bed and had occasional convulsive fits. They were also a bit worried about his constant sleepwalking. If you were to ask an expert now, they might assume this kid at some point had a serious head injury, and that's what caused all the problems. A psychiatrist in 1914 seemed to suggest that his frontal lobes weren't working right, stating that he was an abnormal youth who didn't take responsibility for his acts. As you'll see, nothing really changed when he became an adult. Still, he ended up at a special Paris academy, and later in 1916, when he was 19 years old, he went to fight for the French army in the trenches of World War I. What could possibly go wrong? A kid with mental health problems and a proclivity for violence being hired to murder people. Physicians among the French forces said what others had said before. Petiot had some serious mental health issues. The kid wasn't fit to fight. He was already walking close to the edges of sanity when he was gassed and wounded in battle, after which it said he had a complete breakdown. At first, he was sent to homes where he could be looked after properly, but then he took up the bad habit of stealing morphine and other supplies, including people's personal stuff and their letters and photos from loved ones. For that, he got some jail time, but after being professionally diagnosed with more than one mental illness, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital. It was those diagnoses that kept him out of prison, with doctors saying he wasn't a criminal but mentally ill. One psychiatrist wrote in a report that he suffered from mental disequilibrium, neurasthenia, mental depression, melancholia, obsessions, and phobias. If you're wondering what neurasthenia means, it's basically a term for being persistently mentally disturbed. Even so, Petiot somehow got back into the army in 1918, but then he had another breakdown which led him to take out his gun and shoot himself in the foot. Later in July that year, he had one of his convulsive fits at a railroad depot in the city of Dijon, where it said he laid in the street most of the day. After 3 weeks' leave, he went back to the army. During his stint, he complained of headaches and blackouts, memory loss, and sleepwalking. At first, he was let go from the forces and given a 40% disability pension, but then after review got 100% pension. He was then sent to the asylum, a place he'd one day say he was a doctor, not a patient. In 1919, he was finally released from that institution. The war was over, he was 22 years old. You could say it was time for a new beginning. Although the doctors that had seen this young man and studied his temperament said it was important that he was kept under continuous surveillance. That didn't happen. Being mentally ill or having a personality disorder just doesn't necessarily mean a person can't do well in life. Look at the other lives of many serial killers that you all know well. Some of them excelled in certain areas, and while they were busy cutting up victims, they held down decent jobs, and some had a wife and children at home who loved them dearly. So it was that Monsieur Petiot joined an accelerated medical education program for war veterans, and he absolutely nailed the exams. He landed an internship at a hospital, and by the time December 1921 rolled around, he could proudly say he was the owner of a medical degree. He then set up a practice in his town of Villeneuve-sur-Yonne, a lovely little place in the Burgundy region, and a place that would feel the wrath of Petiot's violence. Remember, this guy had a liking for that highly addictive substance, morphine. So when he was qualified to prescribe this stuff, he did it himself all the time. He also handed the stuff out like candy, as well as performed the odd illegal abortion. Now he was a professional, but his mental health issues were still there. He'd even got arrested for stealing at one point, but he kept his job. Petiot very likely had a touch of the psychopath in him. We say that for various reasons, with one being that he was very cunning and absolutely without a conscience. He needed more patience, so he went about saying he was one of the best doctors in town. He printed flyers that said so. One of them said, "Dr. Petiot is young, and only a young doctor can keep up to date on the latest methods born of a progress which marches with giant strides. This is why intelligent patients have confidence in him. Dr. Petiot treats but does not exploit his patients." That could not have been further from the truth. He charmed his way into getting a long list of patients who he enrolled in a government program, thereby ensuring he got paid once by them and once by the government. It said someone would come to his practice with a regular kind of illness and he'd say, "Here's some morphine, that should fix it." No doubt it helped, but opiates are generally not the first line of treatment for a bad cold or a bout of tonsillitis. One time, the recipient of his morphine was just a kid, and the kid almost died from an overdose. When a pharmacist told Petiot that in no way should he be giving opiates to children for minor problems, he replied, "What difference does it make to you anyway? Isn't it better to do away with this kid who's not doing anything in the world but pestering his mother?" Now, we should say right here that when Baer first started marketing heroin in the late 19th century, one of its uses was to give kids help with their coughs. Heroin is basically strong morphine. It worked, because the drug tends to work in many ways, but it also was highly addictive and dangerous as hell. So while Petiot might have had a point about morphine being an excellent product to shut up talkative kids, he shouldn't have been doing what he was doing. Those frontal lobes, it seems, were still not doing their job and helping this man think about the consequences of his actions. He spent most of his time alone, only coming out to drive his sports car and occasionally smashing it into other cars. It was at this time in his life that he stole from his brother Marcel and was kicked out of his rented accommodation for theft. In 1922, the Commission de Réforme told him that he had to undergo a new examination regarding his disability pension. A doctor later said his tongue was badly injured because he was always biting it during his convulsions. He added that Petiot had an indifference about his life and the way it was going. How he kept his job as a doctor beggars belief, and more so because he was even allowed to claim 50% of his disability pension. We'll guess it was the 1920s, you could get away with such things back then. He began an affair with the daughter of one of his patients, a young woman named Louise Delaveau. After a few months, she disappeared. Neighbors of Petiot told the cops that they'd seen him putting what looked like a really heavy package into the back of his car. The police looked into this but concluded that Delaveau had probably just skipped town. It was certainly a strange case though, seeing that at the time Delaveau's parents' home was broken into and burned to the ground. Later, something that looked like the trunk Petiot had stuffed into the back of his car that day was pulled out of a river in the town. Inside it was the badly decomposed remains of a young woman. But this being the 1920s, the cops didn't have ways of properly identifying the body. Undoubtedly, this was his first murder, although it was never proven. If this story couldn't get any crazier, and we promise you it's going to go off the rails, Petiot decided that he wanted to be the town mayor. Being the trusted town doctor, he actually won the mayorship, but only after he paid some guy to spoil his opponent's speech when the two were debating. At one point, just after he finished his own speech, the town lights all went out and a bunch of fires were started. That was the work of Petiot's man, and when the votes were counted, it was revealed he'd won by a landslide. During his time as mayor, he got busy stealing again, and among other things, he took a drum from the town band and a stone cross that he didn't like much. When he was accused of this, he said he was the best mayor the town had ever had, and those accusations were just his political enemies reeling with envy and trying to taint his good name. In 1927, age 30, he married a 23-year-old woman named Georgette Lablé. You probably wouldn't be too surprised to hear that she was the daughter of a wealthy landowner in the region. They had a kid together, Gerhard, and things were looking up. Even so, Petiot was accused of stealing oil from the town's railroad depot. He was fined 200 francs and sentenced to 3 months in prison, but he managed to get that decision reversed. In 1930, there was a huge fire at the house of a dairy unionist named Armand Debouve. When the flames were finally out, his wife was found inside, having been beaten to death with what cops said was a blunt instrument. 20,000 francs were missing too, and police found footprints leading from the house back to the nearby town of Villeneuve-sur-Yonne. On top of that, there were rumors going around that the dead woman had been the mistress of none other than Monsieur Petiot. He'd even been seen near her home on the night of the fire. The witness who'd seen Petiot was Monsieur Fisco. He told the police that he would testify to that in court. But with not many doctors around, he had no choice but to visit Petiot's practice when his rheumatism was acting up. Fisco was given an injection, and 3 hours later, he was dead. Petiot said the man had an aneurysm. You're probably now seeing why he was nicknamed Dr. Satan, but we're just getting into the story. A few years later, all those complaints about him came to the fore, and he was forced to resign as mayor. People were so fooled by the guy that the council resigned with him, saying what had happened was just unfair. In 1932, he got a job on the council himself, but a year later he lost the seat because it had been found that he was stealing electricity. The case went to court with the judge saying Petiot's defense was nothing but a fantasy. He was subsequently sentenced to 15 days in jail and handed a 300 franc fine. As usual, Petiot appealed the decision, and later his jail time was suspended. In the end, he stayed out of jail and was only fined 100 francs. Still, that meant the end of his council seat and a bad reputation that was becoming harder to shake off. With his character now tarnished, he made the move to Paris, the city where his cruelty and criminality would soar to new heights. Petiot started what became a very popular practice on the Rue de Coumartin, using fake documents at times so that people thought he was the best doctor around for miles. Again, he was known for doing illegal abortions and handing out morphine for just about any condition or illness, which, as tends to happen with highly addictive drugs, had people queuing up every day to see him. He even had the audacity to counterfeit a document that claimed part of his work experience had been as an intern working at a certain mental health institution, although the truth was that he'd been a patient there, not part of the medical staff. He just changed the word interned to intern. As crazy as it sounds, he kept his job after being sent to a mental health facility for his stealing. Later, when he got out and was working again, he was given the médecin d'état civil so he could write death certificates. Now he could more easily knock people off. One of his victims was a 30-year-old woman named Raymonda Hans. She went to see Petiot about some painful abscess in her mouth, and it was decided that he'd surgically remove them. After the operation, she'd never again regain consciousness. He drove her home in that state, and she was pronounced dead a few hours later. Her mother, Madame Anna Coquille, said something just wasn't right here. Her daughter had been in good health despite the abscesses. She ordered an autopsy, and it was found that her daughter had been given a very high dose of morphine. This should have rung alarm bells, but after an investigation, it was ruled that the woman had died of natural causes. Not long after, in 1936, Petiot was caught shoplifting, and then when a cop tried to arrest him, Petiot beat him up. It was after this event that the authorities started looking at him more seriously. He ended up in court again, this time crying his eyes out, saying he'd had one of his funny attacks. He told the court to look at his army record and the fact that he'd at times been mentally ill, and the court didn't charge him in the end, saying that instead he'd been hit with temporary insanity. Still, it pleased the court when they heard that Petiot's wife had arranged for him to spend some time in a sanatorium. Not long after he arrived there, he told doctors that he was actually in good shape mentally and he asked to be released. He said his lapse of madness was due to stress. He lied and said he'd been working on a machine for constipation, a device that literally sucked the poop out of people, and he said the stress of finishing the device had negatively affected his mental well-being. The main psychiatrist for the court wrote that Petiot was chronically imbalanced, but the judge concluded that Petiot was sane enough to go back into society. How very wrong he was. After his release at the beginning of 1937, he actually seemed to start adhering to the law, including taking a break from stealing. Still, his one big transgression was tax evasion, with him claiming he'd earned only about 10% of what he actually made. He went to court again for that, but again he turned on the waterworks, claiming he'd been driven to the crime because of poverty. And yet again, the psychopath walked out of court with a great big grin on his face. As you know, in 1939 war broke out, and in 1940 German tanks arrived in Paris. Marshal Philippe Pétain became the head of the Vichy government, and French life was about to change in many ways. For a lot of people, this was a distressing time, but for a psychopath, it afforded many new opportunities. One of Petiot's first moves was making fake medical certificates. You see, many French folks were told by the Nazis that they'd now be working for them, and that meant a kind of slave labor. It seems they could get out of this with a medical certificate, and Petiot was the man to go to for one of them. On face value, it looked as though he was on the side of the French resistance. He treated French people who'd been wounded or fallen ill in Germany, and through those people, he learned a lot about the movements of Nazis and the Gestapo that was busy trying to hunt resistance fighters. He helped spy on the Gestapo through something he called the Flytalks Network. He then gave information to resistance fighters so they could assassinate members of the Gestapo. This is what he told people anyway. Maybe it sounds quite heroic to you, given what would have happened to Petiot if he'd been found out. The Nazis would very likely have tortured and killed him. But remember, he was a psycho, and because of this, he made up stories all the time to make it look like he was helping the resistance. He even told them he had some kind of super weapon that when used could kill a Nazi and make it look like death by natural causes. He told a big tale about working with some anti-fascist Spaniards in Paris, and he spun all kinds of lies about making bombs and booby traps with which he killed plenty of Nazis. All these stories only ever really happened inside his own head, but they were about to help him make lots of money. He started telling people, mainly Jews and resistance fighters, but even criminals, that he could get them safe passage out of France and to somewhere safe on another continent. All they had to do was hand him 25,000 francs. In 1941, he bought a house on Rue de Sueur and used it to hide these people before they were sent on one of his so-called underground railways to someplace like South America. Two of his customers were Joseph Riocreux and Adrien Estebetegui. These guys had been pimps, but what really irked the Nazis is that they committed an armed robbery while wearing Nazi uniforms. That was definitely a death sentence if they were caught. Petiot, now calling himself Dr. Eugène, told them no sweat. He could easily get them out of France. These two guys went to the house on Rue de Sueur, followed by their lovers and also another couple who were said to be a pimp and his prostitute, and presto, all 6 of these people did in fact disappear. But rather than spend time and money getting them to South America, Petiot took their money and killed them. They weren't the only ones to go to that house and not get what they wanted. In fact, so many people heard about this place where you could visit and then vanish that Petiot got quite the name. We don't need to tell you that he killed them all, but to others, it looked as though they'd safely escaped France. Even the Gestapo heard these rumors, with the commander saying this mysterious man had to be caught immediately. Gestapo documents that were later found noted that there was a great deal of talk in public about an organization which arranges clandestine crossings of the Spanish border by means of falsified Argentine passports. There was talk, but no one ever left Paris. Then the Nazis put a plan together to get the man. One of their agents named Robert Jodcum blackmailed a French Jew named Yvon Dreyfus. Dreyfus was told he had to find this guy and tell him he had the cash to pay for a quick exit out of France. The plan might have worked had Dreyfus ever been seen again after he talked with Petiot. He was certainly making hay while the sun didn't shine in Paris. He then killed a pregnant woman who paid for an abortion, and soon after he murdered a man named Dr. Paul Léon Braunberger, a Jew who paid Petiot for safe passage out of France. He also murdered Braunberger's wife, and Petiot did the same with 3 German Jews, all members of the Neller family. Soon after, the entire Wolf family just disappeared, as did a pimp and his mistress, Joseph Pierrechi and Josephine Aimée Grippe. More and more people went missing. These disappearances were investigated by the French, but for the Nazis, their beef was with a guy who was getting people out of France. They had no idea he was killing them, and had they known, they might not have been that bothered. He was saving them a job, not knowing they were still intent on catching him out, and so they devised a plan. In 1942, the French police started making a bunch of ugly discoveries. Body parts kept washing up from the River Seine. Heads, hands, arms, legs, and other body parts. That is, of course, because Petiot would have struggled to dump an entire body at once. It worked out well for him because it was hard to identify the bodies and not possible to link them to any murderer. Still, things were about to get quite difficult for Mr. Petiot. In 1943, his fake network was infiltrated by a Nazi collaborator named Charles Beretta. Beretta told the Nazis names of people who had applied to escape, but it seems he didn't have enough information to lead them directly to Petiot. Still, some names were enough, though. 3 of them were Raoul Fourier, Edmond Pantard, and René Gustave Nezonde. Each was arrested and taken back to Gestapo HQ to be tortured. It didn't take long for them to spill the beans, each saying they paid a guy named Dr. Eugène 25,000 francs for safe passage out of France. Petiot was soon arrested by the Gestapo and tortured, although it's not certain if he let the Nazis know much about what he knew about the resistance. He was then sent to prison, although it seems they had only ever found his home and not his storing and killing house on Rue de Sueur. If they had, they'd have had quite the surprise. The question is, and it did come up later, was Petiot being heroic by not speaking to the Nazis? After what you've heard today, you'd likely say no, and you'd be correct. It's assumed that the only reason he did talk is the fact that he didn't really know anything. And anyway, if he told the Nazis about what his real line of business was, they'd probably have given him a pat on the back. So, he did 8 months in prison and was released when it became obvious he had nothing to tell. Now he had the best story of all, and one which made him seem very trustworthy among enemies of the Nazis. He now had torture scars and stories of prison. Business, he thought, while smiling, was about to boom. He was wrong. Very wrong. That's because on March 11, 1944, the neighbors of Petiot on the Rue de Sueur had finally had enough and went to the police saying they could no longer put up with the terrible stink coming from next door. The smell was unbearable, as if bodies were rotting in the house. They also complained about the smoke that was always billowing from the chimney. Police told the local firemen to check it out, and when they did, they found a large stove in the basement from which flames were in full flow. On inspection, they also saw that body parts were burning in the fire. They found bits and pieces of humans stored in bags and some other body parts in a quicklime pit. This was a real-life house of horrors, with enough parts to make up around 10 people. Not only that, but there were also suitcases everywhere containing the clothes of many different people. Even though this was wartime, it was still big news. France had a new madman on its hands. Petiot was now a wanted man, but let's remember that many of his friends and patients thought he was a French hero. They kind of ignored the news reports about bodies and hid Petiot, thinking he was still a great doctor and a devout enemy of the evil Nazis. Petiot moved around between these people, adopting new identities and doing all he could to change his appearance. If anyone asked, they told him that the only people he'd killed were informers and Nazis. This seemed true enough when he joined the French Forces of the Interior while calling himself Henri Valery. The FFI was basically the resistance in its later stage, for which Petiot had played part as captain leading interrogations. His stint didn't last long since Paris was soon liberated. But again, he saw an opportunity. He was captain after all. One day, some of his men went to the house of a wealthy mayor. There, they threatened the man and called him all sorts of names, including a Nazi collaborator. They took from him 2.5 million francs, and then they murdered him in cold blood. Some young folks had seen this and they went to Captain Valerie, Petio, to complain. They explained about the murder and all that cash. Valerie had said he'd taken care of the matter, although the men only spent a very short time behind bars. It seems the sequestered money just went missing. Only a few days later, the Resistance newspaper came out with a leading story about some killer and Nazi collaborator named Petio. The story said he was a soldier of the Reich. At the same time, police in Paris were still looking for him. Valerie was even hired to look for him, so Petio was in fact looking for himself. He knew he had to get away, but he fell at the last hurdle. At precisely 10:15 a.m. on October 31st, he was recognized and arrested at a metro station in Paris. He was carrying a gun, a large amount of money, and at least 50 different documents covering a bunch of identities. In court, the defense argued that Petio had only killed enemies of France and that those bodies at the house were not his doing. Petio told the court that he'd only found out about them after his release from prison, but that they were likely the remains of collaborators killed by members of his patriotic network. He told them that he was indeed a great patriot, one of the best there was. But when stories of his bombing campaigns and killing Nazis with super weapons were investigated, it was revealed this was pure fantasy. Meanwhile, many members of the resistance said that they'd never seen him, and those that had said he'd done nothing to help them. Petio was charged with killing 27 people and raking in the realm of 200 million francs in cash, gold, and jewelry. None of this bounty was ever found. Some of the experts involved believe that Petio had murdered as many as 150 people. In the end, he admitted to killing 63 enemies of France, and as for all those missing people he hadn't killed, he said South America was a big place, and that's why those people were never found, adding that some of his victims were alive and well and just getting ready for the next war. In his psychopathic way, at one point the judge got angry with him because he wasn't paying attention and was instead doodling on some paper. He then looked up at the judge and said, "I'm listening, but it doesn't really interest me very much." When he was told he was to be executed, he didn't seem the least bit bothered. On the big day, May 25, 1946, he was said to have been very calm. He was asked if he wanted to see a priest, which he declined, stating that he wanted to take his baggage with him. A portable guillotine was then brought to the prison at around 3:30 a.m. When offered a glass of rum, which was protocol, he said no thanks, but he did take a last cigarette. His neck was shaved, his collar was cut, and his hands were tied. A witness to the execution later said, "He moved with ease, as though he were walking into his office for a routine appointment." His head was then placed on the machine and he uttered his last words, "Gentlemen, I ask you not to look, this will not be very pretty." At 5:05 a.m. the blade dropped, and as it did, Petio smiled for the very last time. Some people later said there was still a smile on his face as his head fell into the basket. You might have heard of the story of the Trojan horse, when the Greeks hid a strong force of armed warriors inside a wooden horse and got the horse into the city of Troy, after which they were able to spring their trap. Today we have kind of a Trojan horse story with a twist, in which a wooden horse was used to get out of somewhere, not in. This is one of the most dazzling prison escapes ever told, and the best thing is, it's completely real. The story starts with a Canadian-born British man called Oliver Philpott, or Ollie to his friends. During World War II, this man became an excellent Air Force pilot, and he joined what was then called the Norwegian Campaign, which was to liberate Norway from Germany. Things didn't go too well for Ollie, though, and his plane was shot down on the 11th of December 1941. The plane ditched into the North Sea, and Philpott and 3 other guys floated at sea in a dinghy for a couple of days until they were picked up by a German ship. First, Ollie had to spend a bit of time in a prison hospital in Norway, but was later transferred to a prisoner of war transfer camp in Germany. From there, he was moved to a place called Stalag Luft 3, which means main camp. This was located in a town called Sagan in western Poland. There, he joined other RAF men, got transferred again, but later sent back to this same camp. As the story goes, many of the captured men brewed up escape plans all the time, but escape was obviously problematic. Not only was it extremely difficult to get over or under the walls of the camp, but if the men were seen, it's likely they'd be shot. Even if they did breach the fences, the problem was then getting to a safe place. British men wandering around western Poland at this point weren't in exactly a safe place. Ollie was quite a creative man though, and he came up with the idea of inventing an identity for himself. He would become a Norwegian man that sold margarine, and if he was stopped, well, he was just on business. His name would be Jan Jorgensen. The reason he chose this line of work was because he had worked in a similar field when he was a civilian, and also because he was aware not many people he would come across in this part of the world would speak Norwegian. So Ollie had his character, and he had a very convincing backstory, which it said he spent many days and nights creating. The problem now, of course, was coming up with the way to get out of the camp. Well, two other guys called Lieutenant Michael Codner and Flight Lieutenant Eric Williams already had a plan, and this plan kind of involved a reverse Trojan horse trick. In 1943, they told Ollie about their plan, and he was enlisted into the escape. The men constructed what's called a wooden vaulting horse, a piece of equipment used to keep fit. This was then placed about 100 feet from the camp fence. Throughout the day, lots of the men would vault over this thing as part of their exercise routine, and this didn't look strange at all to the German soldiers who were used to watching these fit and strong men exercise each day. What the Germans didn't know was there was a lot going on down under that horse, because each day at the beginning of their routine, either Codner or Williams was taken out hidden inside of that horse, and they would then start digging a tunnel from underneath it. The problem with this was what to do with all the earth that was removed. That's where Ollie came in, because his job was to take what had been dug up and get rid of it around the camp. After each session of digging, the hole was then covered. The way they kept the tunnel from collapsing was by lining it with wood the men had taken from the Red Cross parcel boxes. For 3 hours every day, the digging would be done, while the German soldiers looked on at all these men competing to see who was the best vaulter. This was all worked out with finesse, with the men always filling the same number of bags of sand for each session. They did change the system around, but they stuck with an agreed-upon number of bags each time. One of the problems when they increased the session time was that the guys doing the vaulting would get really tired, but by October, the tunnel was almost complete. It reached further than the fence. That's the only place they wanted to be. It's said the men were almost caught on several occasions because part of their tunnel crumbled after digging, or the guards almost fell through it. The diggers knew how far from the ground the tunnel was because they used a sharp object to measure the distance. It was only 30 inches from the ground. The men decided that on the moonless night of the 29th of October 1943, they would make their escape. In total, the tunnel had taken them 114 days to dig. At 1 p.m. that day, Codner was taken out and sealed inside the tunnel. There was a count that day, but the other prisoners managed to falsify the number. At 5 p.m., both Williams and Philpott were also sealed inside the tunnel. The only thing to do now was wait until a bit later when they had the cover of darkness. That they did, but things didn't go exactly as planned. When they decided to go up from the tunnel, they were actually 12 inches short of their target place, and on any other night this would have led likely to the capture of the men. Fortunately for them, the sentry that could have seen them was late that night. The guys covered in earth and sand emerged from the ground like moles. They were dressed all in black and had black masks covering their face. And so once they made it to the nearby woods, they weren't exactly easy to spot. It was then decided that both Codner and Williams would go to a place called Stettin and Ollie would head for Danzig, a somewhat longer trip. He had his story all worked out, as we said, and if he should meet anyone on the way, he would just say that he was selling margarine and he was from Norway. What he really hoped was he wouldn't bump into anyone who understood Norwegian, because while he might be able to mimic the accent, he actually couldn't speak a word of the language. He at least looked the part, because he had managed to acquire a black civilian jacket which he wore with some RAF officer's pants. These looked just like any pants. He was carrying a small briefcase and inside were only cleaning and shaving essentials. He had also grown a mustache that looked a lot like the bristles on the top lip of a man called Adolf. He had some money and so traveled by train to a place called Frankfurt on Oder, and from there his plan was to get to a place called Kustrin and then on to Danzig. All this seemed to be going quite well, but at one point he was approached by a police officer. It seemed though that the false papers he had were good enough to fool the cop. On another occasion on the train, he got off lucky. He'd fallen asleep only for the train to jolt and knock him from his seat. Without thinking, he cursed out loud, but not in German, in English. All the other passengers did though was laugh at him. So there he was, 23 hours after the initial escape in Danzig. A job well done, so he bought himself a beer. He then headed to the docks where he got a room and thought about getting out of Danzig. The next morning he saw a Swedish ship in the water that was loading up on coal. That's a place he wanted to be, so he snuck onto that ship after darkness fell. He then crawled carefully into the galley only to find a cup of hot chocolate. Ollie drank that and then hid in a coal bunker. It's said that the captain of the ship, a vessel named Araliz, saw Ollie while he was hiding and demanded he get off the ship as he was a risk to the crew. If the Germans discovered an escaped POW on the ship, that certainly would have gotten the Swedes into a lot of trouble. He didn't get off the ship though, and he was helped by a seaman and an engineer and hidden someplace. When the ship was finally far from land, Ollie again greeted the captain, who by this time said, "Okay, we're far away now, you are a guest of the ship." Nonetheless, when the ship arrived at the Swedish town of Södertälje, he had to spend a night in the police cells. The next day, though, he was let out and he went in search of a British diplomatic office. He'd been on the road for a total of 5 days, and he was met with cheers when he found safety at something called a legation, which is similar to a consulate. And guess what he found there? His 2 comrades, Codner and Williams, had also found safety after their journey. They too had gone to Sweden, and with all 3 men safe, their escape became known as the Home Run. Ollie would not fly planes for the RAF again during the war, and after being debriefed by MI9, he was given the post of Senior Scientific Officer at the Air Ministry. He was also awarded the Military Cross. He lived until the ripe age of 80, had a successful business career, and had 5 kids during 2 marriages. We know all about his story because he wrote a book about his escape called Stolen Journey. If you're wondering how Ollie managed to find his way around many strange places during his ordeal, part of his escape pack included a homemade compass. A guy called Jerry Dawkins, a fellow prisoner of the camp, had put this together from bits of a gramophone, parts of a razor blade, and also cardboard and phosphorus from broken watches. While it all might sound like a wonderful adventure, if you read that book, Stolen Journey, you'll find that escaping a prison camp for Ollie was a rough ordeal and a very unpleasant experience from start to end. Well, not the very end. Part of that book reads, "Escape is all coldness, and waiting." It's heat sometimes in digging and running away, but mostly it's coldness and hunger and hanging about waiting. Nazis. Is there anything worse in the world? Well, yes, and that's Nazi zombies, but luckily we're not dealing with any master race zombies today. Nope, instead we're dealing with the living, breathing variety in our latest installment of Who Would Win? A modern soldier or a World War II Nazi? The date is 1941 and the war in Europe is going swimmingly for Adolf Hitler. France is defeated, Britain's been holed up in its little island kingdom, and the offensive against the Soviets is one stunning success after another. It's definitely springtime for Hitler, even though it's late fall. And in a blitzkrieg of ecstasy, the Nazi ruler inspects the secret Nazi labs, building a reverse-engineered UFO, genetically engineering blue-eyed, blonde-haired master race clones, and of course, a time machine to kidnap Einstein and force him to build a nuclear bomb for Germany. Skeptical of his scientists' claims to have built a functioning time machine, Hitler asks one of the guards to give it a test run. "Hey Hans," Hitler says, "why not hop in, give the glorious future of the Third Reich a peek, and come back here and tell me about how amazing Nazi Germany is in the year 2020. Not one to disappoint his Führer. Hans the Nazi steps into the German time machine and with the press of a button, he disappears into thin air. It's now 2020 and Hans the Nazi has reappeared smack dab in the middle of Ramstein military base, the largest American overseas base and bulwark of NATO's power in Europe. Stumbling straight into an American soldier, Hans realizes that the future has gone horribly wrong, and now he's about to taste the business end of freedom as we pit Hans the Nazi against a modern American soldier and figure out who would win. We'll break down piece by piece the training and equipment of each individual soldier and figure out ultimately who would come out on top. When it comes to training, the similarities between a modern American soldier and a Nazi soldier are plentiful. The Nazi soldier would have entered into basic training with an advanced knowledge of firearms and even some infantry tactics, thanks to the prevalence of the Hitler Youth in Nazi Germany. Boys were greatly encouraged to join the Hitler Youth as early as 14, a nationalistic program that was something like the Boy Scouts in the USA, only with a much greater emphasis on national pride, hating Jews, and learning how to fight. Run by World War I veterans, the resentment over Germany's loss was instilled in the younger generations, and Hitler was no fool. He spent years preparing many of Germany's young boys to become soldiers. Modern America lacks any such program, and most recruits to the military come from a normal civilian background. Once entering military training, though, the training of both was very similar. A Nazi soldier would endure 16 weeks of initial training before being sent to their unit, where they would receive additional training. Our modern American soldier, however, will have undergone 8 weeks of training to turn him from a civilian into a soldier, and then an additional 16 weeks of infantry school to teach him how to dominate any battlefield. Nazi soldiers had very good all-around training, and the benefit of many World War I veterans to learn from. Unlike other nations, Nazi soldiers also received familiarity training with other weapons that may be attached to their unit, especially the machine gun. Modern American training mirrors this model, and an American infantryman is not just familiar with every weapon his platoon may carry, but often has to qualify on several of them to prove his proficiency. All around, the modern American soldier is more experienced than even a pre-World War II Nazi soldier leaving initial training. And while Nazi trainees had the benefit of World War I veterans, modern American soldiers have the benefit of veteran trainers who have spent numerous tours in conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq. Yet, the Nazi soldier enjoyed the benefit of a much greater degree of discipline and familiarity to military maneuvers that stem from his years in the Hitler Youth. When it comes to training, we're going to call it even on both sides, but the Nazi soldier and his years of fanaticism spent in the Hitler Youth will get the edge over our American soldier when it comes to fitness and willingness to fight. In hand-to-hand combat, our American soldier will have received more and better training than our Nazi soldier. Nazi soldiers could expect to learn some basic hand-to-hand and boxing techniques, but modern American soldiers have for decades learned mixed martial arts techniques, a brutal and decisive martial arts program. In the early 2000s, the entire U.S. military martial arts program had to be refocused due to a lack of training in non-lethal restraint techniques. When it comes to hand-to-hand combat, our American soldier edges out on top, thanks to decades of experience and evolution of military training. Both soldiers had options available to them other than bare fists though, and in a slug match our combatants would have quickly turned to these secondary tools to achieve victory. Our Nazi soldier would have carried the Seitengewehr 98 knife bayonet. Featuring an almost 15-inch blade, this deadly knife could be affixed to the front of the rifle as a bayonet. American soldiers often carry a knife as well, but most iconic is the American entrenching tool, or E-tool for short, a folding shovel with surprisingly sharp edges. The E-tool allows an American soldier to quickly dig himself a fighting position in any soil, but it also serves as a truly devastating hand-to-hand weapon. A single swing from an E-tool is enough to split an enemy's skull open, or even deliver a head-rattling concussion through a protective helmet. Given the obvious advantages of a short stabbing weapon and an axe-like swinging weapon, we're only gonna barely give our American soldier the win here. Simply because, unlike the Nazi knife, the American E-tool can also be used to quickly dig a fighting position, giving it more utility in a combat situation. At close range, the Nazi soldier wielded the iconic Walther P-38, a pistol that became famous as Allied soldiers sought them out as war souvenirs. Incredibly, the P-38 is still in use around the world, including in Afghanistan, where insurgent forces have routinely used them against NATO soldiers. Firing a 9mm bullet, the P-38 has a maximum range of 50 meters and was accurate enough to have an effective firing range of 25 to 50 meters. With a muzzle velocity of 320 meters a second, the P-38 had impressive stopping power for its small size. With only an 8-round magazine though, the P-38 wouldn't have allowed a Nazi soldier to maintain fire on a target for very long, instead relying on accuracy rather than volume of fire. Our American soldier counters the Nazi P-38 with the Beretta M9. The favorite of most Resident Evil games, the M9 has been in service since the 1980s. An extremely reliable weapon, the M9 packs a 9mm round with a 15-round magazine, giving our modern soldier a greater firing capacity before needing to reload. The weapon has a muzzle velocity of 381 meters per second, giving it greater penetration versus the Nazi P-38, and had a maximum firing range of over twice the Nazi weapon at 100 meters and 50 meters for maximum effective range. With twice the maximum and effective firing ranges and nearly twice the capacity, the win here clearly goes to the modern American soldier and his trusty M9. For medium and long-range engagement, our Nazi soldier carries the Karabiner 98K, standard issue rifle of the German army in World War II. An extremely reliable battle rifle, the K98K saw action on battlefields from Africa to the Russian Eastern Front and operated just as well in mud and rain as in snow and ice. The weapon features a 7.92mm caliber round, which would deliver catastrophic damage if it hit a target thanks to its size and muzzle velocity of 760 meters a second. The rifle had an effective firing range of 500 meters with iron sights, though it could still deliver accurate fire out to 1,000 meters with a telescopic sight. Its maximum range of 4,700 meters meant that even at extreme distances, the rifle may have been inaccurate, but could still be deadly if a shot happened to land on target. Unfortunately, the rifle was limited by a 5-round capacity, giving it almost no capability to suppress a target. Instead, German infantry relied on accuracy and accompanying machine guns to neutralize enemy forces. Our American soldier brings his trusty M4 carbine to this fight. Despite rumors to the contrary, the M4 performs incredibly well in a variety of environments, and anyone who's ever had to use one in the field, instead of reading about it on internet articles, knows that the rifle has no problem firing even when mucked up with dirt and grime. Where the rifle comes up a bit short is in stopping power, as it chambers a 5.56 round in a 30-round magazine that has for a long time been called deficient by its operators for not delivering enough stopping power for a first-round kill. However, its muzzle velocity of 910 meters a second combined with steel penetrator munition gives it great functionality against body armor. Its maximum effective range of 500 meters for a point target and 600 meters for an area target give it considerable reach. Additionally, the M4 offers selective fire capabilities, allowing its user to fire single rounds for long-range accurate fire or 3-round bursts for close-quarters combat. When it comes to range, both rifles are tied, with both having a maximum effective range for a point or man-sized target of 500 meters just using iron sights. Our soldiers won't be fighting out much further than that from each other though, so ranges beyond this are largely meaningless, and it would be hard to see your target anyway. The K98K outshines the M4 with its far larger round, which would be devastating at close to medium ranges. However, with a much lower muzzle velocity than the M4, the lethality of that big round drastically decreases the further it has to travel, to the point that the first 1 or 2 shots will be easily stopped by the standard body armor carried by American infantry at most ranges. By comparison, the greater magazine capacity and faster firing rate of the M4 give the modern American soldier an unparalleled advantage in a firefight, as well as the ability to switch to 3-round burst for close-quarters combat. Able to deliver 3 devastating rounds with 1 squeeze means that at close range the M4 trumps the K98K. But with its superior magazine size and firing rate, the M4 comes out on top at medium to long ranges as well. If our Nazi soldier happened to time travel with a telescopic sight though, our American infantrymen had better close the distance fast, because the K98K could deliver accurate fire at ranges the M4 couldn't hope to touch. At close to medium ranges, we're giving the win to the modern American soldier, but at extremely long range, the win easily goes to the Nazi soldier and his ability to reach out and touch someone up to 1,000 yards away with stunning accuracy. In the end, our time-traveling Nazi has the advantage in physical and mental fitness thanks to his years spent in the nationalistic Hitler youth training programs, and he has the advantage in extreme long-range fire thanks to the accuracy and range of the K98K rifle. However, in every other area, the modern American soldier dominates, thanks to an evolution in training programs over the last 80 years and greatly upgraded modern equipment. Hitler's end came in a bunker as the enemy forces closed in and the war drew to an end. But the days leading up to the grim finish, the Nazi madman still had big plans. He wasn't satisfied with the possibility of conquering all of Europe. He wanted to take the war to the United States. Large as the conflict was, the United States was relatively untouched on its homeland. While it had suffered a devastating blow to its fleet at Pearl Harbor, the mainland had been barely touched. In fact, the United States was almost never invaded during the war. The last serious strike on its territory had been during the War of 1812, when the British forces invaded through their territory in Canada. And the only time they'd seen large-scale conflict on their own soil since was the Civil War, when they fought themselves. But the United States had dealt Hitler devastating blows in Europe, and he was determined to make them pay. But it wasn't always that way. In the early years of the Nazi assault on Europe, Hitler had other plans, keeping the United States at a distance. It hadn't been long since the First World War, and there was no hunger in the US for another European conflict. When the Nazis took over, they actually had a significant amount of support in the United States. Groups like Friends of the New Germany and German-American Bund played on a combination of isolationism and anti-Semitism to paint the Nazis as ideal friends of America. And then Hitler invaded Poland, and that largely went out the window. A new group, America First, emerged and portrayed the war in Europe as none of America's business. Of course, that didn't last once Pearl Harbor got bombed. While Hitler did like certain elements of American culture, like Westerns, he viewed the larger society with contempt. He even claimed that the Jewish people and the black people had ruined its culture, which must have been a surprise for anyone from those two groups in the 1940s. And immediately after Germany declared war on the United States, Hitler set out to sabotage their war effort. It would come to be known as Operation Pistorius, and 8 German nationals in the United States were recruited and trained in how to target American infrastructure, including energy plants, railroads, and bridges. The goal was to create chaos through a terror campaign. But Hitler was undone by one thing: employee dissatisfaction. One of the men, George Dasch, wasn't a fan of the Nazi regime and tipped off the FBI. Dasch and his accomplice Ernst Berger tried to defect to the US, but were instead arrested, and J. Edgar Hoover took credit for busting the spy ring. The entire group was sentenced to death, but Dasch and one of his others had their sentences commuted. The first Nazi attack on America had failed miserably, and the German army was occupied on the home front. More than one, since Hitler had decided to attack Russia. But as the war went on, Hitler became overconfident and his eyes turned toward the US once again. And this time he wanted to handle things more directly. The first plan was to hit the United States from afar. Hitler was fascinated by the idea of New York City in flames and hoped to pull off an equivalent attack like Pearl Harbor on the East Coast. There were just a few problems with that. Namely, it was a very long way over, and the Atlantic Ocean was now full of warships. Pearl Harbor succeeded because it was a sneak attack, but any German warplanes would have been shot down long before they could reach their targets. He moved on to try to develop new long-range missiles that could hit the US homeland, but the German rocketry experts had many projects, and the war was moving too fast for this to be a serious threat. But he wasn't done planning, and the source of his next plan came from long before his regime. Hitler wasn't the first German leader to plot to attack the US, although the last time it happened was more of a thought exercise. The Imperial German government in the last days of the 19th century controlled large swaths of Europe, and they had their thoughts much further. From 1897 to 1903, the military developed a plan to target the United States military infrastructure and attack their bases on Hampton Roads near Washington, D.C. They sent spies to New York and Boston to spy on possible targets with the intention of forcing the U.S. to pull back to defend its homeland and give up on many of its colonial holdings. But the Imperial German Army was never big enough to challenge the U.S., and the plans were put in a drawer, at least until World War I. As the United States grew closer to getting involved in the First World War, Germany explored another option for targeting the U.S. homeland. Through its southern border, the German government approached Mexico and proposed an alliance if the U.S. entered the war. They promised to return Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico to Mexico if they won the war, but the telegram was intercepted. An outraged United States government soon declared war on Germany, and the alliance never came to be. Hitler learned from these mistakes and was ready to make his own. The biggest advantage Hitler had over the previous German governments was an ally. Imperial Japan had a powerful military of its own and was keeping the United States fighting hard on multiple fronts. They had pulled off a sneak attack, and many residents of Hawaii were worried about a full-fledged invasion. But could they reach further to the mainland? Many of Hitler's plans counted on this, hoping for a two-pronged attack on the United States that would force the country to surrender. But at the time, any mad scribblings of invasion plans he had weren't making their way to American eyes. So how did the Americans know about them? Anxiety was high in 1942, with the war having just begun and Americans worried about the draft and future attacks like Pearl Harbor. So naturally, Life magazine decided the best thing they could do was terrify everyone even more. Hey, panic sells. They published an article talking about how the Axis powers could invade the United States, complete with frightening visuals. The images spread like wildfire, with many people wondering if these were actual images of the plans Hitler had for hitting the homeland. The answer was no, probably. But that didn't mean they weren't frighteningly plausible. The first plan was based around a joint German-Japanese sneak attack. First, the Japanese forces would cross the Pacific from the north, coming in through Alaska and stealthily moving down the coast towards major cities in California. At that same time, German submarines and warships would cross the Atlantic and attack major East Coast cities, both population centers like New York and military bases like Norfolk. But the plan had a few major issues. For one thing, it relied heavily on saboteurs. The plan involved a fifth column helping to try to conceal the invaders and sabotaging the infrastructure, and that failed miserably when Hitler tried. Not only were most Japanese and German Americans deeply loyal to the United States, but most of the Japanese Americans had been imprisoned by their own government. It would have been a spectacular attack, but had way too many moving parts to succeed. Another plan focusing on the Germans saw them heading south, using their territory in North Africa to avoid the hazardous Atlantic Ocean. They would travel to Dakar and then bypass the major naval battles to set sail on the eastern tip of South America. Hugging the coast and traveling to the Caribbean, they would then sneak up to the key port of New Orleans and attack, dealing a major blow to the U.S. fleet. More importantly, this would give them access to the Mississippi River, which would give them access to countless key points in the U.S. mainland. Would this plan work? It certainly has a better chance of success than the first because much of it centers around avoiding conflict. The chance of them surprising the United States is higher, but the disadvantage is that it brings them nowhere near most of the large U.S. cities. It would cause chaos in the United States, but it would be unlikely to topple the country unless the defenses were on low alert and concentrating on the war abroad. Other plans had even bigger challenges. The heart of the U.S. Atlantic Fleet was in Norfolk, Virginia, and the Germans hoped to cut it out in a similar blow to the way the Japanese had hit Pearl Harbor. But the Americans knew that was a possibility, and it was one of the most protected U.S. bases at the time. The magazine speculated that the Germans could fool them by splitting their fleet and sending them through the Azores, Madeira, and Cape Verde, and they would rendezvous in the Atlantic and form a massive attack front that would charge Norfolk and break the U.S. defense line with overwhelming force. It was scary on paper, but in reality, it might have been a different story. It's always hard to defeat an enemy on their own turf, and this was the plan with the highest odds that the German forces would be spotted and blown out of the water. It relies on overwhelming force, but the US Navy at the time was keeping pace with the Germans. The odds are that this would have been a brutal and bloody battle, with the US taking many losses, but the Germans ultimately turning tail and running. Finally, one more plan called back to the most dangerous invasion of the United States. The United States was expecting an attack, but its northern neighbor might not have been. Canada actually entered the war before the US, but its massive geography and cold northern climate meant it was unlikely to be attacked directly. This plan took advantage of that, starting the attack by taking the small nation island of Iceland and then moving to the massive frozen territory of Greenland. That would give the Nazis the position they needed to infiltrate Canada, moving south and invading the United States through St. Lawrence and Hudson valleys. The main problem with this plan? Dress warmly. Germany was already learning a very harsh lesson at the time. Don't invade Russia during the winter. This attack plan would have taught it to them again. While they wouldn't have met the same level of opposition, they would have been on unfriendly territory and struggled in the climate. Because they would be traveling through a US ally, there's also a greater chance that Canada would have tipped off the US in advance. But if it succeeded, it would have brought them deep inside enemy territory. So why didn't any of these plans happen? The main reason was Hitler just wasn't very good at war. His early successes came amid an alliance with Russia and years to build up his military. As the war expanded and he found himself on the defensive, he became increasingly paranoid and found himself with fewer allies. Even his generals eventually started plotting against him. To attack the United States would have taken a major effort in a large portion of the German military, something that he didn't have while fighting a war on two fronts. And there was one more major issue. Hitler was notoriously paranoid and obsessive, and he couldn't focus on the United States when another enemy was much closer. He expended much of Germany's force on breaking the United Kingdom with brutal bombing raids, but the island held out and never surrendered. If he had won that fight, it might have turned his attention to the United States more aggressively, but the war ended before he had a chance. If Hitler did attack the US, the distance and geography would have made him a heavy underdog. But instead, the path he chose only led to one place, a dark, cold bunker. Did you or your parents grow up with a Nazi war criminal living on your street? A dithering old man who was once a ruthless mass murderer in Germany or Poland? After all, some of you out there lived among those war criminals, more of you than you might think. You'll agree with us in about 25 minutes. At the end of April 1945, the smell of Adolf Hitler's smoldering flesh filled the nostrils of the few people who witnessed his ad hoc cremation in the Reich Chancellery Garden. Berlin was in flames. The Red Army was marching in, leaving piles of dead German soldiers and civilians in its wake. The grand prize. Many of the highest-ranking Nazis, the chief executioners, sadistic scientists, and the demented doctors were scurrying from Germany like rats from a house fire, some of them with assistance from the very people they'd been fighting against for 6 years. On April 30th, Hitler said his goodbyes to the 20 or so people in the Führer bunker in Berlin. He had already informed a select group of men of the plan. Burn me until there's nothing left of me. Don't let those Soviets take my body as a trophy. Turn me into ashes, Hitler demanded. Don't leave anything. Still, when Hitler gave that order, he knew there was still a possibility of escape. His private pilot, Hans Bauer, whom Hitler had a very close bond with, had pleaded for his boss to get the hell out of the bunker and fly to freedom. Bauer had been saying this for weeks. Even when the Red Army shells made Hitler jump every so often, Bauer was still sure he could fly his Führer to safety. In the weeks and days leading up to the end, Bauer's Führer squadron had been ready to leave Germany from at least 6 airfields in and around Berlin. There were many options as to where to go: the Baltic coast maybe, or further afield, Greenland, Manchuria, Argentina, Japan. Arab sheiks would even help hide Hitler. Hitler wasn't impressed, so Bauer told him again right at the end. He had a Fieseler Phi 156 Starch-Light plane waiting. He could take off from the Tiergarten near Brandenburg Gate and head straight to Bavaria, and from there to safety on the other side of the world. Hitler again refused. He was not going to spend his life on the run, not like the others. He thanked Bauer for his concern and his duty to the fatherland and handed him one of his prized possessions, a portrait of the Prussian King Frederick the Great. And so on that day, sometime in the late afternoon, Bauer was there when Hitler's dead body was wrapped in a blood-stained rug and taken into the garden. Tears filled Bauer's eyes. Just days before, he'd watched his Führer feed nuts to squirrels in that garden. Hitler had been the best man at his wedding, and now he was being doused in gasoline, treated no better than the garbage. On May 1st, Hitler's propaganda chief, the ever-loyal Joseph Goebbels, also became a smoldering mass of flesh and bone in that garden. His wife, Magda, burned next to him. The Soviets would find at least some of their remains. Turned out that the cremation job was a shoddy one. The Soviets, under the ruthless leader Joseph "Man of Steel" Stalin, did not want dead bodies. This was no good. He wanted to capture those top Nazis. Like the USA, the Soviets wanted the scientists. They wanted the spies, the great swaths of German intelligence, the doctors who had medical data no other country had. There were many precious and valuable items among that Berlin rubble, but the real treasure were the Nazis themselves. Bauer did not get that far. The road he planned to use as an airstrip had been bombed and was covered in potholes. Hitler was right not to go. The street was crawling with soldiers from the Soviet Third Shock Army. They found Bauer and shot him in both legs. Not too far away, the Nazi Chancellery head, Martin Bormann, one of Hitler's closest who'd fled at the same time as Bauer, was killed by Soviet artillery. It would be years until Bormann's death was confirmed. For decades, there were rumors about his whereabouts in the South Americas, Denmark, and Australia. It was said he was a Soviet spy, that maybe he and Hitler had teamed up again. The CIA and the FBI never stopped looking for those two guys, which wasn't public knowledge. Of course, it wasn't until 1998 that Bormann, who was one of the main architects of the Holocaust, was conclusively identified using forensic DNA techniques. Every high-ranking Nazi became part of this treasure hunt. The last thing the Americans wanted was for the Soviets to get there first. After one of Bauer's legs was amputated by Soviet doctors in June 1945, he was interrogated time and again. Where is the gold? Where is all the stolen art? Where are your brothers in arms? Where are the scientists? No way would the Soviets kill this man who'd been there at the end of Hitler's life and surely knew where the other Nazis had fled. As newspapers the world over ran headlines about Hitler's death and the peace that was surely on the way, Stalin wasn't buying it. Not for a second did he believe Hitler was dead. The Germans didn't surrender immediately after Hitler perished, but the war was a hopeless cause. Germany at least hoped for some favorable conditions, but they were not going to come. Karl Donitz, the Grand Admiral of the German Navy, replaced Hitler as the head of state and was the one to make the final decision to give up. The Allies would accept nothing but complete unconditional surrender, and that happened on May 7th when Alfred Jodl, the chief staff of the German army, signed it into effect at the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force at Reims in northeastern France. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Millions of people had died. Soldiers had returned home with missing limbs. The Soviets, who'd suffered far worse than anyone else, were barely in the mood for the kind of celebration seen elsewhere. 27 million dead, economic chaos. It was terrible for the Soviets, although their propaganda machine played down just how bad the war had been. Stalin didn't even know how close the Americans were to executing the first nuclear bomb test under the Manhattan Project. His dream of world domination diminished the moment his aide whispered in his ear on July 16th that the Americans had completed the test. He was attending the Potsdam Conference at the time with the British and American leaders. It suddenly became much more important to find those Germans in hiding. The public didn't know it, but a new secret war featuring spies was taking place between the US, UK, and the Soviets. Take them alive, not dead, was what all three were saying. As you'll see, they did just that, but they didn't feel the need to tell anyone about it. It was capitalism versus communism, and it would be a long fight. Hitler was dead, even if Stalin didn't believe it. Goebbels was surely dead, but what about the other main players? What about Hermann Göring, the head of the Luftwaffe? Not long before the end came for Germany, he'd been sentenced to death by Hitler for the alleged crime of attempting to seize control of the state. Bormann had orders to execute him if Berlin fell, which of course was always going to happen. It was better for Göring to surrender to the Americans than give himself up to the Soviets, and that's what he did on May 6th when the 36th Infantry Division of the US Army got hold of him. Göring's lavish tastes for gold, jewels, and art came out in his trial, as did his starring role in the Holocaust. But after being handed the death penalty by hanging, not by firing squad as he'd asked, his life came to an abrupt end in his prison cell. If you'd had to list the top 5 Nazis, including Hitler of course, you might put Bormann in 4th, Goebbels in 3rd, Göring in 2nd, and the top man next to the boss was the head of the SS and Gestapo, the Holocaust's main man, Heinrich Himmler. Himmler had also become the object of Hitler's wrath after he'd attempted to engage in peace talks with the enemy. This infuriated Hitler, who'd always seen Himmler as possibly the most loyal of his inner circle after Goebbels. Hitler called Himmler's call for peace treachery, the worst case of disloyalty in his entire life, and ordered his capture and execution. On May 21st, long after Hitler had been turned to ash, Himmler was apprehended by the British while trying to escape. He was then sent to the 31st Civilian Interrogation Camp outside the city of Lüneburg. Despite the civilian clothes and the absence of his mustache, the British discovered they had someone important on their hands, and no sooner than Himmler admitted that, he was dead. A doctor had asked him to open wide, and the next second, following a slight crunching sound, he was on the floor. Hitler's inner circle was suddenly looking like a quiet place. The man later called the chief architect of the Holocaust, second to Himmler, Reinhard Heydrich, had already died in 1942 at the hands of Czech resistance fighters. This left another of Hitler's closest, the Reich Minister of Armaments and War Production, Albert Speer, who'd once had ideas he might become Hitler's successor. He was arrested by the British after Germany's surrender. It was heard during the Nuremberg trials that Speer had been a very important component of the Nazi war machine, a literal architect in the industry of mass murder. But it was never certain what he knew about the Nazis' extermination plans, so he only got a 20-year prison sentence. This also left the Nazi Minister of Foreign Affairs Joachim von Ribbentrop, who was arrested in May 1945. After the trials in Nuremberg, he too was sentenced to death. Next up for a death sentence was Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, chief of the Armed Forces High Command. Hitler's inner circle was now almost emptied. But in the who's who of Nazis, Erich Raeder's name also came up. He'd been the Grand Admiral of the Kriegsmarine before Dönitz took over the position. He might have kept his job as Hitler's main guy in the Navy had it not been for the embarrassment at the Battle of the Barents Sea, when Britain's Royal Navy delivered a beating to the Germans late at night in the Arctic off the coast of Norway. Raeder lost his job, but that didn't mean he was going to get off scot-free at the trials. Nonetheless, he and Dönitz later breathed a sigh of relief in the courtroom when instead of a death sentence, they were just handed prison sentences. Raeder wasn't expecting that since he'd been charged with all the biggies: war crimes, conspiracy to commit crimes against peace, crimes against humanity, planning, initiating crimes against the laws of war, and waging wars of aggression. They threw the book at Dönitz too, but some of the charges didn't stick, and he got away with a 10-year prison sentence. Both men were able to argue they weren't involved in the Holocaust quite convincingly. Those Nazis accused of being a major part of the final solution were not so fortunate to go on to serve prison sentences and in later life write books and then take up gardening. Hans Frank, the Governor-General of occupied Poland, was found guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity, and no way was he going to get off with a prison term. The so-called Butcher of Poland exhibited no shame during the trial when he said, "I was happy when Adolf Hitler, in a most wonderful rise to power, unparalleled in the history of mankind, succeeded by the end of 1938. Frank was asked, "Did you ever participate in the annihilation of Jews?" He replied, "I say yes, and the reason why I say yes is because, having lived through the 5 months of this trial, and particularly after having heard the testimony of the witness Haas, my conscience does not allow me to throw the responsibility solely on these minor people." Like many Nazis at the trial, Frank didn't want to look like an evil beast, so he passed the hot potato upwards as if everything had been Hitler and Himmler's fault. Hitler must have been rolling in his grave at this point. 6 million Jews dead, Soviet prisoners, other POWs, Roma people, gay people, all dead, and no one wanted to take the blame. They looked like burping children denying they just stole a can of soda. The evidence was overwhelming. Another main man in the Holocaust was Ernst Kaltenbrunner, a rabid anti-Semite that used to hang on Hitler's every word when the so-called Jewish problem was brought up. In the opening statements, he was asked if he was aware he was being charged with being one of the people connected to Gestapo terror and the atrocities of the concentration camps. He said he was and accepted that the hatred of the world is directed against me. While his name might not always pop up in conversations when people nowadays talk about Nazis, he was what the people said he was, the monster of the Holocaust. Well, one of them anyway. Still, like the others, he passed the hot potato, stating in the middle of the trial, "I never saw a gas chamber, either in operation or at any other time. I did not know they existed." Like many at the trials, he tried to minimize his part in the mass murders, saying he just followed orders. He was one of 10 men, some of whom we've mentioned already, that was hanged on October 16, 1946, beginning at 1:11 a.m. Precisely at 1:52 a.m., it was Kaltenbrunner's turn. His last words were, "I've done my duty by the laws of my people, and I am sorry my people were led to this time by men who were not soldiers and that crimes were committed of which I had no knowledge." It seems he died throwing that hot potato. 43-year-old Sergeant John C. Woods from San Antonio in the U.S. was the executioner. Despite all this denial, he took great pride in his job. He told Time magazine, "I hanged those 10 Nazis, and I am proud of it. I wasn't nervous. A fellow can't afford to have nerves in this business." Some people who were there said some of the men's heads hit the trap door on the way down and that the rope wasn't long enough, so they were strangled to death rather than dying from their necks being broken from the fall. The U.S. Army denied this, but to be frank, not too many people expressed dismay at a possibly half-botched hanging. Rumors circulated that the Army had done this on purpose. These 10 men were perhaps the cream of the crop, but the massacre of millions doesn't happen without thousands of people being involved. The US alone arrested around 100,000 Germans accused of war crimes. There was the Doctors' Trial in 1946, in which 23 men were accused of conducting or taking part in the terrifying Nazi medical experiments we'll discuss soon. 7 men were acquitted and 7 were sentenced to death. The others spent around 10 years in prison. Over 1,300 witnesses came forward to talk about the horrors inflicted in those camps. Over 30,000 documents were brought into evidence, and the proceedings generated around 132,000 pages of transcripts. One of the men featured in those transcripts a lot was Adolf Eichmann, another architect of the Holocaust. This man helped to bring millions of Jews into those camps where they would live in horrific conditions and almost always be exterminated. Eichmann was one of the men that designed the plans for the final solution. He often gave the orders to many of those who would later pass the blame on to anyone but themselves. One of them was Rudolf Höss. The testimony of Höss shocked everyone, and it suddenly made Eichmann one of the most wanted men on the planet. Höss served as the Auschwitz commandant and was one of the people responsible for introducing the pesticide Zyklon B as the weapon to kill millions of people in the gas chambers. He didn't deny it. He also said something that put Mr. Eichmann in deep water. Höss was asked, "Witness, did the state police, as an authority of the Reich, have anything to do with the destruction of the Jews in Auschwitz?" He replied, "Yes, insofar as I received all my orders as to the carrying out of that action from the Obersturmführer, senior assault unit leader, Eichmann." This name popped up time and time again, and to everyone's alarm, he wasn't one of the men about to testify in any trial. He'd done a runner, and as you'll see, he had some help. Höss came right out with it, explaining in a written statement that he later confirmed in court, "We executed about 400,000 Hungarian Jews alone in Auschwitz in the summer of 1944. He admitted to murdering 20,000 Russian POWs as well as torturing British POWs. He said at Auschwitz they executed 2.5 million people, while 500,000 more died from starvation." Some of the more important words ever written after World War II were in Höss's signed testimony. You need to hear this from the horse's mouth because it is so astonishing. "I used Zyklon B, which was a crystallized prussic acid that we dropped into the death chamber from a small opening. It took from 3 to 15 minutes to kill the people in the death chamber, depending on the climactic conditions. We knew when the people were dead because their screaming stopped. We usually waited about 1/2 hour before we opened the doors and removed the bodies. After the bodies were removed, our special commandos took off the rings and extracted the gold from the teeth of the corpses." Höss explained how mothers would hide their children in the camp, how he and his men tried to keep the extermination secret from the rest of the prisoners, but the foul and nauseating stench gave it away. In relation to the mass executions, he was asked again, "This entire action came to you directly from Himmler through Eichmann, who had been personally delegated?" He replied, "Yes." So the line of command went Hitler, Himmler, Eichmann. As you now know, Himmler was dead by this point, as was Hitler, so now Eichmann was the man that everyone wanted, that the Jewish people were screaming out for. But Eichmann was nowhere to be found. After the war, he was arrested with other SS officers by US troops and later sent to a work camp. He'd given the US authorities the name Otto Eckmann. By the time Höss was spilling the beans, Eichmann had escaped the camp and was hiding out in Germany under the name Otto Heininger. For those escaped Nazis to survive on the run, they needed a lot of friends. One of them was the Austrian bishop Alois Hundal, a man who years later would refuse to admit he'd done anything wrong, famously saying, "We do not believe in the eye for an eye of the Jew." It was Hundal who made it possible for Eichmann and many other war criminals to hide out in monasteries and Nazi safe houses until they had sufficient paperwork to get a passport and head to Argentina or another far-flung nation. These escape routes were called rat lines. Many of them led to countries in South America, but other chosen destinations were Mexico, Switzerland, and as you'll hear about in detail, the USA. There are various reasons why the Nazis chose South American countries. One is they could find other Germans there. Many of the countries were sympathetic to the Nazi cause. Cruel dictators would take them. There was also the fact that those countries didn't have extradition treaties. And once enough Nazis were in a certain country, they could form networks. A Nazi journalist interviewed Eichmann in 1956. These recordings were not made public until 2022. They tell you a lot about Eichmann, who quite nonchalantly admitted, "I don't care about the Jews deported to Auschwitz, whether they lived or died. It was the Führer's order. Jews who were fit to work would work, and those who weren't would be sent to the final solution." As he said those sobering words, Jewish Nazi hunters were sure Eichmann was somewhere in Argentina. Eichmann had actually settled in well, working various jobs and at one point becoming the department head at a Mercedes-Benz plant in Buenos Aires under the name Clement. Little did the Nazi hunters know that the CIA already knew that. The CIA even had its own Nazis in South America on its payroll. Many years later, the agency declassified 27,000 documents about former Nazis and their lives on the run. One of the documents reads that Eichmann is reported to have lived in Argentina under the alias Clemens. He was actually living under the name of Ricardo Clement. Why no one told the Nazi hunters is complicated. It's believed that the West Germans and the British also knew much that those Nazi hunters wanted to know. This was the Cold War, and perhaps those countries like the US had a reason for not sharing all their intelligence. You'll understand this more clearly soon. For now, we'll just say some men were supposed to stay hidden. In May 1960, a group of Israeli Mossad agents sent to capture Eichmann staked out his house in San Fernando, a suburb of Buenos Aires. They watched him travel to work and back by bus. They were sure they had the right man. At one point, one of the agents went up to Eichmann and talked to him in Spanish. Eichmann got scared and guessed what was happening. But before he could run, two other agents were wrestling him to the ground. One of the worst runaway monsters of World War II had been captured. This wasn't extradition in any sense of the law, it was kidnapping, but hey, what were they to do without any extradition treaties in place? The agents drugged Eichmann and smuggled him back to Israel on a plane, breaking God knows how many laws on the way. This was incredibly controversial at the time. For an architect of the Nazi genocide, Israel basically said something like, "Extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary measures." Eichmann was soon standing in a courtroom described by one of the 500 journalists as a thin, balding man of 55 who looked more like a bank clerk than a butcher. It was a naive thing to say. Evil doesn't snarl and have horns, it winks and wears a tie. Like the rest, Eichmann denied being the monster he'd been made out to be. He told the court he didn't kill anyone and that he was only dealing with train timetables and technical aspects of evacuation transports. Nope, that didn't impress anyone. He was executed in 1962. When those Mossad agents were in Argentina, they had to make a sacrifice. That's because they might have also been able to capture the man that was known as the Angel of Death, the Nazi doctor that experimented on prisoners in the worst possible way, Josef Mengele. This is the man that would walk up to Jews after they entered the camp and picked out the specimens he wanted, often the children who would later call him uncle after he handed them candies. Little did they know they were going to be his human guinea pigs. This is how one of those kids later described being picked by Mengele. Dr. Mengele pulled me out of a queue as we were on the way from the sea logger camp to the gas chamber. I was the only one picked that day personally by Mengele and his assistant. They took me to his laboratory where I met other children. They were screaming from pain. I was injected with drugs and chemicals. On the behalf of the German pharmaceutical companies and the war effort in general, Mengele would purposefully infect people with diseases. He gave some gangrene after rubbing dirt and glass and wounds he'd made. He operated on people without anesthesia. Sometimes when he was done, he ordered them out the back of the lab where they were shot. It's not certain how many people were victims of these terrible experiments, but it was likely in the region of 27,000. It's been reported that over 4,300 of them died, and many more were rendered disabled or left with terrible scars. Lots of them later testified about the horrors they'd faced in the camp. His infinitely unethical work, of course, was useful to the Nazis. In a sane world, you can't experiment on humans, but in the world of war, the Nazi war, that suddenly became possible. Some were left outside to freeze to the point of death and then were dangerously heated up. Women had their muscles and nerves removed. Many had entire limbs hacked off. Some were given deadly blood infections. Dr. Zdenka Nedvedova-Niedla, a Czech doctor who worked alongside Mengele, later testified high amputations were performed. For example, even whole arms with shoulder blades or legs were amputated. These operations were performed mostly on insane women who were immediately killed after the operation by a quick injection. It wasn't an easy decision for those Mossad agents to know that they were giving up Mengele in order to catch Eichmann. They'd heard the nightmarish stories, but in that contaminated sea of hidden Nazis, Eichmann was the bigger fish. One of the Mossad agents explained it simply. "When I have a bird in my hand, I don't start looking for a bird in the bush. I'll take the bird in my hand, put it in a cage, and then deal with the one in the bush." But by the time the Red Army liberated Auschwitz on the 27th of January 1945, Mengele was long gone. When the Americans got him in June, he'd already given all his important documents to a nurse. The US had no idea who they had on their hands, so they released him under the name Fritz Ullmann, which he later changed to Fritz Hollmann. He stayed in Germany for a while working on farms, but when those testimonies revealed his sadistic experiments, he managed to persuade enough people he was worthy candidate for a first-class rat line ticket. SS members helped him get to Italy, where they got a passport from the International Committee of the Red Cross. In 1949, he sailed on a ship to Buenos Aires and later worked as a carpenter under the name of Helmut Greger. He was being careful for a good reason. A sure death sentence awaited him in Europe. But his confidence grew over the years. He made trips back to Europe to see his family, even going on a skiing holiday. Back in Argentina, he started a pharmaceutical company. He gave young women illegal abortions. He never really changed. Speaking about Brazil, he once wrote in his diary, "Brazil is a nice country to live in despite the mixing of races, but there are many people who, like me, believe and are sympathetic to the Nazi movement and racial ideology." He remained a fan of eugenics, writing in another entry, "Weaker humans should not be permitted to reproduce. This is the only way for humankind to exist and sustain itself." During the trial of Eichmann in 1961, Mengele's name was mentioned numerous times. Later, in 1963, during the Frankfurt Auschwitz trials, a witness named Vera Alexander shocked everyone in attendance when she said, "There was a set of twins, gypsies, whom he took away one day from the block where I was. That was the Ziegunterlager, the gypsy camp. Some days later, he returned with them with veins in their arms and their backs sewn together." The judge couldn't believe his ears and asked her again, "He sewed them together like Siamese twins?" She replied, "Yes, he did." Alas, Mr. Mengele was never brought to justice. On February 7, 1979, while Mengele was at a coastal resort in Brazil, he had a stroke in a swimming pool and drowned. He was seen as one of the ones that got away. But little did Americans know that fiends like him were living among them at this time. None of this would have been possible if it wasn't for those rat lines. Franz Stangl is more proof. He was one of the worst, the commander of the Sobibor and Treblinka extermination camps. It's said on his hands was the blood of possibly 1 million Jews. This made him an even bigger fish than Mengele. In 1948, he went to see that man of the cloth, Bishop Aloy Hundal, when Hundal said to him, "You must be Franz Stangl. I've been expecting you." He went first to Syria with the documents Hundal gave him, and later he headed to Brazil. With his family in tow, he worked in Sao Paulo at a Volkswagen car plant. But for once, justice was served and Stangl was extradited. He was back in West Germany in 1967 and he was sentenced to life in prison in 1970. Just 6 months into that sentence, he died from heart failure. He called the Jews he killed mere numbers, cargo, as he said one time. About mass murder, he stated, "That was my profession. I enjoyed it. It fulfilled me. And yes, I was ambitious about it. I won't deny that." One of his last interviews, he told a journalist, "In reality, I share the guilt." 19 hours later, he was dead. Stangl, like many of the rats in the rat lines, crossed the Alps into Italy. They often hid out at the Capuchin monastery near Bressanone, and sometimes the Franciscan monastery near Bolzano. This was called the monastery route. From there, Rome was usually the next destination and then to far-off places. In Rome, with a member of the Catholic Church having confirmed their identity, the International Committee of the Red Cross supplied them with a passport. Somewhere in the region of 120,000 papers were handed out leading up to 1951. This might sound strange, but it was due to humanitarian concerns. The so-called protective passports were for anyone at risk of persecution, including Jews during the Holocaust. Still, the organization was roundly criticized for giving those Nazis papers. "This was no time for neutrality," was the usual refrain. Sometimes those involved in the rat lines weren't neutral in the slightest, such as the U.S. intelligence agencies that helped the so-called Butcher of Leon escape. He was Klaus Barbie, a man whose face stayed in his victims' memories for the rest of their lives. The eyes, they used to say, they could never forget his evil eyes. Like a James Bond villain, he interrogated people suspected of being part of the French resistance with a cat in his arms. Survivors testified that he'd put the cat down and walk over to his toolbox telling them, "You will speak to me, trust me, you will talk. They all do in the end." One of them later testified, Barbie took pleasure, a pleasure that was astounding in torturing. Another said, he had the eyes of a monster. He was savage. My God, he was savage. It was unimaginable. He butchered them in ways we can't even truly describe, and then sent them to their deaths at the camps. Barbie was the head of the Gestapo in Leon, whose headquarters were at the famed Hotel Terminus. This is where the torture happened, often for days on end with that damn cat of his always nearby. Not many people could hold out. Some did, though, such as a woman named Lise Leserve, whom Barbie thought was connected to a resistance fighter named Dictator. On his last attempt to torture her, after already smashing her up and freezing her in baths of ice cubes, he said in a calm voice, "I admire you, but in the end everybody talks. What you have done is magnificent, my dear. Nobody has held out as long as you. It's nearly over now. I'm very upset, but let's finish. Go on, a little effort. Who is Dictator?" She said nothing, just looked at him from her swollen eyes with a hatred she never thought she could muster. He then said, "Liquidate her. I don't want to see her anymore." Stories like these were common. It was discovered after the war that Barbie sent possibly 4,000 of those people to extermination camps, including dozens of orphans. This was a man with plenty of information about spies. He had a lot of intelligence in his mind and in his little black books, so after the war, he was a man of great value, a top asset. The British got there first. Their agents beat him and interrogated him, asking him everything he knew, including the names of all the secret communists in Europe. God only knows the US wanted those names more than anyone. In fact, the US took Barbie away from the Brits. A paper written on the matter reads, CIC rationalized that if unemployed, Barbie would renew his overtures to the British, who would find out that the CIC had not turned him in. The U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps, an early iteration of the CIA, knew the French wanted Barbie the Butcher to pay for his crimes, but he was just too good to give up, so the CIC put Barbie on their payroll. They said if he spied for them as an anti-communist, he'd live very comfortably and get hundreds of dollars for his work. Well, thought Barbie, that sounds better than hanging from a rope. They also promised him they'd make his name disappear, since word was already getting around about this Butcher of Leon. It wasn't an easy decision for the CIC. They knew the French wanted justice. It was just a matter of thinking about what was better in the greater scheme of things, and the agency chose to keep Barbie. Now, things get really crazy. A now declassified file states in 1951, the CIC sponsored his escape to South America via a rat line operating through Italy. The question is, who did they pay? In actions that many years later the U.S. Justice Department would have to issue apologies over, the CIC enlisted a fascist war criminal who was one of the main instruments of ratline escapes. He was the Croatian priest named Dr. Krunoslav Draganovic, a nasty piece of work said to be behind the murder of hundreds of thousands of Orthodox Serbs and Jews. Here is a part of a secret CIC memo that was decades later unearthed. The 430th CIC detachment has been operating with what they term a rat line evacuation system to Central and South America without serious repercussions during the past 3 years. At the cost of approximately $1,000 for each adult, 430th CIC is transferring evacuees to Italy, where they are provided with legal documentation obtained through devious means there. South American dictators ran a tight ship in terms of capturing and killing their enemies, and Barbie was the king of interrogations. They tortured their critics and made others go missing. Since they were anti-communist, things got the backing of the U.S. under Operation Condor. The U.S. paid for and arranged coups of democratically elected leaders, so relatively speaking, having a Nazi on the payroll wasn't really such a big deal. There's even more circumstantial evidence that it was Barbie and the CIA working in a collaboration that led to Guevara's capture by Bolivian soldiers. We now know that Barbie was also on the payroll of West Germany's Federal Intelligence Service. He was Agent 43118. Like the US, West Germany would rather not have this come out, but it did. Barbie worked with other organizations that killed indiscriminately and ruled by fear, the drug traffickers. For a while, he helped Bolivia's biggest drug lord Roberto Suarez Gomez, aka the King of Cocaine. He later got pally with Pablo Escobar and his Medellin cartel. Escobar gave him money for his anti-communist work, which was kind of weird given the US was after Escobar, yet at the same time working with Barbie. It wasn't too long though before his identity was revealed and he was on his way back to Europe to face the music. The spying agencies of the Americans, the Brits, and the West Germans were all somewhat hot under the collar because they'd known all along he was alive and well, working as torturer-in-chief in South America while trafficking drugs. When he arrived at the airport in 1983, a 44-year-old woman who he had tortured as a kid was there and tried to shoot him. She failed and got herself arrested. He was hated that much, so his appearance was mightily embarrassing for the Americans. The Justice Department had to make that apology. Its long investigation led to a paper being written, with sections headed with things like the Army's interest in reactivating Barbie in 1965 to 67, drug trafficking, weapons trade, and Barbie's entries into the United States. While Nazi hunters were struggling to find him and the French were clueless about his whereabouts, the CIA was writing memos that said he could be re-recruited in the late 60s if he could provide unique information of significant importance under secure operational conditions. Barbie went to trial. His victims hissed and screamed at him in the courtroom. Some broke down, describing in harrowing detail what had happened to them back in Leon. Journalists were rendered speechless by what they heard. How this now old man had been the very embodiment of sadism. Barbie's lawyer tried to argue that what Barbie had done was no different from what the Americans did in My Lai in Vietnam, what the French did in Algeria. It didn't work. He was found guilty of crimes against humanity and died 4 years later in prison. The question now was, who else had the CIA and FBI known about all these years? Declassified documents tell us the FBI investigated the possibility of Hitler escaping through a rat line to South America. Some of the 700 FBI documents declassified in 2014 said just that, or at least wrote about the possibility of it happening. One of them states Hitler's reported to be hiding out in the foothills of southern Andes. The file says a meeting took place in Hollywood. A man in that meeting said he was in a group of 4 people who met Hitler and his party when they landed from a submarine in Argentina. More subs arrived carrying around 50 people, including doctors, all part of Hitler's escape party. All kinds of things were coming out, but that didn't mean they were true. The CIA, under Operation Bloodstone, had tried after the war to hire leading former Nazis in hiding so as to recruit them into the Cold War against the Soviet Union. Both J. Edgar Hoover at the FBI and Allen Dulles at the CIA were in on this. The New York Times said in a report that about 1,000 Nazi war criminals were hired, and some ended up being given papers to move to the U.S. One case involved a man accused of machine gunning down 60,000 Jews in Lithuania. He was hired by the CIA as a spy and paid $1,700 a year, as well as 2 cartons of cigarettes each month. That was in 1952. In 1956, he was given the green light to emigrate to the U.S. Years later, when the FBI wanted to prosecute him, the CIA stepped in and said they couldn't do that because it would expose them. In 1980, the FBI told the Justice Department to please step aside when the latter said, "We know at least 16 Nazi war criminals are living in the U.S. and working for you." They were FBI informants, giving information to the agency on who in the U.S. had sympathies for the commies. 16 had been hired, but in 1980 only 6 were still on the payroll. The FBI sent a memo to its agents reminding them the most important thing was protecting the confidentiality of such sources of information to the fullest extent possible. One of those undercover agents was SS Officer Otto von Bolschwing. He'd worked under Eichmann and once authored a research paper on how to best terrorize Jewish people. Despite being a war criminal, he was hooked up with the CIC after the war, and later, when he became the CIA, Bolschwing was one of the agency's best European spies. The CIA thanked him in 1954 when it moved him and his family to New York, what the agency said was a reward for his loyal post-war service. Another note admitted that if the Israelis find out and he's exposed as one of Eichmann's main men, it'll be embarrassing to the U.S. The CIA managed to keep the information about his close relationship with Eichmann under wraps for at least a while. Now, they weren't all great spies. The Times wrote, but many Nazi spies proved inept or worse, declassified security reviews show. Some were deemed habitual liars, confidence men, or embezzlers, and a few even turned out to be Soviet double agents. Who knows, maybe that quiet man next door your grandmother used to talk about was a Nazi war criminal helped through a U.S.-sponsored rat line after the war. It's thought that under Operation Paperclip, the U.S. took in another 1,600 German scientists, some of whom were members or even leaders of the Nazi Party. These weren't hired as spies like the other men, but to do what they'd always done, science. Some became a big part of the Cold War space race. And don't think for a second that the Soviets didn't also employ former Nazi scientists. They put about 2,200 of them on the payroll. According to The Guardian, some Nazis also lived in the UK, and MI6 hired a few. The paper wrote in 2006, most remained in the UK, however, and were granted civilian status. Many married, started families, and by the 1990s, those who survived were British subjects. Gunther Ebeling was the commander of an annihilation squad of the SS in Warsaw, and right after the war, he ended up working for both the British and American spy agencies. His alias for both agencies was Slim. A research paper featuring Slim and other Nazi war criminals hired by the Brits and Americans states, at this time, the British knew Slim was a war criminal. Perhaps this is why they advised one of their own intelligence officers, Mr. Coleman, to drop his personal friendship with him, which had formed during Operation Nursery. Nevertheless, the British ID had been using Slim in coordination with their American colleagues in an anti-Nazi operation codenamed Jersey Cow, which would later develop into the better-known Operation Selection Board. Operation Selection Board consisted of going after 70 ex-Nazis who were part of a right-wing, virulently anti-communist movement. These rabid and dangerous war criminal anti-communists had actually believed that they would get help from the British and Americans since they were so against Stalin. It was later written, fantastic as this idea may seem, it made sense to these people, and they believed that the British and American authorities would accept it. They then decided to make the supreme effort. At the risk of certain imprisonment, if their plan failed, they sent 5 of their leaders to make contact with the authorities, reveal their identities as fugitives, and make their proposition. The paper also states that Klaus Barbie was responsible for the procurement of supplies for the organization and the establishment of an intelligence network throughout the British and American zones. For a while, the agencies played along and told the Nazis they were behind them, that they'd help them set up a new right-wing government so long as they went after the communists. But the agencies hired Slim to help them arrest these Nazi war criminals, as well as the remaining Hitler Youth in Operation Nursery. In one swoop, the Americans and Brits arrested 50 of these Nazis. A book about the matter states, "This was the last large organized group of Nazis to be formed in the western zone of Germany. It was completely broken up, its activities were publicized, and its story now serves as a reminder to the German people of the futility of nationalistic actions outside the scope of existing democratic processes now in operation in Germany." A different paper written about Mr. Slim states, evidence suggests the CIC believed he was crucial to the successful completion of Operation Nursery and the breaking up of other Nazi underground organizations. But Slim's story was a common one. The Americans soon started worrying that it would get out that they and the Brits had a war criminal on their secret books. More concerning was the fact that Slim now knew way too much about American and British intelligence. What if he became a double agent? He soon became a security risk. It was said that the agencies loved the information and not the informant. The spies were highly expendable. 3 British intelligence officers later tried to arrest Slim. As the saying goes, they were bringing him in. The report says Slim's rendezvous on January 18th was a trap. It says the 6'6" huge man went through the Brits like a bowling ball. The report adds they'd been ordered to take him alive and did not in consequence use their pistols except to try to overawe him. One officer shot Slim in the foot and he apparently went berserk, so they tried to knock him out with chloroform. The report states finally after a severe struggle, one of them hit Slim over the head with a loaded stick and knocked him unconscious. They shoved him in a car, pending advice from the Americans, but before they could get him to the Americans, he died in the back. We imagine his last words were something like, "You double-crossing, lying pieces of shh." If this story proves anything, it's that the end of the war was certainly a murky business. On September 18th, the Second World War was in its opening stages, and in Berlin, Arthur Niebuhr, the head of the Reichskriminalpolizeiamt, the Central Criminal Investigation Department of Nazi Germany, considered how he could help his nation win the war. Germany was strong, stronger than it had been in decades, but it faced the considerable might of Britain and France both, and perhaps the biggest obstacle to any victory in Europe, Britain's formidable economy. With an empire that stretched around the world, Britain's economic might surpassed that of Nazi Germany, and its ability to outspend the Third Reich in a protracted conflict could spell defeat. To make matters worse, the British pound was also the world's reserve currency at the time, meaning that the British enjoyed the same economic advantage negotiating trade deals that America does now with the dollar as the global reserve currency. Not only could Britain outspend Nazi Germany, it could out-haggle it as well. Something had to be done, and Arthur Niebuhr had a brilliant idea on what that something was. Meeting with his superior, Reinhard Heydrich, Niebuhr laid out an ambitious and out-of-the-box plan. For years, the Reichskriminalpolizeiamt had investigated, tracked down, and imprisoned counterfeiters and scammers. Why not put these same criminals to work on the war effort? If the British pound could be counterfeited, then billions of them, 30 billion worth of fake currency to be exact, could be airdropped all over Britain, causing a complete financial collapse of the mighty empire through hyperinflation and the loss of its status as the world's reserve currency. Heydrich carefully considered the plan and decided he liked it, although he was cautious about using police resources to find these counterfeiters. Their job was to investigate crime not created, after all. Nevertheless, Niebuhr's plan was relayed up the chain of command until arriving at Josef Goebbels' desk, the Reich's Minister of Propaganda, who immediately called it a grotesque plan, though he liked the potential he saw in it. Convening a meeting of the Reich's top ministers and leadership, the plan to counterfeit British pounds was put forward and debated. There was serious concern over this ambitious plan, as engaging in the counterfeiting of another nation's money was against international law, and Germany could face stiff repercussions if it lost the war. With the reparations forced on Germany after the First World War still fresh in many Germans' minds, this was a risk not taken lightly. Furthermore, though even if Germany won the war, or if word got out while the war still raged that Germany was counterfeiting another nation's currency, then neutral nations may choose not to trade with Germany at all, fearing of being paid with counterfeit money. Germany's reputation would be ruined, and its ability to conduct the vital international trade needed to keep the war effort going could be jeopardized. Despite all these considerations, the main objections to the plan came from only one man, Walter Funk, the Reich Minister of Economic Affairs. The discussion quickly became a one-sided affair, with Funk increasingly isolated in his objections. The matter was ultimately settled with Adolf Hitler himself giving final approval for the plan.
Thus, Operation Bernhard was a go, and the British economy stood in dire risk. Yet, just a month after his secret meeting, details of the plan had already leaked to Russian intelligence officials. With workers around the world having deep sympathies to Russia's socialist movement, the reach of Russia's intelligence agencies was formidable and penetrated nearly every country on Earth, even into the heart of the Third Reich itself. An unknown agent, likely a secretary or assistant to one of the Reich's ministers, got word of the plan and its full details, meaning this agent was highly placed indeed, and immediately leaked it to their Soviet handlers. Carefully considering the value of this explosive intelligence, the Soviets decided to go ahead and warn the British, and a month later a Russian agent met with Michael Polarit, the British ambassador to Greece, and briefed him on the full details of the plan. While the Soviet Union and Germany had signed a non-aggression pact, it was feared that a belligerent Germany would eventually turn on the Soviet Union, and even if it didn't, it would be best if Germany's military successes against Britain and France were limited at best. If Germany could be sufficiently weakened, it would pose little threat, but if it was successful in defeating or at least overpowering France and Britain, then an emboldened Germany could mean serious trouble for the Soviet Union. It was thus hoped that leaking the details of this plan to the British would ensure that Germany didn't too easily overcome its enemies. Alarmed at the serious threat posed by Germany's counterfeiting operation, Polarit immediately notified London, who in turn alerted the U.S. Department of the Treasury and the Bank of England. Surprisingly, there was some small reluctance to believe Germany's plan could be successful from officials at the Bank of England. After all, British notes had changed little since 1855 and seen little successful counterfeiting. As John Keyworth, curator of the Bank of England Museum, would go on to say, the Bank of England was a little complacent about the design of its notes and the production of them, going on to describe British notes as technologically very simple. Nevertheless, the threat posed to the British economy was severe. A flooding of its domestic market or even the world market of billions of counterfeit pounds would usher in hyperinflation, completely devaluing the currency. It would also ruin global confidence in the British pound, resulting in not just the loss of status as the world's reserve currency, but in the possible refusal to engage in trade deals, even with legitimate notes being used for fear of counterfeiting. The German plan was truly insidious and could not be allowed to succeed. In a bid to thwart the Germans before they could get fully started, the Bank of England immediately released an emergency £1 note with a metal security thread running through the paper. Meanwhile, back in Germany, Reinhard Heydrich put this plan into action, using police resources to locate and bribe or coerce the nation's best counterfeiters into working for him. In a perverse copy of an Ocean's 11 movie plot, Heydrich put together a team of Germany's best crooks and scammers to try to crack the British note and bring the Reich's enemies to their knees. The task would be broken down into 3 stages. 1. Produce paper identical to that on which the British notes were printed, copying not just all security features on the paper notes, but even going so far as to get the exact chemical composition of the British water used in their manufacture. Only then could a copy be perfect and foolproof. 2. Prepare printing plates that were identical to the ones used to stamp out British notes, a task which would require the very careful copying of the most minute details to include hidden flaws that were actually secret security features. 3. Duplicate the British serial numbering system, a coded alphanumeric arrangement of letters and numbers that made each note unique. It could immediately give away a fake. Heydrich decided that they would concentrate their efforts on the notes with the largest circulation in order to make the fakes harder to spot, and thus chose the £5 note. Samples of authentic notes were sent to technical colleges around Germany to identify their exact chemical composition, with the results coming back indicating that the materials used were rag paper with no additional cellulose. The Germans thus realized that the paper would have to be handmade, a process that would be physically intensive and time-consuming. Meanwhile, Britain had gotten word that the German counterfeiting operation was underway, and in response stopped printing additional £5 notes. The general public was also warned about counterfeits and how to spot a fake bill versus a real one. With a public now aware of the threat of counterfeit notes, the Germans would have to get theirs exactly right, or the entire plan would have been nothing more than a very expensive waste of time and war resources both. Inspecting the first batch of German paper to be used in fake notes, the color between real notes and the samples were noticeably different. The Germans thus turned to the Hahnemühle paper factory, which experimented with the process until the color between the counterfeit notes and the real ones matched. However, though, the first notes looked identical in color under normal light. Under ultraviolet light, they looked dull when compared to the original originals. This was hypothesized to be because of the chemical composition of British water used to make the paper and ink. Thus, experimentation began to precisely copy the exact composition of British river and tap water. Eventually, the colors finally matched, and the first major hurdle was cleared. Meanwhile, banking experts and mathematicians worked on the coded arrangement of the alphanumeric serial designation on British notes, while German engravers worked painstakingly to replicate the exact details present on British notes, examining currency records from the past 20 years and using techniques borrowed from military cryptanalysis. The Germans successfully broke the serial designation code present on real British pounds. The engravers, meanwhile, labored to replicate the most minute of details of the British printed notes, struggling to accurately replicate the vignette of Britannia, which appeared on the left side of all British notes. The seal was so elaborate and difficult to replicate that the German counterfeiters took to calling it Bloody Britannia in frustration. However, after 7 months of operation, the Germans finally had their first note believed to be a perfect copy, although a very close inspection showed that Britannia's eyes were incorrect. A year into the war, Germany began mass-producing fake British notes, creating anywhere from between £3 million to £500,000 worth of fakes. Yet, with the war going swimmingly in Germany's favor, the notes were never actually used. Instead, the entire operation was revamped in 1942, with Heinrich Himmler ordering SS Major Bernhard Kruger to create fake notes with which to fund German intelligence operations. By the time the war turned against Germany, Britain and the US's preparations to fight counterfeit British notes were so thorough that they were simply not worth using at all. At the end of the day, what might have been a brilliant stroke to destroy the British economy was delayed, forgotten, and remembered far too late to have any effect on the outcome of the war. After the war, Major Kruger hid in his home from the Allied officials until November 1946, when he surrendered to British authorities. Yet forging an enemy's currency was not a war crime, so therefore he faced no charges. Instead, he was detained until 1947, when he was handed over to the French, who tried to persuade him to forge passports for them. Refusing, he was eventually released in November 1948, when he underwent a denazification process, during which statements were produced from concentration camp inmates forced to work as forgers whose lives Kruger had saved. Ultimately, the faked British notes were either destroyed or dumped into Lake Toplitz and Grundlsee. In 1958, Expedition located several cases of the counterfeit money, along with a book detailing the secrets of the Bank of England's numbering system. After the death of a diver in the lake in 1963, the Austrian government undertook an extensive search of the lake, recovering more boxes of notes. The last notes to be recovered were discovered in 2000, and upon seeing the quality of the notes, one Bank of England official described them as the most dangerous ever seen. Germany's fake British notes could have severely undermined the British economy, if not outright destroyed it. Yet, they were never implemented in time to do any actual damage, and their potential wasted while Germany was winning the war, and ultimately useless when Germany began losing and became desperate enough to think about using them.
It's a foggy night. A young Coast Guard recruit, John Cullen, patrols the beach near Amagansett, Long Island. To amuse himself during this chilly walk, Cullen sings the latest hits, including I've Got a Girl and Kalamazoo. His singing comes to an abrupt halt when he spots 3 men holding a small boat in the surf. Cullen is actually running about 10 minutes behind schedule on his midnight patrol. Ironically, because of his tardiness, he stumbles onto Operation Pistorius, a Nazi sabotage plot to wreak havoc in America. In the spring of 1942, Germany was riding a wave of success. Several concentration camps were fully operational, and the Third Reich had won huge battles in several countries. However, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the US had entered the war. Hitler worried about America's industrial power. The only way the Axis was going to win was to obstruct America's ability to make war. Therefore, a sabotage program, Operation Pistorius, was created, named in honor of Franz Daniel Pistorius, leader of the first German migrants to arrive in the New World. On April 13th, the 9 military intelligence recruits selected for Operation Pistorius convened at the farm on the shore of Lake Quenz in Germany. They were split into 2 missions. George John Dash was leader of the first. On his team was Ernst Peter Berger, Joseph Schmidt, Richard Quirin, and Heinrich Heinck. The leader of the second group was Edward Curling. On his team were Herbie Haupt, Hermann Neubauer, and Werner Thiel. All the men had previously spent time in the US. A few were US citizens. Most had come to Germany compelled to fight for the fatherland. They all spoke varying degrees of English. Over about 5 weeks of intense training, the saboteurs learned several skills, including how to pick locks, build incendiary devices, and plant bombs. They created new identities and were provided with false documents. During downtime, they read old copies of American newspapers and magazines, long since banned in Germany, to brush up on American culture, such as the New York Times and the Saturday Evening Post. As their training progressed, the agents were sent to Berlin. Here they spent several days taking field trips around the city to see canals, railway systems, and industrial factories. It was a chance to view up close the types of mechanisms they were going to destroy. Dash's team would focus on sabotaging hydroelectric plants and industrial factories. If the saboteurs could severely disrupt aluminum production, they might be able to prevent the United States from creating an effective air force to fight the Luftwaffe. Kerling's team would target transportation systems, destroying crucial railroad passes and critical bottlenecks, such as the Hellgate Bridge, which connected Long Island to the Bronx. If there were materials left over from attacking major targets, the saboteurs would focus on targets of opportunity, such as planting small explosive devices in Jewish-owned department stores. The point of the small attacks would be to spread panic rather than kill. As final preparations were made, each saboteur was handed 3 documents to sign. The first was a financial contract stipulating salary and how much of his family would receive in the event of his death. The second document committed the Abwehr, or the German Military Intelligence Service, to find appropriate civilian jobs for the saboteurs once the war was over. The third document was a pledge of secrecy. The saboteurs were to never talk about their work to outsiders on penalty of death. The saboteurs had a stopover in Paris, where they were given money and told to go out and have a good time. They ran wild, Hank especially. He got drunk at a bar and announced that he was a secret agent. After 3 days in Paris, the group went to the coastal town of Lorient to meet the U-boats that would take them to the U.S. Dash and Kerling, the 2 group leaders, were given $50,000 for operational purposes and $5,000 for each agent. In addition, each saboteur was given a specially designed money belt containing $4,000 plus $450 in ready cash for immediate use. Ultimately, the saboteurs would take over $180,000 with them to the United States, equivalent of $2 million in today's dollars. However, while counting the money, Haupt noticed some of the bills he'd been given weren't greenbacks but so-called yellowbacks, gold certificates withdrawn from circulation in 1934, after the United States went off the gold standard. The men were furious. Such carelessness could have caused them to be quickly caught. They searched all the money, removing the incriminating bills. The saboteurs' confidence in the mission was shaken. Then Dash accidentally left his identification papers on a train, along with a few pictures of his wife and mother, as well as a notebook that contained jottings from sabotage lessons. Schmidt came down with an STD and had to quit the mission so he could receive treatment. Later, he would admit that he had injected his genitals with a solution to mimic symptoms to get out of going on the sabotage mission. Finally, on May 28th, Dash's group departed from the Lorient Harbor on the U-202. The plan was to drop them off in the northeast. A few days later, Kerling's team left on U-584 with plans to be dropped off in Florida. Along with each team went 4 special waterproof wooden crates containing detonators and explosives. On June 12th, U-202 arrived at Long Island. Dash's team and their equipment were rowed ashore. Due to the bad fog and strong surf, the sailors rowed in circles, almost capsizing the boat and drenching the saboteurs' bags. Once on the beach, they quickly hauled the crates up to the sand dunes and hastily covered them with sand. Then they laid a raincoat on the sand and spread out their sodden clothing. While the rest of the team was dealing with the clothing, Dash helped the sailors try to launch the dinghy. That was when the Coast Guardsman Cullen stumbled across the scene. Dash tried to convince Cullen that they were lost fishermen run aground. As Cullen grew suspicious, Dash pulled out a wad of bills and forced them on Cullen, aggressively asking him if he would remember Dash's face if he saw it again. Cullen, who was unarmed, felt outnumbered and threatened. He took the money and backed away. Once he was out of sight in the fog, he ran to the Coast Guard station. Most of the Coast Guard were asleep and were disbelieving when Cullen woke them up shouting about the Germans. That is, until they saw the money. About 30 minutes after the incident, a Coast Guard team returned to where Cullen had met the man. They spread out and searched the beach, but the strangers were long gone. However, they could smell diesel fumes wafting in from the sea. Although the fog was still thick, they caught glimpses of a long boat stuck on a sandbar. U-202 had gotten stranded on a sandbar after getting close to the beach. Over several hours, the captain tried to make the boat as light as possible and maneuver it free. Around 3 a.m., the captain began to prep to scuttle the sub, but the tide started to rise. They gave it a final try and were able to float the U-boat. Though several Coast Guardsmen and naval radio men from the Amagansett Naval Radio Station saw and reported the sub, leaders further up the chain only logged the sightings and didn't investigate, allowing U-202 to escape back to the Atlantic. As they combed the beach, the Coast Guard found clothing, a wet sea bag, a pack of German cigarettes, and a freshly turned mound of sand. When they dug, they came across 4 wooden crates. Later, when the Coast Guard intelligence officers opened the crates, they found a variety of sabotage devices. They counted the wad of bills the mysterious stranger had slipped to Cullen. It was $260. Meanwhile, the saboteurs managed to trek undetected to the train station just outside of the village of Amagansett. They cleaned up as best they could, hiding wet swimming trunks and other clothes in bushes opposite the station. Once the station opened, they bought 4 one-way tickets for an express train bound for Jamaica, Queens. After the train left, the station master discovered the abandoned wet clothes and, thinking nothing of it, threw them in the incinerator. After arriving in New York City, agents split into pairs and went on shopping sprees to replace the clothes they'd left behind on the beach. Dash and Berger took rooms at the Governor Clinton Hotel in Manhattan, while Kieran and Hayek took rooms at another hotel. The plan was to lie low for a bit. The team leaders would meet on July 4th in a hotel in Cincinnati to coordinate their sabotage operations. Coast Guard intelligence delivered everything they found on the beach to their New York headquarters. The chiefs decided to bring the FBI into the investigation. Senior naval officers were also notified. Dash had made a few cryptic statements to Berger during his training, trying to suss out how he felt. Now he put all his cards on the table and told Berger he wasn't going through with the mission. He hated Nazism and was going to report the plot to the FBI. As it turned out, Berger had similar feelings. Both of them had experienced harsh and unfair conditions in Germany and agreed to the mission as a way to get back to the US. However, they were afraid to go to the New York office of the FBI because they'd been told that it had been under constant observation by the Gestapo. On the other hand, they had to be careful not to be caught by US authorities before they could turn themselves in. In the end, they agreed to telephone the FBI in New York, provide a rough outline of their mission, and announced that one of them would travel to Washington to meet with J. Edgar Hoover on a very important matter. Unfortunately, the agent manning the phone desk at the New York FBI didn't take the call seriously. The call was simply logged, deemed crazy, and promptly forgotten. No need to notify Washington. To calm his nerves, an anxious Dash turned to gambling. He went to one of his old gambling clubs and went on a wild, high-stakes, 36-hour card-playing binge. Meanwhile, the saboteurs from U-584 had an easy landing in Florida at Ponte Verde Beach. They also were able to hide their sabotage gear and make their way undetected to Jacksonville. They also split into pairs, checked into hotels, and went shopping. In the evening, over drinks, they agreed on a plan of action. Kerling and Thiel would travel to Cincinnati and New York, Neubauer and Haupt to Chicago. They would meet again on July 6, 2 days after the planned July 4th rendezvous between Kerling and Dash in Cincinnati. For now, they would leave their explosives hidden. At some point, Kerling and Haupt would return to Florida and retrieve them. In New York, Kieran and Hayek became suspicious when Dash skipped check-in meetings. Berger tried to smooth things over. Dash went to Washington. After some frustrating phone calls where he had passed from person to person, he was finally able to get a meeting with Dwayne L. Traynor, the head of the FBI's anti-sabotage unit. A skeptical Traynor only took the meeting because of a strange story making the office rounds about German agents landing on Long Island. For the next several days, Dash dictated a statement that eventually grew to 254 single-space typewritten pages. Once Traynor realized that Dash could be telling the truth, he rushed regular summaries of what Dash was saying to J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI. Hoover ordered Dash's hotel room searched. Agents found a briefcase full of money and other clues which seemed to confirm Dash's story. The FBI tracked Berger down and placed him under surveillance, figuring that he would lead him to the other saboteurs. They were right, and within a few days, all 3 men were arrested. When interrogated, Berger was very cooperative and helpful. By June 24th, the FBI had surveilled and arrested the Team 2 saboteurs also. Lastly, Dash was taken into custody. Traynor gently explained to Dash that his confession plan assumed that the U.S. government was unaware of the landing at the Amagansett Beach. In fact, they had been investigating the case since then. Dash was just as criminal as the others. Worried that other agencies would claim jurisdiction over the matter, Hoover quickly held a press conference announcing the plot and arrest of the saboteurs. He emphasized the central role played by the FBI in cracking the case. There was no mention of Dash's confession, which actually cracked the case, or the role the Coast Guard had played. The press ate up the dramatic story. Shortly thereafter, American radio stations in Europe started carrying reports of Operation Pistorius' arrest. The details discussed revealed that the Americans had clearly uncovered the full plot and gotten the agents to confess, making the operation a catastrophic failure, as well as giving the Americans a large propaganda victory. The Fuhrer was livid. He summoned the Abwehr chiefs and subjected them to tirades before ending sabotage programs for America. On July 2nd, President Roosevelt issued Executive Proclamation 2561, creating a military tribunal to prosecute the Germans. It was thought that a civilian court would go too easy on them, and there were worries that lawyers for the saboteurs might invoke habeas corpus, a procedure that could send the case to the Supreme Court. Furthermore, President Roosevelt wanted to use the case to send a clear warning to Hitler to refrain from similar plots in the future. At this time, Director Hoover had kept from Roosevelt the assistance provided to the FBI by Dash and Berger. The president believed the saboteurs to be equally guilty. The Germans were quickly charged and tried for 4 offenses. 1. Violating the law of war. 2. Violating Article 81 of the Articles of War, defining the offense of corresponding with or giving intelligence to the enemy. Number 3. Violating Article 82 of the Articles of War, defining the offense of spying. And number 4. Conspiracy to commit the offenses alleged in the first 3 charges. The trial was swift and all 8 saboteurs were found guilty and sentenced to death. Because of their confessions, President Roosevelt commuted Dash's sentence to a 30-year prison term and Berger's to life. Dash became extremely bitter about his plight. He felt he was treated unfairly and shouldn't have to serve prison time at all. On Saturday, August 8th, the 6 saboteurs were executed by electric chair and quietly buried in a graveyard for unclaimed bodies in the District of Columbia. In April 1948, President Harry S. Truman pardoned Dash and Berger. They were deported to Germany. The country was wrestling with economic collapse and it was difficult to find employment. Also, many Germans regarded Dash and Berger as traitors. Both men struggled. Several months after he returned to Germany, Berger went to the U.S. government office in Stuttgart and came face-to-face with Reinhold Barth, one of his instructors at the Quince Lake Sabotage School. Barth had once worked for the Long Island Railroad before being repatriated to Germany to fight for the fatherland. Now he had parlayed his fluent English and background to get a job as a U.S. Army liaison officer with the German railway system. A man who had given lessons in blowing up American railroads was making a good living at a job monitoring the movements of U.S. troops and military supplies throughout the German transport system. Ironically, if Barth wanted to carry out acts of sabotage against the United States, he was now in the ideal position to do so. Berger tried to alert U.S. authorities to Barth's dangerous background, but his words fell on deaf ears. Operation Pistorius was over. The FBI had long since given up on trying to track down the masterminds behind the plot. The powers that be were focused on reconstructing a new Germany. 1944, the Gestapo HQ in the French city of Lyon. A bloodied young woman, her teeth broken, her face black and blue, is strapped to a chair. Her interrogator enters the room. As usual, he's holding his beloved cat in his arms. It's time for the next round of torture. "You will talk to me today, Simone," he says, smiling. He puts his cat on a chair and walks over to a toolbox. Simone will live with this day for the rest of her life. The man, who sounds something like a James Bond villain, is Klaus Barbie, aka the Butcher of Lyon. His crimes would go on for decades. The atrocities he committed with the Nazis were just the beginning of a long career as an interrogator and torturer. And what's more disturbing is the fact that he managed to stay out of the clutches of the law because he had some help from the apparent good guys, perhaps the best help a man could have. His benefactor was none other than the government of the USA. You heard that right. And if that surprises you, this same man was also once friends with the king of cocaine, Pablo Escobar, not to mention some of the most rotten dictators this world has ever seen. Yet this is a complicated tale and one that sounds like fiction, but we've done our research. It's true. And it's such a shocking expose that there were a fair few people that hoped the story would never come out. The woman in that intro was named Simone Lagrange. She was just 13 when she endured 8 days of torture at the hands of Barbie, something that she would later testify to. Suspected to be a member of the French resistance, Barbie beat her within an inch of her life, hoping she might give up her friends. Each day he'd enter the room where she was tied up, often carrying his pet cat. She later said he seemed to take great pleasure in the torture, saying his smile was like a knife blade. He was a sadist, a maniac, armed with a toolbox of weapons. Lagrange said he busted her up good, one time breaking a vertebrae in her back with a spiked ball on the end of a stick. She wasn't the only one to suffer at the hands of this madman. A French Jew named Lise Lesèvre later testified that she was interrogated and tortured for days on end before being sent to Ravensbrück concentration camp. Barbie took pleasure, a pleasure that was astounding in torturing, she said, adding that he hung her up by her wrists for 10 days while doing the unimaginable to her. To make matters worse, both her husband and her son were gassed by the Nazis at the Auschwitz death camp. Enad Leger met him too in France. She later testified, "He had the eyes of a monster. He was a savage. My God, he was a savage. It was unimaginable. He broke my teeth. He pulled my hair back. He put a bottle in my mouth and pushed it until the lips split from the pressure." She said she could never forget those eyes, which were imprinted in her mind forever. She actually later lost the use of her sight as she starved in a Nazi death camp. How does the man end up this way? We hear the word monster, but we're also familiar with the term the banality of evil. The Butcher of Lyon once had been a kid. He, like everyone else, had played in the park, ridden his bicycle with his friends, celebrated Christmas with his family. But somewhere along the line, he became as close to evil as one can imagine. So what happened? He was born in Godesberg, Germany on October 25, 1913. Some of his first memories were of his father, also named Nicholas, coming back from fighting in World War II. Nicholas had been through a hell of his own, first being severely wounded in the neck on the battlefield and later being captured by the French army. Nicholas barely survived the war, but his injuries were not just physical. Germany had been humiliated. He had been humiliated. He came back with that look in his eyes, what you might call the 1,000-yard stare. He took straight to the bottle, beating his wife, Klaus, and his brother, screaming at them about how much he detested the French. Suffice to say, this had a profound impact on Klaus Jr. Nonetheless, Klaus did okay in school. He excelled in languages and had dreams of studying theology, perhaps one day working as an academic himself. But then in 1933, when he was just 20, everything fell apart. First, his brother Kurt died after struggling with a chronic illness. A few months later, his alcoholic father passed away. This was in 1933, the same year that Adolf Hitler became the Chancellor of Germany. Klaus's family were now destitute, just as many Germans were, and it was this man, Adolf Hitler, that promised to bring prosperity back to the country. So, with hope in his heart and a fair bit of anger, at age 22, Barbie started working for the Reichsarbeitsdienst, a kind of Nazi labor service that promised to save young men like Klaus from the ravages of what had become widespread poverty. But as things went, to be employed there meant to be embracing hateful Nazi ideology. Barbie welcomed that with open arms. Soon he joined the SS, member 272,284, and that led to him signing up for the Nazi intelligence service, the Sicherheitsdienst, a sister organization of the sinister Gestapo. In 1937, he joined the Nazi Party, member 4,583,085. That's how the career began for a man who would devote his entire life to committing crimes against humanity. Following the German occupation of the Netherlands, Barbie worked under Adolf Eichmann. Eichmann would become one of the major players in the genocide committed by the Nazis, what we now call the Holocaust. He was very fond of Barbie, who quite early in his career made a name for himself locating Dutch Jews and Freemasons. Little is said about how the Nazis persecuted the Masons, which they said were hostile to the state. Lodges were closed down, members were hounded, valuables were stolen or burned. And even if they weren't Jewish, they were often accused of conspiring with the Jews. Thousands of them were sent to the camps. As was Hermanus von Tongeren, the Grand Master of the Grand Orient of the Netherlands, captured by none other than Klaus Barbie. He went on to the Sachsenhausen camp, where after enduring 2 weeks of freezing temperatures, he died. He was just one victim who'd been captured by the hardworking Barbie. For his efforts, commended by many in the Nazi Party, Barbie was then sent to Dijon, France, where he again was tasked with tracking down anyone the Nazis believed was their enemy. Barbie soon ended up in Lyon, not far from Dijon, and there he became the head of the Gestapo, whose headquarters were at the famed Le Hotel Terminus. Quite an apt name for a place where people were tortured and killed. It was there that Barbie's work was mainly focused on finding members of the French resistance. This was a collection of underground organizations that close to the end of the war had started becoming quite effective in upsetting the Nazis and collaborating Vichy government. Those brave people used guerrilla warfare against the Nazis and provided the Allies with extremely valuable intelligence. They were diverse in terms of religion, politics, wealth, ethnicity, and age. Their unifying cause was to fight against the Nazis, for which they were hunted like animals. Many French people at the start of the occupation had just got on with things. Many were even anti-Semitic and welcomed the Nazis, embracing the constant propaganda in the media that included daily anti-British, anti-Semitic, and anti-communist sentiment. Every day, propagandistic articles would talk about this wonderful collaboration of two countries, stating that one day they would become the new order in Europe. There was a climate of fear, to say the least, and if you were French and anti-Nazi, you lived daily knowing that there was a good chance you might end up in a chair with a hood over your head, tortured and then killed. Just to give you an example of how imperiled these times were for the anti-Nazi French, in 1944 the Germans marched into the village of Oradour-sur-Glane in Nazi-occupied France. It had been rumored that a Waffen-SS officer had earlier been taken hostage in the village and killed. When the army arrived, they demanded everyone go to the village square. This even included 6 people who'd been passing through the village on bicycles. The adult males were then sent to a barn and shot with machine guns. Those still breathing died in the flames after the Nazis set fire to the place. Only one man survived to tell the tale. The women and children had been sent to a church at this point, which was then fired upon by Nazi machine guns. 247 innocent women and 205 children died, with only one woman escaping. Of the remaining people, some who tried to run from the village, they were also gunned down, man, woman, and child. 642 people were killed in total. This was what the French resistance fighters were up against. One of them, named Giselle Guillemot, later explained, Some days I would be seized by irrepressible anxiety. The fleeting vision of a man in a trench coat through the reflection of a shop window would instantly plunge me into a state of total panic. A suspicious noise on the staircase, and I would think I was about to be arrested, taken to the Gestapo and tortured. The torturer was often Mr. Barbie in that hotel. Men, women, and children were sent to him for interrogation. Those bloody interviews were never over quickly, with the resistance, if they even were resistance, always reluctant to give up names. It was the same with the people accused of being communists or Jews. But what's perplexing is the delight that Barbie seemed to take in torturing people, perhaps partly a consequence of his own violent father hating the French. For anyone being tortured by him, it was the wickedness of his smile that made them consider what you could call the total depravity of man. As that woman in the intro said later, he was caressing the cat, and me, a kid 13 years old, I could not imagine that he could be evil because he loved animals. I was tortured by him for 8 days. She added, he always came with his thin smile like a knife blade. Then he smashed my face. Jean Moulin, one of the heroes of the French resistance and a friend to the future president of France, Charles de Gaulle, was strung up and beaten with sticks until his arms, legs, and ribs were broken. His knuckles were smashed in a door frame, and hot needles were placed under his fingernails. Another prisoner, Christian Pinot, said Moulin never talked through all of this. Pinot explained what Moulin looked like after the torture session, saying he was unconscious, his eyes dug in as though they had been punched through his head. An ugly blue wound scarred his temple. A mute rattle came out of his swollen lips. His face was bloated to the extreme, which is why Barbie sadistically ordered Pinot to shave Moulin. Pinot later said, I couldn't understand why they wanted to put on this macabre performance for a dying man. When I'd finished, I just sat next to him. Suddenly, Moulin asked for some water. I gave him a drink. Then he spoke in a croaking voice a few words in English, which I didn't understand. Soon after he lost consciousness, I just sat with him, a sort of death watch until I was taken back to my cell. Moulin died soon after, having not told Barbie anything. If you find it hard to understand why Barbie would ask a prisoner to shave a dying man, Pinot also explained this. Looking back, I sometimes even think that he wasn't even that interested in getting any information. Fundamentally, he was a sadist who enjoyed causing pain and proving his power. He had an extraordinary fund of violence. Coches, clubs, and whips lay on his desk. He used them a lot. Lise LeSèvre, who we also mentioned earlier, was hung up and beaten with a bar. One day, Barbie ordered her to strip and then forced her into a bathtub full of ice. He pushed her head in the freezing water for as long as she could take it, and he smiled as he did it. He left her there freezing with her legs tied over a pipe at the end of the tub. She held out and never spoke. With Barbie becoming more frustrated every day, he seemed to be after a certain man, asking her time and time again, "Who is Didier? Where is Didier?" After he'd literally broken her, he seemed to almost give up. She testified later, "He told me, I admire you, but in the end, everybody talks. What you have done is magnificent, my dear. Nobody has held out as long as you. It's nearly over now. I'm very upset. But let's finish. Go on. A little effort. Who is Didier?" But she didn't say anything, not even after she'd seen him beat others to death. The last thing she ever heard Barbie say was, "Liquidate her. I don't want to see her anymore." On February 9, 1943, Barbie was behind something that would later become known as the Rue Sainte-Catherine Roundup. This was a day when the Gestapo knew there would be Jewish people on Sainte Catherine Street in Lyon. Jewish refugees were going to be there that day to receive assistance from some kind-hearted local folks. 86 Jewish men and women were rounded up, with 83 of them being sent to death camps. At one point, Barbie had scores of people in one room, each of them not knowing how much time they had left on the earth. Some people convinced Barbie that they weren't in fact Jewish. They subsequently were let go, but many years later they would speak at a trial and explain how Barbie was the main man in the roundup. The others were put into 2 trucks and sent to a temporary prison, and from the 83 that ended up in the extermination camps, only 3 survived to tell the tale. Adolf Hitler saw this as a great achievement. For the roundup and for the capture of Moulin, Hitler awarded Barbie the first-class iron. It's hard to say how many people were killed by Barbie or died because of him, but the number has been put at 4,000, 44 of whom were Jewish kids taken from an orphanage in the town of Ijou. A witness who saw the Nazi truck arrive and Barbie and his men get out escaped by jumping through a window. She later recalled, "I heard the cries of the children that were being kidnapped, and I heard the shouts of the Nazis who were carrying them away. They threw the children into the trucks like they were sacks of potatoes. Most of them were crying, terrorized. They were put on trains heading to the death camp, and not one of them returned." A survivor later talked about seeing the kids arrive at the camp. At the time, he wasn't aware of what was happening, and he asked another prisoner what the Nazis would do with a bunch of kids. After all, they were too young to work. This was the reply he got: You see that chimney? The one smoke never stops coming out of? You smell that odor of burned flesh? The Iju orphanage would one day come back to haunt Barbie, but much would happen in the meantime. All these people would likely have survived the war had Barbie not found them. Witnesses later said when he did discover them, he'd sometimes say to them, "Have you heard of the Gestapo kitchens?" He also liked to say, "Where you're going is worse than death." This was a man that took great pleasure from seeing people's fear. As you know, Germany lost the war. The Russians walked into Berlin, and somewhere in a bunker, Adolf Hitler was having a secretary take down his final words. On April 30th, 1945, Hitler was a dead man, as were many high-ranking Nazis. Some, though, went into hiding. The war in Europe was over, and Japan soon surrendered after 2 devastating atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In the region of 75 million people died because of this war. People hoped that the now nightmare was over, but a new nightmare was just beginning. As people were still in recovery from the war, officials in the West were talking about the new threat of communism. At the time, higher-ranking Nazis were busy trying to avoid detection, but Klaus Barbie's name was already in the hands of the French authorities. Barbie had seen to it that many people who had first-hand knowledge of his crimes were killed, but there were still many people whose testimony would result in him hanging by a rope. He had fled from France to Germany, whereupon it seems at first he was recruited by British intelligence. That was after taking a beating, and for once him being on the other end of the interrogation. What he told the Brits was useful information, such as which SS officers might be of use to them. Remember, Barbie knew who was who in Germany and France, including who the secret communists were. This made him a prized asset. It seems his activities with the British were short-lived, and soon he was working with the U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps, or CIC, after being captured during Operation Selection Board. He might have been working for both the Americans and the British, it's hard to say, but his relationship with the U.S. would span decades. These different agencies already knew some things about his war activities, but it was decided it was better for them if Barbie worked as a spy than give him to the French. U.S. officials told him if he worked for them, he would live very comfortably and get hundreds of dollars for his anti-communist work. He was secretly housed by the CIC and asked to spy on people the Americans thought might be working for the Soviet agencies, the KGB and the GPU. On April 1, 1950, his name appeared on a search and arrest list that had been given to the German police. Barbie was informed about this by a friend who was a German cop, so he went to the Americans and aired his concern. He said something along the lines of, "Hey, I'm working for you now, make my name disappear." A file in the U.S. National Archives said suspending his activities, they nevertheless kept him on the payroll in order to keep him under control and undercover while a frantic debate went on as to his disposition. But soon the French Ministry of Interior was on the case, telling the Americans they wanted this man for war crimes. It seems at this point the Americans were in a bit of a conundrum. According to that National Archives file, Barbie already knew too much about German spies who American intelligence had planted in communist organizations all over Europe. If they were to hand Barbie over, he might perhaps talk a bit too much and ruin some precious operations. It was also a bit of an embarrassment to the US that they'd hired a war criminal. The file explains what happened next, stating in 1951 the CIC sponsored his escape to South America via a rat line operating through Italy. Rat lines were the escape routes that many Nazi war criminals used after the war, including big names such as Joseph Mengele, aka the Angel of Death. The rat line for Barbie was partly created by US intelligence. They also got some help from another tyrant on their payroll. In the meantime, the French were not happy at all, telling the Americans to hand Barbie over to be executed. They had sentenced Barbie for his crimes in absentia, meaning he was absent at the sentencing. Things got political, with the French telling John J. McCloy, the U.S. High Commissioner for Germany, that this was not what countries should do. McCloy refused to budge. If you're wondering how such a thing could happen, it was basically because in the grand scheme of things, one man hanging on a rope in France didn't mean much to the U.S., but having a valuable spy talking about American intelligence activities was extremely important. Years later, the U.S. admitted what its intelligence services had done following an investigation by the Justice Department. In a statement the DOJ wrote, they were acting within the scope of their official duties. Their actions were taken not for personal gain or to shield them personally from liability or discipline, but to protect what they believed to be the interests of the United States Army and the United States government. Keeping Barbie away from the clutches of the French was for the so-called greater good. You might disagree with this when you see what this monster went on to do, which you'll have to admit was pretty extreme even when compared to his Nazi career. By the way, the Justice Department admitted that while U.S. intelligence had acted in the interest of the country, what had happened was still wrong. The DOJ also said it's a principle of democracy and the rule of law that justice delayed is justice denied. If we are to be faithful to that principle, and we should be faithful to it, We cannot pretend that it applies only to within our borders and nowhere else. The department said the US expressed regret and should be a priority now to help France get Barbie. As the saying goes, too little, too late. So Barbie needed to get out of Germany. To do that, US intelligence contacted a Croatian priest named Dr. Krunoslav Draganovic. Draganovic helped hundreds of Nazi war criminals escape to South America via rat lines. He also was working for the US Counterintelligence Corps. He was a murderous fascist and a member of the Ustaše, a Croatian fascist organization that was also responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, mostly Orthodox Serbs but also Jews. The US knew this, but with Draganovic being so rabidly anti-communist, he was an asset. He was employed by the CIC and later the CIA to help America fight communism. After many years of working together, the CIA eventually cut ties with Draganovic, stating that he was not amenable to control, too knowledgeable of unit personnel and activity, demanded outrageous monetary tribute, and U.S. support of Croat organizations. If you were to ask a U.S. intelligence agent about his job, he'd say, "It's complicated." Things might seem less complicated when we tell you that as a part of something called Operation Bloodstone, the CIA covertly hired quite a lot of high-ranking Nazi intelligence agents to work for the agency all over the world. They'd committed war crimes, of course, but when on the US payroll, they needed protecting. There's even a CIC memo that gets talked about the cost of sending Nazis and other war criminals through the rat lines. It goes, the 430th CIC detachment has been operating what they term a rat line evacuation system to Central and South America without serious repercussions during the past 3 years. At the cost of approximately $1,000 each adult, 430th CIC is transferring evacuees to Italy, where they are provided with legal documentation obtained through devious means there. So, off Barbie went for a grand destination Bolivia, where he settled in a lovely little city called Cochabamba at the foot of the Andes Mountains. Known as the City of Eternal Spring, this was a wonderful place to lay your hat compared to war-torn Germany. Barbie had landed on his feet, that's for sure, and my God would he play a big role in shaping his new home. His history of violence and spying made him an attractive prospect for ungodly future employers. What we mean to say is Barbie became a friend to dictators and drug lords. It should be known that during this paranoid period in history, the US was always willing to give a helping hand to any human rights violating dictator, if, of course, that helped stop the rising tide of communism. It seemed that Barbie rubbed shoulders with the ultra-right wing of Bolivia, winning favors with them by occasionally teaching such men how to properly spy, interrogate, and torture. So in a way, Barbie was once again working on the side of the US. He did just that under the extremely oppressive government of René Barrientos, who was in power twice from 1964 to 1966 and then from 1966 to 1969 after becoming leader by way of a military-backed coup. Barrientos was no fan of leftist ideology, and he was more than willing to violently oppose anyone who went against him, such as the Argentine Marxist revolutionary named Che Guevara, a man whom Barbie would later brag he helped the Americans hunt. Guevara had been trying to overthrow the military dictatorship in Bolivia, which made him a threat not only to the tyrants in power, but also a threat to the US. On October 8, 1969, the Bolivian forces backed by the Americans fought with Guevara and his guerrilla army. Guevara was dead a day later, his hands removed, and his body buried in an unmarked grave. The Americans were happy, but we can only speculate if the CIA knew that Barbie had anything to do with it, if Barbie's bragging had been based on reality. The documentary film, My Enemy's Enemy, suggests that the capture had actually been orchestrated by Barbie and then the CIA working in collaboration. The film asserts that indeed the CIA had once again asked for Barbie's help, and that's never been admitted to in an official capacity. The filmmaker said he'd done his investigating, telling a British newspaper the Che claim came from several sources. I think it makes total sense when you understand what Barbie was doing and who he was working for in the Bolivian military, and how they admired him as a Nazi officer, and what he had done in the war. So Barbie was right at home in Bolivia hunting down leftists just as he'd hunted down Jews and resistance fighters during the war, at times torturing leftists and sometimes teaching the general's private paramilitaries how to interrogate Nazi style. We should also say that Barbie had another gig working as a spy for West Germany. They paid him 500 Deutschmarks a month to do anti-communist reconnaissance in Bolivia. This too did not look good when it finally came out. West Germany's Federal Intelligence Service described Barbie Agent 43118 as intelligent, very receptive and adaptable, discreet and reliable. In 1966, they parted ways with Barbie to avoid later complications and difficulties, which happened anyway. It seems Barbie never gave up his love for the Nazi Party, In 1966, he was drinking in the German club in La Paz and was kicked out for screaming at the top of his voice, "Heil Hitler." Another person at the club at the time was the West German ambassador, who, let's say, felt a bit embarrassed. People close to Barbie later backed this up, saying he never fully gave up being a Nazi and always expressed that, given a chance, he'd like to help Mengele and Eichmann. Mengele died in a swimming pool in 1979 in Sao Paulo, but Nazi hunters did eventually get to Eichmann, who was hanged in Israel in 1962. As you can see, the Butcher of Leon was a very useful asset to many different organizations, but he was really close to the next Bolivian dictator, Hugo Banzer. This was a time of massive bloodshed in Bolivia and all over South America, thanks in part to the US secretly helping tyrants gain power through Operation Condor. It was a time of utter terror featuring dictators who were only too happy to remove the eyes of anyone who started talking about improving conditions for peasant farmers and the working class. It was through Operation Condor that Banzer violently rose to power after deposing the left-wing leader, Juan José Torres. Torres wasn't a communist, but he did talk about unions, inequality, that kind of thing. That might have sounded a bit too commie for the US's liking. Torres had to go, and he went with some brutality, later being assassinated while in exile, likely a part of Operation Condor. As you can now understand, Barbie was more than made up about Banzer coming to power. Together, they formed a lasting relationship, oppressing and sometimes disappearing activists, journalists, and anyone who talked about lefty stuff. Documents also show that to help with these right-wing coups, Barbie arranged to bring weapons, including tanks, from Europe to Bolivia. He was useful indeed, but make no mistake, it wasn't a real friendship with Banzer. It was just a dirty, rotten business of politics. One document states that Banzer considered selling Barbie to France, which he thought would gain him political leverage, money, and weapons. Moving on, Barbie was then teamed up with a neo-Nazi paramilitary guy named Alvaro de Castro. When Castro was arrested some years later, he admitted that he and Barbie had done a bit of drug trafficking and also trafficked weapons from Europe to Bolivian drug lords. At this time in the 70s, the USA's hunger for cocaine had created one of the biggest businesses on the planet. If only Barbie had been given up earlier, but he wasn't done yet. Being as connected as he was and so well versed in extreme violence, Barbie did some business with Bolivia's biggest drug lord at the time, Roberto Suarez Gomez, aka the King of Cocaine. This guy made hundreds of millions of dollars from getting peasant farmers to grow cocaine for pennies, after which he sold to Pablo Escobar's Medellin cartel, who then shipped it to the US. Gomez was considered to be the biggest coke producer on the planet, so big he later financed yet another coup in Bolivia, this one becoming known as the cocaine coup. Barbie worked for such drug lords doing security, and you have to admit, he certainly had the resume. The Escobars and Gomez's of this world were continually hunting for their enemies, be it other traffickers or spies. They often tortured suspects, so you could say a former Nazi chief interrogator was a pretty good man to have on your team. Moving on again, Barbie became close to Escobar when he started doing his security for the transportation of Bolivian-grown coke to Colombia. For that, Escobar, a man with limitless cash, funded Barbie's anti-communist work. In a way, this even made Escobar a US friend, not just Barbie. All this time, not many people knew Barbie by his real name. He'd been using the alias Klaus Altman. But then, in 1971, it seems his identity was revealed, and later some documents were discovered by French Nazi hunters. Soon, a photo of Barbie appeared in the French media. Well, if it ain't the Butcher of Leon, said a lot of people. Barbie was subsequently held in a Bolivian prison for his own protection, and by this time, no one was there to help. Still, there had to be more proof. Was this guy really the Butcher? Some French journalists went to Bolivia to interview him. He denied the charges, and when shown photographs of some of the people he tortured, he denied he ever seen them. This went out on French TV in 1971, and at that point some of the people he'd hurt were still alive and well. It's him, thought Simone Lagrange, as she watched the clip in horror. It was the beast that she can never forget. Still, Bolivia wouldn't extradite him. Not that they could anyway, as he still denied who he really was. And you can be sure the US, West Germany, and the UK were keeping their mouths shut about all this. He was an embarrassment in the making. The New York Times even turned up at his house, with the journalists later being asked nicely by a bunch of armed men if they could quietly leave. Remember, Barbie wasn't just friends with the world's most powerful drug lords, but he'd also helped monstrous tyrants get to power and keep their power. It wasn't going to be easy to send him back to Europe. The years passed, and then in 1983 a democratic government won in Bolivia. These people were no friends to Nazi criminals. Barbie was arrested, allegedly for some money he owed, but much to his shock he was soon sitting on a plane in handcuffs heading back to France. On February 7, 1983, the newspaper Le Monde ran the headline on its front page, "He's going to pay at last." Angry crowds were there to meet him at the airport, with reports stating some people had gone there to kill him. A woman who he'd sent to Drancy internment camp had brought a .22 caliber rifle for his arrival, but it seems her shot missed. The New York Times wrote at the time, at Leon Airport, where a crowd had gathered in expectation of Mr. Barbie's arrival, the police arrested a 44-year-old woman carrying a carbine under a white sheet. The police did not identify her, but said they understood that she had spent time in a concentration camp during World War II. This is when the Justice Department started investigating the situation, and you already know the outcome of that. Oh, sorry, France, we messed up. Commies, come on, those damn commies. It also turned out that the FBI had 85 pages of files from 1972 to 1987 on a man not named Klaus Altman but Klaus Barbie, so they knew who he was all along. Many of the first-hand stories you've heard in the show were taken from the trial. He maintained throughout that they'd got the wrong man and he was Klaus Altman. On the 26th of May, 1987, he went face-to-face with some of his victims, after which he said, "I have nothing to say." A journalist wrote about one particular moment during the trial, saying her eyewitness account made the courtroom cry. This was a woman who said Barbie had forced her to watch as he ordered his men to beat her father to death. After that, she was sent to a death camp. The prosecution had a long list of atrocities that Barbie had been involved with, including capturing those orphans, a massacre of 22 hostages in a basement of a Gestapo building, an execution of 42 people who'd been involved in an uprising, and of course all that torture he'd done to people. But there was a problem. France had a statute of limitations, and for that reason all those charges could be dropped. He was no longer officially guilty for the crimes for which he was convicted in absentia of all those years ago. Too much time had passed. There was one thing the prosecution could do, though, and that was to charge him not for individual offenses or murder and such, but for committing crimes against humanity. There was no statute of limitations in France for that, but now the prosecution had a much harder job on its hands. Auschwitz survivor and Nobel Peace Prize winning writer Elie Wiesel took the stand and was first asked to talk about the nature of the Holocaust. Barbie's French lawyer Jacques Vergès, defending the indefensible, later asked Wiesel what he thought about the Algerian kids that had died in French internment camps. Wasn't that a crime against humanity, or was it just war? After all, no French generals had been hanged for war crimes. Wiesel told Vergès that he knew nothing about the French camps. He'd been in the US when that happened, to which Vergès roared, "I conclude from it that the deaths of these children were silent. Their cries did not cross the Atlantic, let alone the Mediterranean. You are an American citizen. What do you think of the fate of the children of My Lai, of whom the murderer today is still free? If you didn't know, US troops committed various war crimes in Vietnam, and one which was now called the My Lai massacre. No one was put to death because of it, or barely punished. Even if those crimes were a form of inhuman brutality, it didn't mean Barbie wasn't a war criminal." Then people started whispering, if one atrocity isn't a war crime, then does that mean the other thing isn't? Legally speaking, anyway? Could Barbie the smiling torturer be innocent of crimes against humanity in view of what France had done to people, or even what the US had done to people during wartime? One writer asked, was imperialism a crime against humanity? On the last day, in his final statement, Vergès said, "Does crime against humanity only force emotion or merit commemoration if it hurt Europeans? Would there be a death in a hierarchy that made the distinction between the dead dignified by memory and those dignified by being forgotten?" This is a question some people have been asking ever since about various other bloody, brutal conflicts, but was it going to work for Barbie? At the end of the trial, Barbie said, "I have some words to say. I did not commit the raid in his youth. I fought the resistance, and that was the war, and today the war is over. Thank you." It took 6 hours for the jury to come to a decision. Yes, they agreed Barbie was a war criminal and he had a major role in one of the most inhumane things that has ever taken place on the planet. He was found guilty of crimes against humanity, and the judge told him he'd be spending the rest of his days behind bars. He did not spend too long there, dying in prison 4 years later, age 77, from leukemia and spine and prostate cancer. Would you buy products from a company that collaborated with the Nazis during World War II? What if that company paid reparations or started a foundation as a way to apologize for the mistakes of the past? Or what if the company refused to apologize or admit they did anything wrong? Would you still buy their products? We're about to look at several companies that had ties to the Nazi Party or profited by selling products to the Nazis during World War II. All of these companies are still around today, and we can almost guarantee you own one or more of their products. Let's find out which ones. If you've ever taken a picture using old school film, you've probably bought a product from Kodak. For decades after World War II, Kodak kept a sinister secret from the public. They had been Nazi collaborators during the war. Kodak had subsidiaries in Germany and across Europe.
Even as Germany's bold aspirations for world domination grew in the 1930s, Kodak kept healthy business relationships with the Nazi Party. After all-out war broke out and the United States joined the Allies, the US government mandated that companies could no longer do business with Axis nations. This was a problem for many companies operating internationally, Kodak being one of them. Kodak allowed their German branch to become more self-sufficient, and eventually the Nazis took control of it. However, Kodak took things one step further to make a profit. They began using their subsidiaries in neutral European countries, such as Switzerland, to continue doing business with Nazi Germany. The subsidiaries in Europe continued selling photographic equipment and electronics to the Nazis on behalf of Kodak. This meant that the Kodak Corporation was directly providing technology to the Nazis and making a profit off it, all while hiding these facts from the United States government. The heads of the Kodak company justified these actions by citing the massive profits they were bringing in. Worst of all, the German branch of Kodak used over 250 slave laborers from concentration camps. After the war, Kodak reclaimed their German subsidiary and collected the large profits made by the slave laborers during the war. Kodak ended up paying $500,000 into a fund which provided reparations to families of people who worked as slaves under the Nazi-controlled subsidiary, but the company never actually apologized. Volkswagen is clearly a German word, and it probably doesn't surprise you that the company had ties to the Nazi Party. However, what might surprise you is that the company was actually started by the Nazis. Adolf Hitler himself laid out the precursor to what would become Volkswagen. The idea for the company started with Hitler wanting to create a car for the common man, a people's car, and this is how Volkswagen got its name, Volks meaning people and Wagen meaning car. Hitler hired Ferdinand Porsche to develop the car. This initiative was where the classic Volkswagen Beetle got its shape. But the new head of the organization, which would eventually become Volkswagen, had bigger plans. Porsche insisted that the company also make military vehicles to support the Reich. The most influential of these vehicles was the Volkswagen Kübelwagen, which was a light military vehicle often seen in World War II movies, carrying around SS and Nazi officers. It had a boxy body and a tire mounted on the hood. During the time period that the Nazi parties controlled Germany, more than 15,000 slaves from concentration camps were used to build the Volkswagen cars. The company even helped build the Arbeitsdorf concentration camp near one of their main factories to ensure a steady supply of slave labor was available. In 1998, under pressure from human rights organizations, Volkswagen agreed to create a fund that would benefit the victims and their families that were used as slave labor. Other companies benefited from large profits gained by working with the Nazis in a different way. Several companies were started or acquired by wealthy individuals whose fortune started with the money made from dealing with the Nazi Party. For example, the Reimann family, who owned JAB Holdings, profited greatly from Nazi abuses and slave labor. You might be unfamiliar with JAB Holdings, but you probably know the companies they own, such as Krispy Kreme, Panera Bread, and Pret a Manger. These companies were all created post-World War II. However, their financing was partly provided by JAB Holdings, which unfortunately means they profited indirectly from the atrocities of the Nazis. When this information was made public, the Reimann family said they were planning to donate around $11 million to suitable organizations. Coca-Cola is an American company. People around the world associate Coke with being American. When you think of the soda, an image of American families or friends enjoying an ice-cold beverage probably comes to mind. However, the Coca-Cola company had ties to the Nazi Party during World War II. The drink line Fanta, which includes commercials of people happily dancing to upbeat music, was actually created for Nazi Germany. As the Nazis came to power in 1933, Coca-Cola was making enormous profits in Germany, selling their products under the leadership of Max Keith. He made the Coca-Cola brand more appealing to the German citizen, which resulted in a boost in sales. He also knew how to market the product in a way that would make people around the world want to buy Coca-Cola. During the 1936 Berlin Olympics, Max Keith made sure everyone in attendance had as much Coke as they could drink. As the Nazis prepared for war, they started to limit the amount of foreign goods coming into the country. This included Coca-Cola syrup, which began to hurt the company's profits. So the sneaky Coke executives used a third party to open a dialogue with Hermann Göring, Hitler's second-in-command. They convinced him to allow the import of their syrup. To boost sales even further, Keith began promoting the Coca-Cola company as pro-Nazi in Germany. His plan was to reach out to the Hitler Youth and win over the younger generation of Nazis. And this worked for a time, but as war broke out, restrictions on imports became stricter again. Max Keith had a new syrup created in Germany using local products. This new soda became Fanta, based off the German word fantasy, which means imagination. In 1941, when the United States joined the war, all official contact between the Coca-Cola Company and Max Keith's German branch was cut off. Keith continued to sell his supply of actual Coca-Cola syrup to the Nazi Party members and marketed the Fanta drink to the German public. The German people quickly fell in love with the drink, and Keith continued to make large profits for the Coca-Cola Company. After the war ended, Coca-Cola took back control of their German branch. They even reinstated the recently convicted Nazi collaborator Max Keith as its leader. The profits made from the German branch during the years of the Nazi regime were funneled back into the main company. If you're into high-end fashion, then you might be surprised that one of the most successful fashion companies in the world has deep ties to the Nazi Party. Hugo Boss set up a fashion label in Germany 2 years before the Nazi Party came into power. Even before the Nazis gained control of the country, Hugo Boss was a Nazi collaborator. The company itself had produced early Nazi uniforms in their factories. In 1931, Hugo Boss made it clear where his allegiances lie when he officially joined the Nazi Party. He became a sponsoring member of the Schutzstaffel and made monthly donations. Hugo Boss and his company created many uniforms for the Nazis and made large profits on outfitting their soldiers. The company also produced uniforms for the SS and Hitler Youth. In order to keep up with demand, Hugo Boss had been employing slave labor from the concentration camps. It was reported that the company used 140 slaves from the camps and 40 prisoners of war from France to make their products. The worst part was that many of these workers were either worked to death or later sent to Auschwitz or Buchenwald to be sentenced to death. After the war, Hugo Boss was tried and convicted for being a supporter and beneficiary of National Socialism, and his right to own a company was taken away. The company continued under Boss's son-in-law, Eugen Holy. In 1999, the company finally agreed to pay into a fund that was set up to compensate former slave laborers. If you've ever had a headache or needed relief from pain, you may have taken an aspirin Bayer. The company that makes the pain reliever may have one of the darkest histories when it comes to collaborating with the Nazi Party. In the 1930s, Bayer was part of a company called IG Farben. It was a conglomerate made up of several chemical companies in Germany. As the Nazis swept through Czechoslovakia, IG Farben worked closely with the party to capture chemical factories to be used by the corporation. The chemists who worked for Bayer and were employed by IG Farben later went on to create Zyklon B, the gas used in concentration camps to quickly kill large numbers of Jews and other people the Nazis labeled as undesirable. IG Farben also heavily used slave labor from the same camps they provided Zyklon B to. It was a very messed up relationship between the Nazis and IG Farben. They built a factory next to Auschwitz where they would use the prisoners their product would later kill for slave labor. As the war came to an end, IG Farben was forced to dissolve. The directors of the company were put on trial for war crimes. Unfortunately, justice was never served, and Fritz Tamir, who was the director of operations at the IG Farben facility at Auschwitz, became the president of Bayer after the war. In 1995, Bayer apologized for their role in the Holocaust. If you're watching this video, you most likely are using a device that has components built by IBM. The company, International Business Machines, has been around since 1911. In 1933, the president of the company, Thomas Watson, traveled to Germany to oversee an IBM factory being built there. At this time, IBM was using a subsidiary called the Almag to do their work in Germany. IBM's subsidiary had been hired by the Nazi Party to carry out a nationwide census. The census itself was designed to identify populations of ethnic groups that the Nazis found impure or undesirable. This included populations of Jews, Gypsies, and any ethnic group that would dilute the Aryan bloodlines of the country. IBM supplied the Nazis with punch cards and a sorting system that would make it easy for them to identify, locate, and track any people that they'd later sentence to death. These same machines and cards were later converted and used to coordinate the trains bringing people to the death camps across Nazi-controlled territories. IBM's come a long way since punch cards, but at the time the technology was bringing in massive amounts of money for the company. IBM continued to conduct business with the Germans even after the US joined the war. High-ranking members of IBM falsified data from their European subsidiaries to make sure they could smuggle in punch card materials and devices that were in high demand by the Nazis. For IBM at the time, the Nazi business of killing was highly lucrative. During World War II, Nazi Germany was IBM's largest territory after the United States. Now many computers and electronic devices use parts created by IBM. The crazy part is that up to this day, IBM has not apologized for their complicity in the Holocaust. A company's main purpose is to make money, but at what cost? It's important to never forget the past so we don't repeat the same mistakes. Collaborating with the Nazi Party and being complicit in the atrocities they carried out during World War II is a steep price to pay to make a profit.
World War II has come to a close. The Nazis are victorious, yet their reign of destruction and terror is not over. The Nazis have secret plans to eradicate religion, revive long-extinct species, and eventually conquer the entire world. One of the weirdest plans the Nazis had in store for after World War II was bringing back extinct species. Nazi scientists were doing all kinds of crazy experiments. They were also committing countless crimes against humanity, which would obviously be a key aspect of their post-war plans as well. But the Nazis had been working on some pretty wild ideas that were not based around mass genocide. One such experiment was to bring an ancient giant cow back from extinction. The Nazis had bioengineers working on a way to bring back a variety of extinct species. One of the organisms they hoped to return to Earth was the auroch. This was an ancient cow that could weigh over 3,000 pounds. That's about 1,000 pounds heavier than the average cow today. Just think about how much steak that would be. The Nazis may have been trying to bring back the auroch as a food source that would feed their growing Aryan population. However, the Nazis were conducting all kinds of crazy experiments, so bringing back long-extinct species may have had a more sinister purpose than just creating a viable food source. We're not saying the Nazis were trying to bring back a T-Rex to fight on their side, but we wouldn't put it past them either. In reality, the Nazis did not win World War II, but if they had, things would be very different. If they secured victory and were allowed to carry out their post-war secret plans, you probably wouldn't be here right now. This is because, like most people, you're probably not 100% Aryan. But how would this nightmare scenario of a Nazi-run world have even been possible? In 1940, a Nazi victory looked like a real possibility. The British government even discussed making peace with Germany as the Nazi war machine swept across Europe. But Hitler made a series of mistakes that would eventually lead to his downfall. The decision to invade the Soviet Union and fight a war on multiple fronts was eventually the Nazis' undoing. Their forces were spread too thin, and once the United States joined the war, the Allies had the men and resources needed to push back the Germans. If Hitler had maintained his focus on Europe and kept the United States out of the war, the Nazis could have won and set their next plans into motion. But what would the Nazis have done with their newfound power? And what horrors awaited the rest of the world? Once the Nazis conquered Western Europe and Britain, they would begin to set up a defensive border on the east. Then, the first series of post-war plans could begin. The Nazis would start by annexing the lands in the surrounding region. This would mostly consist of Nordic territories, which contained peoples who the Nazis considered suitable to add to their Aryan empire. The rest of the world would slowly be divided up among the Nazi allies for the time being. It's likely that the Nazis would claim half of the Soviet Union as their own for its resources and forced labor, while the rest of the massive country was given to Japan. Hitler had plans for the rest of the world, but first he would need to take inventory of his spoils. Once lands had been consolidated between the Nazis and their allies, it would be time for the next war. In fact, if the Nazis had won World War II, their plan was to never actually stop fighting. They would control the entire world or die trying. Regardless of whether these Nazi intentions were supposed to be secret or not, the whole world knew that if Germany was victorious in World War II, it was only a matter of time until they started their next campaign. Hitler and the Nazis were never going to be happy with just conquering Europe. Basically, the plan was that once the land was divided up amongst the Axis powers, there would be a momentary peace, but it wouldn't last forever. East Asia would still need to be completely subdued, and although Japan was mainly responsible for this operation, the Nazis knew that they would eventually need to send forces deeper into Asia. There was also the continent of Africa, which contained resources that the new Nazi empire would need to sustain itself. Many of the Afrikaners of South Africa may have been easily persuaded to join the Nazi ranks, as they already held deeply racist beliefs about the indigenous peoples of the region. This would give the Nazis a foothold in southern Africa, which they could use to their advantage. And since at that point the armies of Britain and other colonial powers in Africa would have already been defeated, all the Nazis had to do was send in military forces to squash any remaining resistance and subjugate the people of the continent. Unfortunately, if the Nazis had been victorious, this plan may have culminated in the people of Africa being forced into slavery or annihilated by the new rulers, since they did not meet the requirements of the Aryan race. As the post-war plans of the Nazis unfolded, there would be one main force of resistance left to deal with: the United States. During the war, Hitler was extremely vocal about his doubtfulness that the United States would last as a nation. He saw the country as teetering on the edge of chaos. Due to its mix of ethnicities and cultures, Hitler believed the country would implode in on itself. Hitler firmly held the idea that there could be no peace between the different races, and that his hierarchy with Aryans at the top was the only way humanity could exist. Obviously, this isn't true. But Hitler's plan was to make peace with the US and just wait patiently for the country to descend into chaos. If that didn't happen by the time Nazis had conquered the rest of the world, Hitler was more than happy to send forces to the Americas and invade the United States. This couldn't happen until he controlled the resources of Europe, Asia, and Africa. But in the Nazi post-war plan, it was only a matter of time until they controlled these continents. Although the fact that the United States had already developed aircraft with powerful bombing capabilities as well as the nuclear bomb may have forced the Nazis to deal with the US threat sooner rather than later. And this brings us to the part of the secret post-war plan that wasn't much of a secret. If the Nazis had won the war, they would have continued their genocidal acts against the Jewish people and anyone else who did not fit their Aryan mold. One of the main goals for the post-war Nazi Empire was to completely eradicate the Jewish population from the face of the earth. However, they didn't want to just stop there. The Nazis would have continued rounding up and killing any peoples who would not further the Aryan race, which pretty much consisted of everyone who lived outside of Europe. This probably made their Japanese allies a little wary. If the Nazis did win, it was only a matter of time before they came to wipe out the Asian people and replace them with Aryans. Which brings us to one of the craziest secret plans the Nazis had for after the war. Even as the battles of World War II were raging on, the Nazis created the Lebensborn baby factories. These were basically facilities where babies of Aryan parents would be born and raised. This was done to make sure there was a constant supply of Aryan children to join the ranks of the Nazis and conquer the world. The Lebensborn programs did not just breed Aryan babies in captivity, however, it also stole babies from other countries. It's estimated that around 100,000 children were stolen from Polish families during the war and put in the Nazi facilities. Nazi soldiers were also encouraged to find and mate with European women who had Aryan characteristics. This happened with or without the woman's consent. After the war, the Nazis would need to ramp up the program to repopulate the world as they continued to commit mass genocide wherever they went. But stealing babies could only get the Lebensborn program so far. During the war, there was a major obstacle in Hitler's way to creating his master race, the Christian Church. Hitler and other leaders of the Nazi Party wanted to dismantle Christianity, and there were a few reasons for this. But one of the main ones was they needed to create a large Aryan population quickly. In the monogamous relationships that people who belonged to the Catholic and Protestant faiths engaged in, ramping up population growth was difficult. Hitler encouraged Nazi men to be polygamous. In fact, after the war, the Nazis were planning on imposing a state policy that required Nazi men to impregnate as many women as possible to keep the population growing. In order for this new state-sanctioned polygamy to be taken seriously, the Nazis needed to get rid of the Christian Church. And that was not the only reason why post-war Germany wanted to dismantle this religious institution. The morality of what the Nazis were doing was questioned by the heads of the church. Getting into heaven, if you were engaged in mass genocide, was just not something many Christian leaders were willing to get behind. Therefore, the principles of the Nazi Party and the church could not be reconciled. Since the conflict with the church was inevitable, the Nazis planned to get rid of it altogether. Hitler youth were indoctrinated to the belief that the National Socialist movement and the church could not coexist, and so one of them had to go. And if the Nazis had won World War II, their plan was to eradicate the Christian religion. The secret plan was actually sped up slightly when in 1943 the Vatican spoke out against Hitler and the Nazis and the atrocities they were committing. The Nazis tried to sneak into the Vatican City to assassinate the Pope but did not succeed. Someone tipped off the Vatican officials and the Pope was snuck out before he could be kidnapped or eliminated. If the Nazis had won World War II, the fate of the Catholic Church would have not been pleasant. In fact, the Nazi post-war plan was to get rid of all organized religion and make the state the only thing people believed in. Hitler and the Nazi leadership planned to put themselves on a pedestal comparable to God, and everyone in their new empire would be required to worship and devote their lives to them. Nazi plans after World War II started with regrouping their force and then removing any further opposition to them in Europe. This included the Christian religion. Then the Nazis would sweep across the rest of the world, eliminating or subjugating other ethnicities. The end goal, which wasn't much of a secret, was to create a world where the Aryan race ruled and made up the majority of the population. That being said, even if the Nazis had won World War II and carried out their crazy secret plans for world domination, they may have been destroyed by an unseen force. The breeding of genetically similar people to create more genetically similar people can lead to problems. One example of this can actually be seen in the descendants of the Afrikaner population today. This population tends to have a higher percentage of individuals with Huntington's disease than the rest of the world. This is due to a relatively small group of people reproducing with one another without introducing much variation into the gene pool. A similar thing might have happened as a result of the Nazis' plans to create a population of Aryans to spread across the world. The lack of genetic diversity could have led to higher rates of mutations and disease. So this part of the Nazi secret plans for after World War II may have actually ended up being their downfall. British intelligence had finally caught up to Harold Cole. They burst into the traitor's apartment and arrest him. But what do they know? The agents throw Cole into the bathroom and lock the door until they can decide his fate. He's too dangerous to keep alive. He will be executed for treason. When they open the bathroom door, it's empty. The window is open, and Cole is on the run once again. What did Harold Cole do? Why was MI6, MI5, and officers in the British Army after him? Harold Cole was tied up in petty crime his whole life. When World War II broke out, he enlisted in the British Army and was shipped off to fight in France. Cole had developed some unique skills as a young criminal, like telling convincing lies and sneaking around undetected. He used these skills to rescue allies from behind enemy lines and get them back to safety. In fact, Harold Cole became somewhat of a hero. He saved hundreds of lives by operating behind enemy lines in France. He would bring POWs back to Allied-controlled territories and then go back out and do it all over again. He became part of the British Expeditionary Force and not only brought people home, but led high-risk missions into Nazi territory. He built a network of allies and safe houses across France. Cole had a lot of connections, and due to his fast thinking and ability to charm, almost everyone he encountered liked him. However, as the war progressed, he would end up betraying them all. Soon after Cole first arrived in France, he was caught stealing from one of his sergeants and locked up. As German forces advanced and the British had to retreat, Cole was left behind. In the chaos that ensued, he managed to escape captivity. Harold Cole took an alias and returned to Allied-controlled territory where he started fresh. It was at this point that Harold Cole convinced British commanders that he was a British intelligence captain. It was during this time in his career that he helped POWs and Allied soldiers get out of Nazi-controlled territories. However, Cole was always looking out for number one. And even as he seemed to be helping people, he was also stealing funds that were supposed to be used for rescue missions. Cole was a charismatic guy, and he convinced a lot of people that he was only there to help, but that was only a partial truth. Although he aided people in getting out of Nazi-controlled France, he used most of the money given to him by the British government to live a life of luxury. Thinking of how messed up that is, Harold Cole was taking money meant to save people's lives and keeping it for himself. Cole would use the money to buy expensive champagne, cars, and prostitutes. He set up his base of operations in Marseille, France. It was here that British intelligence got wind of what Cole was doing. They couldn't believe that someone would take the money which had been reserved for rescuing people from the atrocities of the Nazis. It was not only disgraceful but disgusting. British intelligence officers decided it was time to put a stop to Harold Cole's shady dealings. He may have been considered a war hero by some, but if he was capable of stealing money that could be used to save people's lives, then he was more than capable of selling out the Allies to the Nazis. And as British intelligence dug deeper, they found that Cole wasn't just skimming some money off the top, he was stealing thousands and thousands of francs. British officers were sent to Cole's flat in Marseille to confront him. They had a pile of evidence to charge him with. When the officers approached him, Harold Cole immediately broke down and begged for forgiveness. Just one look around his lavishly decorated apartment was enough to condemn him. The officers threw him in the bathroom where Cole escaped out the window. Now that British intelligence was onto him, he needed to get out of Marseille and lay low. In the cover of the night, Cole made his way through the city, making sure to steer clear of any officers or military personnel who might be looking for him. One anecdotal account reported that Cole was seen speeding out of Marseille in a recently acquired car. Apparently, the engine roared as he pushed the accelerator to the floor and raced out of the city. From Marseille, Cole made his way to Lille, France. He must have driven through the countryside, weaving on and off the roads to avoid being spotted by Allied or Nazi troops. Eventually, Cole made it to Lille, where he either turned himself over to the Nazis or was caught by them. Either way, what Harold Cole did next would make him one of the most wanted deserters of World War II. Cole began working for the Nazis and giving them intelligence on the secret recovery missions being carried out by the British. He led them to escape routes used to smuggle out POWs to the Allied territories. He even provided the Nazis with names, maps, and addresses of people who were involved in the rescue missions. These were people whom Cole confided in while smuggling POWs out of Nazi-controlled areas. In order for this network to work, he had to gain the trust of a lot of people, and since he was saving lives and delivering people out of the clutches of the Nazis, the informants and members of the escape network trusted Harold Cole. Unfortunately, that trust was misplaced, as Cole betrayed them all in an instant. It's reported that Harold Cole gave up 30 typed pages worth of information to the Nazis, and the crazy thing was he was doing it all to save his own skin. He showed no remorse at all for the lives he was destroying. There was no weight on his conscience for the murders he was involved in. Cole was a coward and would give up every ally he ever worked with if it meant saving his own life. The speed at which the Nazis utilized Cole's information was staggering. Only weeks after Cole defected, people who were part of the escape network in France began to be arrested by Nazi soldiers. It was even reported that Cole would be with the Nazis whenever they took someone away. The Allied sympathizers were interrogated for information. This included literal torture, such as waterboarding and electric shocks. And it wasn't just the members of the escape network that Cole gave up. He also helped the Nazis capture British soldiers and undercover agents. He would lead the Nazis to airdrop locations where they would capture Allied soldiers and agents. And it would seem there was nothing Cole wouldn't stoop to. While in France, Harold Cole used the money he was stealing to not only buy nice things for himself, but for his lady friends as well. He would impress women with his expensive tastes and lifestyle. He also had a charismatic personality, as he was able to fool the British intelligence for so long, and also other people in his life. Unfortunately, he even tricked a French woman named Suzanne into marrying him and birthing his child. The most messed up part about this relationship was that when he was on the run from the Allies and joined the Nazis, Cole used his wife in his double-crossing plans. He tricked Suzanne into giving him information about the members of resistant groups that she delivered messages to. Cole told her he was actually a double agent working for the British, but in reality, Cole was working for the Nazis. He kept up the ruse with Suzanne, getting several operatives captured and killed until she figured out he was betraying her and the Allies. She fled to Allied-controlled France and cut all ties with her lying, cheating husband. As the war continued on and Allied forces closed in on Germany, it became clear to Cole that if he was caught, his fellow Brits would show him no mercy. Everyone knew which side of the war Harold Cole was on. In 1944, Cole and the Nazi forces were pushed further and further back. Millions of people died on both sides. Unfortunately, Cole was not one of them. It's estimated by the end of the war, Harold Cole was directly responsible for the deaths of at least 50 men and women, while betraying somewhere around 150 total. He may not have pulled the trigger himself, but he handed each one of those people over to the Nazis, knowing full well what would happen to them. Perhaps the most upsetting thing was that even after the war ended, Harold Cole was still not brought to justice. In 1945, Cole took the alias of an undercover operative for British intelligence named Captain Mason. He was living in southern Germany and aided American forces as they made their way through the country. Unsurprisingly, he was using his new position to once again live a comfortable lifestyle. He apparently was now in possession of 6 cars, 200 gallons of gasoline, 500 bottles of wine, and enough ammunition to fight his own small war. Cole even held parties for the leaders of the Allied forces. He lived in a large house that had been confiscated from its owner, presumably because he had been a Nazi sympathizer, but you never can be quite sure with Harold Cole. Keeping in character, Cole began working with Allied forces to find and arrest Nazi soldiers, some who we can presume were the very same people he was feeding intel to about the Allies earlier in the war. He would gather info on where Nazi officers were hiding and help flush them out. It is documented that Cole killed at least one person during this time, so it would seem he had no qualms with murdering people from either side of the war, as he flip-flopped back and forth between the Nazis and the Allies. He would work for the devil himself if it meant saving his own skin. Eventually, his luck ran out when he sent a postcard to one of his ex-mistresses in Paris. British intelligence got hold of the letter and handed it over to investigators responsible for bringing deserters to justice. A major from the division was sent to Germany to collect Harold Cole, who was unaware that he'd been made. The task force responsible for arresting Cole found him in his British uniform carrying a Thompson machine gun and 2 pistols. They confiscated his weapons and placed him under arrest. And even though this would be the 3rd time that the British had arrested Harold Cole during World War II, he would escape yet again. At the prison he was being held in, Cole managed to get his hands on an American uniform. He put it on and was able to convince the guards that he was a United States Sergeant. Cole walked right out the front door of the prison. To add insult to injury, he grabbed a typewriter on his way out, saying he was using it to write his memoirs. The British were on the hunt again. Harold Cole had made them look like a fool too many times. Then in 1946, almost a year after he had escaped from prison, British intelligence received word that a man matching Cole's description had been seen in a Paris nightclub. The French police were sent to arrest the deserter. They tracked him back to the apartment he was staying in. The police quietly made their way up the stairs to Cole's flat. The old wooden steps creaked under their weight. As the officers reached Cole's floor, they were surprised to find him waiting in an open doorway, pistol raised. He had heard them coming. Cole began to fire at the officers, who returned a volley of bullets. There was nowhere for Cole to run, so he emptied his gun, but not before being shot multiple times by the French police. Blood ran down the front of his shirt as he slid to the floor. When the police entered the room, Harold Cole was dead. British intelligence received word that the deserter had been killed. Much to their relief, they would never have to deal with Harold Cole again. MI6 labeled Cole as the worst British traitor of the war, who finally got what he deserved. Hermann Göring puts down a needle that was once filled with morphine. For a moment, he forgets about all the atrocities and mistakes he's made over the years. Being Hitler's right-hand man has brought him riches and power beyond his wildest dreams. Unfortunately for this high-ranking Nazi officer, all of those mistakes are about to catch up to him. For much of Hitler's rise to power and eventual reign over Germany, there was one man who stood by his side. This man murdered and bribed his way to the top and committed countless crimes against humanity in the name of the Nazi Party. This man was Hermann Göring, and Hitler adored him to the point that he made Göring his successor as leader of Germany. But things didn't go according to plan for Göring, and toward the end of World War II, he found his Führer despised him more than anyone else. What did Göring do to fall out of favor with his good friend Hitler? Let's find out. Hermann Göring was born to an upper-class Bavarian family. He spent most of his childhood exploring castles and the Austrian countryside. However, Göring apparently was a troublemaker from a young age, as his parents shipped him off to military school as soon as he was old enough. Just as Göring was about to graduate, World War I broke out. He joined the infamous Flying Circus. With its brightly colored planes and ability to seemingly travel wherever Allied forces were deployed, Göring was credited with shooting down 22 aircraft during the First World War and became a highly decorated war hero by the time it ended. However, this notoriety would not last long, as he was about to find himself exiled from the very country he fought to protect. With the threat of communism looming on the horizon and the devastation of the German economy following the war, Göring, like many, believed it was time for a change in leadership. Many Germans were angered by what they felt were unfair concessions the country had to pay and crippling sanctions that left the average German citizen struggling to survive. Göring firmly believed that the only way that Germany would return to its former glory was through the Nazi Party. In 1922, Göring first met Hitler at a rally protesting against the Treaty of Versailles and how the current leadership was handling things in Germany. He was so enthralled with Adolf Hitler's speech and ideas that he immediately knew this man would be the future leader of Germany. He decided to throw his support behind the angry man with the little mustache and never look back. On November 8, 1923, Göring participated in the Beer Hall Putsch with thousands of other Nazi Party members. The plan was to overthrow the government, but they failed miserably. During the chaos, something happened to Göring that would lead to lifelong drug addiction and mental instability. Adolf Hitler and General Quartermeister Erich Ludendorff led Nazi supporters as they fought to take control of the government in Munich. However, before they could reach the center of the city, they were stopped by the police, who had been dispatched to stop the insurrection. Most of the Nazi Party members were unarmed, but knew if they could get past the blockade, they might be able to complete their hostile takeover. The police opened fire and sent the Nazis running. 16 Nazi Party members and 4 police officers were killed during the chaos. Göring was fleeing the scene when he was shot in the leg. He couldn't go to a hospital in Germany, as he would have likely been arrested for his involvement in the Beer Hall Putsch, so he fled to Austria, where he likely received his first dose of morphine to dull the pain of the gunshot wound. It was this first injection that opened the doors for Göring's lifelong addiction to the painkiller. Whether it was because of the pain or the disappointment that came after the Nazi Party was unable to secure power, Göring quickly started abusing the drug. This led to mental instability and sudden violent changes to his personality. Eventually, Göring found himself in a Swedish mental asylum after local authorities picked him up for disturbing the peace. They tried to help Göring get his mood swings under control at the Swedish institution by keeping him off morphine. The doctors there might have been initially successful, but his sobriety didn't last long. In hindsight, it would have been better for everyone if they just kept him locked up, but unfortunately, that's not what happened. In 1927, Göring received word that anyone who was involved in the Beer Hall Putsch was granted amnesty by the German government. He could now return home. Göring left Sweden and returned to Germany. As soon as he got there, he started paving the way for Hitler's rise to power. He used his influential contacts in the business sector and military officers he had fought with in the First World War to maneuver Hitler into a position where he could seize control of the nation. All of Göring's bribes, fear-mongering, and use of back channels eventually paid off. Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party rose to power in 1933. The pivotal role that Göring played in getting Adolf Hitler to where he was not unknown to the Führer. As soon as he came to power, he offered Hermann Göring the position of Minister of the Interior for Prussia. This was Germany's largest state, and the position alone came with the benefit of being in charge of most of the police forces in the country. Using this newfound power, Göring created the Gestapo, the Nazi secret police force that was tasked with suppressing any opposition to the Nazi Party or Hitler himself. The men in the Gestapo were ordered to dismantle any organizations that questioned the Nazi Party or even made people disappear if need be. Later, they would be used to round up Jewish people and bring them to concentration camps under the orders of Göring, Hitler, and their new best friend, Heinrich Himmler. Before the Holocaust even began, these men had blood on their hands. Although there were many people who helped bring Hitler and the Nazis to power, Göring knew that other members of the party were gaining favor with the populace. He could not allow this to happen, as his position and the life he'd now become accustomed to hinged on Hitler remaining in power. Plus, he really believed that Hitler was the savior of the German people. The fear of Hitler and Göring losing control of the government prompted them to do something incredibly cruel to their former friends and allies. On June 30th, 1934, Hitler, Göring, and Himmler organized a mass murder campaign against other members of the Nazi Party who may have opposed their future plans for the country. This massacre came to be known as the Night of the Long Knives. There was one man in particular who Hitler wanted dead, and Göring was happy to help his Führer without question. Ernst Röhm was a devoted party member and had helped secure victory for the Nazis and the government. He worked with Hitler to co-found the Sturmabteilung, also known as the SA, or Storm Units, or Brown Shirts. This organization acted as the private army for the Nazi Party and were independent from the Gestapo. When the Nazis first gained power, Röhm was chosen to command the SA. One of Hitler's biggest fears was that Röhm would use the Brown Shirts to try to overthrow him and seize power for himself. The fact that Röhm was in command of the SA wasn't the only problem, however, as he was also gaining favor with other party members and the general public. Hitler and Göring knew that in order to keep their position in the government secure, Röhm needed to be eliminated. During the night of June 30th until July 2nd, a number of Nazi Party members were murdered by soldiers loyal to Hitler, Göring, and Himmler. Hitler told people that the Night of the Long Knives was done in order to purge the government of corrupt politicians and protect the people as a whole from traitors to the Nazi Party. This was just propaganda to justify his actions. The real reason why so many people were slaughtered was that so Hitler could remain in control of Germany and Göring could keep the power he had gained thus far. Now that Göring had solidified himself as Hitler's right-hand man, he began doing some extraordinarily bizarre things, much of which was probably fueled by his drug addiction. It also seems that Göring let all the power he now had go to his head because he started making some really terrible decisions. At this point, Göring was in complete control of the German economy and had created a state-owned business called Hermann Göring Works. This was a thinly veiled disguise for a company that would make him massively wealthy and not one that was created to benefit the state. The fact that the company used his actual name likely means there was nothing anyone could do to stop him. The main objective of Hermann Göring Works was to start ramping up the production of war machines and weapons. 700,000 new jobs were created for German citizens, which would also aid the Nazi Party in the coming years as they prepared for World War II. While Hermann Göring Works seemed to benefit the people and the country over time, Göring was reaping the benefits from day one. He could now use his money to buy eccentric pieces of art, real estate, and most importantly, drugs. He purchased a mansion just for hunting and throwing parties. We assumed this estate was just for hunting regular game like deer or ducks, but we wouldn't put it past Göring to go hunting for other things, such as humans. There's no knowing what this crazy Nazi would do behind closed doors while pumped full of morphine. At his mansion, Göring would organize banquets and feasts for head Nazi Party members and businessmen. There would be wine and beer flowing into every glass and expensive cuts of meat that never seemed to end. This continued even while World War II raged on, which goes to show that a German victory sometimes took second place to his own needs. In his estate, Göring displayed the works of art that he had stolen from museums around Europe. He also had a large collection of artworks that had been taken from Jewish families after they were arrested and brought to concentration camps. Needless to say, Hermann Göring was not a nice man, and Hitler would soon find out that he wasn't qualified to hold the position of power within the Third Reich that had been bestowed upon him. It was clear to Nazi Party members and other people who got to know Göring that there was something a little bit off about him. Göring was said to have changed outfits at least 5 times a day and always accessorized himself with medals and jewelry, many of which were not actually his. He also was seen donning medieval hunting uniforms and togas that looked like they'd come straight out of ancient Rome. The crazy part was that the German masses actually seemed to like Göring, and it's thought that they saw him as more accessible than Hitler, although if they'd known what he did in secret, they might have changed their minds. However, between all the parties, drugs, and extravagances that Göring enjoyed came some issues. For one thing, Göring started gaining a lot of weight, which along with his drug addiction led to some health problems. He was also prone to mood swings as the morphine changed his brain chemistry and sent him into withdrawals whenever he hadn't had a hit in a while. This turned some members of the party and German citizens against him, but since he had the support of the Führer, there wasn't much anyone could do about him. Despite these problems and his busy social life, Göring still played a major role in the mass genocide of the Jewish people. On November 9, 1938, Göring, along with another infamous Nazi war criminal, Josef Goebbels, launched the Kristallnacht program, or Night of the Broken Glass. This was the beginning of the nightmare that would become the Holocaust for the Jewish people. Göring first fined the Jewish community 1 billion marks, which ensured any Jewish business or person could no longer influence the economy. It was a way to seize control control of the Jewish companies and their owners, which many Germans thought were one of the reasons life had become so hard. Hitler and the Nazi Party had been spreading endless propaganda that the German struggle was a direct result of the Jewish people. This obviously wasn't true and was just a delusion that the Nazis had concocted, but the people wanted a scapegoat, and unfortunately the Jewish people were it. The state then repossessed all Jewish property and began placing the Jewish people in ghettos before they eventually moved to the next phase of their plan. Jewish children were banned from going to school, Jewish families were segregated and kept out of parks and other public spaces. After a few days of imposing oppressive laws, Göring took the atrocities up another notch. He announced that the final reckoning with the Jews had been reached. He then gave the order for the Gestapo and the SA to carry out all preparations with regard to a general solution of the Jewish question in those territories of Europe which are under German influence. We all know what came next as a result of Göring's orders. World War II and the Holocaust were about to begin. On September 1, 1939, Nazi Germany invaded Poland and officially started World War II. Hitler had big plans for Göring during the war, as he had been such an accomplished pilot and soldier in World War I. Hitler must have thought that Göring's experience in a war would make him a good commander for the Nazi military. Unbeknownst to Hitler, he was about to make one of his biggest mistakes in all of World War II. On the same day that Germany invaded Poland, Hitler made Göring his successor if anything happened to him during the war. Hitler also bestowed upon him the special title of Reichsmarschall, which meant that Göring was now in charge of the entire German military. This decision would end up benefiting the Allies more than Hitler or the Nazis. Göring may have been a good pilot, but he was a really bad strategist and military leader. Perhaps Göring's biggest mistake during World War II was how he mishandled the Luftwaffe on multiple occasions. Hitler probably thought that since Göring was a decorated World War I pilot, he could be trusted to use the German Air Force effectively. However, time and time again, Göring would send the Luftwaffe squadrons to the wrong locations or order attacks that had no strategic advantage. However, Göring's biggest military mistake and what led to him losing almost all favor with Hitler was how he handled the air offensive against Britain. In 1940, the only country that still posed any threat to Germany was Great Britain. Although they were across the English Channel, they were slowly gearing up for an invasion, and the Brits had a formidable navy and air force. It was Göring's job to use the Luftwaffe to carry out bombing runs on the British enemy. However, even though bombs were being dropped on the capital and air bases were being targeted, Göring's orders resulted in minimal damage to the British Royal Air Force. In fact, Britain seemed to be fighting off attack after attack with success, even though the Luftwaffe had comparable planes and pilots to the British. Hitler knew this, and he also knew there was only one person to blame for such a failure. After 1940, Hitler no longer saw Hermann Göring as his right-hand man and looked for others to carry out his will. In the years to come, not only would Hitler denounce Göring as a successor, but he ended up hating his former friend and ally. As 1943 and the end of the war crept closer, Göring received fewer invites to join head Nazi officials in wartime meetings and planning sessions. He'd lost power and influence in the party itself, which resulted in him finding solace in an old friend, morphine. In the eyes of Hitler, every defeat the Germans endured was the result of Göring's poor military leadership, but there was something else happening to the Führer that connected him to Göring in a different way. Recent research suggests that Göring wasn't the only high-ranking Nazi official that had a drug problem. In fact, the Führer himself was also an addict. As World War II continued and it seemed more and more like the Allies would be victorious, Adolf Hitler began to rely heavily on drugs to keep going. His mental and physical health had started to deteriorate as a result of the stress of trying to win the war and carry out a massive genocide simultaneously. By the time Hitler found himself in a Berlin bunker with Allied forces closing in on all sides, he was addicted to numerous drugs. It was reported that in the last few days before he took his own life, Hitler had withdrawal symptoms such as trembling and the sweats. However, there weren't enough drugs in the world to help Hitler or Göring win the war. Toward the end, they were both addicts. The Führer had lost hope and was content with getting high in his Berlin bunker before taking his own life. And even though Hitler thought he had made it clear that he no longer trusted or wanted Göring to be his successor, Göring himself missed the memo. After Hitler locked himself in the bunker, Göring thought he now ran Germany. This was not actually the case. It would seem that Göring had no idea Hitler was even upset with him. When he received word that the Führer was relinquishing his power to the next in command, Göring was so sure he was about to become the leader of Germany that he started giving orders and planning his next course of action. To be fair, he was probably pretty high when he received word of Hitler's decision, and he was also probably pretty high when he marched to the capital to claim what he thought was his rightful place as the new Führer. However, the party saw things differently. According to Hitler's last will and testament, Karl Donitz would become his successor as the head of state. Donitz would receive the title of President of Germany and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces on April 30th, 1945, just in time to surrender to the Allies. When Göring tried to object to the succession of power, he was immediately stripped of his post and arrested. As the Third Reich collapsed and Allied forces marched into Germany, chaos amongst the Nazi Party members broke out. Anyone in a leadership position knew that they would stand trial and likely be executed executed for war crimes and crimes against humanity if the Allies captured them. There was a mass exodus as Nazi generals, soldiers, and officials tried to escape Allied forces and make their way to other parts of the world like South America. Hermann Göring had already been arrested by his own government but managed to escape and tried to flee the country as well. Unfortunately for him, Allied forces knew who he was and what he looked like. He had been seen alongside Hitler in photographs and broadcasts, so when Allied troops noticed a rather large man decorated head to toe in Nazi regalia fleeing, they recognized him almost immediately. Göring was arrested and locked up once again to await trial. This was likely the most miserable time in his life, as not only was he awaiting an execution sentence, but he was going through morphine withdrawal. He spent sleepless nights and restless days writhing in agony on the floor of his cell, as his body flushed any remaining morphine out of his system. Göring managed to get past the withdrawal symptoms and advocated for himself at his own trial. The whole process of going through withdrawal and sitting in prison caused Göring to lose a significant amount of weight, and by the time he stepped into court for the Nuremberg trials, he supposedly carried himself with poise. However, the trial didn't go his way. Göring was found guilty of conspiracy to wage war, crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. He was sentenced to death by hanging. To be fair, this was not a shocker, as Göring played a pivotal role in the largest genocide in history, and his orders cost the lives of thousands, if not millions, of soldiers. However, Göring's sentence was never carried out. Like his Führer, Göring took his own life, rather than meeting his fate at the hands of the Allies. On October 15, 1946, just 2 hours before his hanging, Göring bit down on a cyanide capsule that he had hidden from the guards. When they came to bring him to his execution, the guards found Hermann Göring dead on his cell floor. Hermann Göring followed Hitler from the beginning. He was instrumental in paving the way for Hitler's rise to power and was rewarded greatly for his loyalty. But even Hitler couldn't forgive his poor judgment when it came to military strategy. And at the end of the war, Göring was a delusional drug addict that took his own life rather than facing justice. Turns out Hitler and Göring had more in common than they ever realized. The Allied forces eventually poured into Nazi Germany and freed it from Hitler's reign. But they didn't act alone. The Nazis had been resisted, sabotaged, and exposed from all corners. Few of these fighters were uniformed soldiers. Most were civilians. And these 11 unlikely warriors became the Nazis' worst nightmares. Number 11. Swingjugend. Can you liberate a town from an oppressive government through the power of dance? It's easy when the worst you're up against is a cranky pastor who banned the prom. Less so when you're up against brutal Nazi soldiers. But that didn't stop the Swingjugend, a group of teenagers and college-age Germans in the late 1930s. They were mostly upper-class and educated. They loved American culture. Hitler sought to force conformity and a military aesthetic on Germany's youth, and he viewed these freewheeling dancers as a threat, so naturally they kept on dancing. As the Nazi forces cracked down and closed most of Germany's illicit dance halls, the Swingjugend went underground. They spoke in English, making their plans harder for the authorities to follow. Eventually, the government declared the group illegal in 1941, and the leaders were sent to concentration camps, as were any found dancing after the order. The teenagers were sent to the youth concentration camp of Moringen, but the movement was never stomped out completely, and many German teens never embraced Nazism. After all, you can't stop the beat. Hitler also found out the hard way that the pen is mightier than the sword. Number 10. Fritz Gerlach. As the Nazis took control in 1933, many ordinary Germans were skeptical about their ruthless new leader. But the oppression hadn't reached them yet, so they figured what's the worst they can do. But one journalist, Fritz Gerlach, knew better. The trained historian had been involved in liberal student groups and was a staunch opponent of anti-Semitism. And starting in the 1920s, he served as editor of one of the biggest newspapers in Munich. And he used his position tirelessly to warn the citizens of Germany that Hitler was dangerous. And when it became too dangerous to speak out, he refused to stop. Hitler officially seized power in January 1933, and he wasted no time targeting his enemies. Gerlach's words, calling nationalism a philosophy that would lead to tyranny and war, spread far, and Hitler wouldn't stand for that. It would be less than 2 months before Gerlach was arrested, and he was sent to Dachau, the prison camp that would become one of Germany's most notorious institutions. But he wouldn't stay there long. Just over a year later, the brutal purge known as the Night of the Long Knives occurred, killing many of Hitler's imprisoned enemies. Gerlach was one of the many casualties, but his words were impossible to disappear, and the world's awareness of Hitler's brutality would only increase thanks to him. This next agent of resistance opposed the Nazis with a velvet glove. Number 9. Hanna Solf. In her early years, Hanna Solf was a charmed woman. She married the powerful Wilhelm Solf, the governor of German-occupied Samoa, when she was barely 20 and spent years in a tropical paradise. But in 1928, the family moved back to Berlin, just as the Nazis were beginning to move closer to power. The family was comfortable and not threatened by the regime, but when Wilhelm
mom died in 1936, Hannah could no longer be silent. She and her friend Elizabeth von Thadden were determined to resist, and they had a secret weapon: tea parties. They were, after all, harmless societal ladies. They would host gatherings of intellectuals who were no longer able to speak out publicly against the Nazi regime, and the so-called Soul Circle became instrumental in helping those targeted by the Nazis flee the country. But they were eventually infiltrated by a Nazi spy, and the entire Soul Circle was deported to Ravensbrück to face execution. While von Thadden was executed, Hannah Solf and her daughter were saved by the Red Army, with Solf living until 1954. No one was safe in Nazi Germany, not even the men of God. But that didn't stop this next one. Number 8. Bishop Clemens August Graf von Galen. Much of Hitler's regime was dedicated to targeting people for their ethnic background or their political views, but they weren't the only victims. Hitler was obsessed with the superiority of the German bloodline, and as such he viewed the sick and disabled as undesirable. When 1939 rolled around, Hitler announced Operation T4, a brutal series of sanctions that were designed to eliminate the disabled population of Germany. Parents were encouraged to abandon their disabled kids for elimination. Religious figures around the country were horrified, and for at least one, it was too much to tolerate. Bishop Clemens August Graf von Galen was known for his anti-Nazi views and had previously spoken out against their racist views. But even as oppression of the Catholic Church increased, von Galen became more vocal about the targeting of the disabled. It turned many Catholic figures against the Nazis, and Hitler's unofficial truce with the current pope meant targeting the Bishop of Munster would have been a bridge too far. Ultimately, while the targeting of the disabled continued until the end of the war, Operation T4 ended in 1941, and von Galen lived to see Germany liberated before his death in 1946. He wasn't the only Catholic figure to resist the Nazi regime. Number 7. Gertrude Luckner. Born in Liverpool to German parents, Gertrude Luckner lived in Germany since she was a small child, and she was horrified to see her country descend into fascism. A devout pacifist, she soon joined the German Catholics Peace Association, a group responsible for helping many Jewish Germans escape the country before it was too late. And while many Germans still saw Hitler as a mere eccentric, she was warning that he was a genocidal madman, and on November 9, 1938, she would be proven right. Kristallnacht was a brutal warning sign, but for many it was too late. As restrictions on Jews tightened, Luckner and her fellow pacifists organized to help them buy food. When the deportations began, they hid Jewish neighbors wherever they could and helped them escape when possible. But the Nazis were monitoring her actions, and in 1943 she was arrested on one of her travels. She was sent to Ravensbrück concentration camp, but the Nazis didn't execute her. She was held as a political prisoner and survived the war, but her will was undeterred. After the war, she promoted cooperation between Jews and Christians, was honored for her work by Israel, and remained a strong peace activist until her death in 1995. Sometimes hope can survive in the darkest places. Number 6. Stanislawa Leszczyńska. The German occupation of Poland was notoriously brutal, and Leszczyńska worked as a midwife until she and her family were forcibly relocated when her street was converted to part of a Jewish ghetto. She helped the residents of the ghetto, delivering them food and documents, and wound up sharing their fate when she was caught. She was deported to the infamous Auschwitz concentration camp along with her daughter and countless Jewish prisoners. There, she met the infamous Dr. Mengele, and her experience in birth led to her being drafted by him to report on birth conditions in the camp. It would lead to an opportunity for salvation. She worked as a midwife at the camp and was horrified to learn that the infants were to be drowned after birth. She sabotaged this effort, tattooing Jewish babies who looked sufficiently German so they would be taken away and adopted out by German families. It's estimated that she saved as many as 500 children and saved the lives of countless mothers by treating them after birth. She survived the war and continued working as a midwife, dying in 1974, and a campaign is ongoing to make her a Roman Catholic saint. She wasn't the only healthcare worker to oppose the Nazis, but none made a bigger impact than this next one. Number 5. Nancy Wake. Nancy Wake was making history from early life in New Zealand. Becoming one of the first women of Maori descent to marry a European, she lived in France with her husband when the country fell to the Nazis, and she was horrified by their brutality. While she was a trained journalist and certainly not a warrior, she felt the need to take action. Working as an ambulance driver, she eventually fell into the company of Captain Ian Garrow's secret escape line, and they realized Wake had a unique advantage. She was really good at escaping. Working as a courier, her unassuming and feminine appearance made her less likely to be suspected by the Nazis. But they were soon on her trail and she had to flee France. Tragically, her husband back in France was killed, but that just made her more determined. She would return to France to train warriors in the resistance and personally lead a branch of 7,000 members. She would continue her mission after the war, even briefly becoming a British intelligence officer. One of the most highly decorated women in World War II history, she would become famous for once killing an SS sentry with her bare hands and would live to the age of 98 after the war. We suspect death was a bit nervous to try to take her, but few of World
World War II's warriors willingly stared death in the face like this man. Number 4. Witold Pilecki. Witold Pilecki was already a veteran when the Nazis invaded Poland. Having served in the Polish-Soviet War when he was still a teenager, he'd become a military officer, but the army was completely overwhelmed by the German war machine. He refused to evacuate with his fellow soldiers to France and instead joined the Polish resistance. He and a large number of his men were eventually captured and sent to Auschwitz concentration camp, but debates remain as to the circumstances of his capture. Was he simply caught, or did he allow himself to be caught? While in the camp, he became a secret resistance fighter while imprisoned. He barely avoided being shot and took every opportunity to sabotage the Nazis and steal food for his fellow prisoners. He collected information on the camps and reported it back to his superiors when he was able to escape from the camp in 1943 while working the night shift. It became the first comprehensive report on the brutal conditions of the Nazi camps, and Witold returned to duty and fought in that Polish resistance until the end of the war. But tragically, he would not be able to continue that legacy for long after the war. He was captured while spying for the Polish government in exile by the communist authorities in 1947 and executed a year later. Many of the most heroic figures of the war were the ones most in danger. Number 3. Vera Atkins. Growing up in Romania as Vera May Rosenberg, the Jewish woman watched with fear as the Nazis gained power. In 1937, not long before the start of World War II, she decided to move to Britain, and her education and skills in language let her befriend many diplomats. As tensions ramped up, she was recruited by Britain's top spy masters to collect intel on Nazi Germany, and that meant she'd have to head back into enemy territory, a mission she accepted, and it would only be the beginning of a successful spy career, one that would send echoes through the world and Hollywood. Atkins became the head of the British spy agency's F Division, which was tasked with infiltrating France. She was a master at blending in thanks to her European roots and managed to survive the war. Her involvement in evacuating Poland's Enigma codebreakers helped the Allies win the war, and after the Nazis fell, she was a key in helping track down many of the regime's worst war criminals. The unassuming woman acted more like a secretary than the skilled spy she was, which leads many to believe she was the inspiration for the character Moneypenny in Ian Fleming's James Bond series. Few heroes, though, were more unlikely than the next one. Number 2. Virginia Hall. If you're looking for a spy, you're probably not going to guess it was the mousy-looking woman with a wooden leg. That's exactly what Virginia Hall was betting on. Having lost her leg in a hunting accident as a young adult, the American woman worked as a consular clerk in Poland in the 1930s. She was turned down for a position as a diplomat because they didn't hire the disabled, so she resigned and went abroad to work for Britain's spy agency, the Special Operations Executive. She was soon deployed to France, only the second female agent ever to be deployed to the occupied country. Her exploits there would be the stuff of legend. Nazi-occupied France was a dangerous place, but Hall knew how to get intelligence. She befriended a brothel owner for intelligence, helped downed pilots escape back to England, and even liberated people from prison camp. The limping lady became one of the most wanted people in Vichy France, and she was eventually forced to flee after organizing a jailbreak of 12 captured agents. She went on the lam, walking across the Pyrenees to neutral Spain, where she was arrested. The Americans organized her release, and she continued in the spy game, eventually becoming one of the first women ever hired by the CIA. But some heroes come from the most unlikely places. Number 1. Chiune Sugihara. The Japanese and Germans were close allies, their alliance lasting the duration of the war, so Japanese diplomats had special status. Chiune Sugihara was an educated man, fluent in Russian and German, and he was a fast-rising diplomat in the years before the war. He would be appointed as vice consul at the Japanese consulate in Lithuania in 1939, ordered to report on Soviet and German actions in the region. He cooperated with Polish intelligence, but it would be less than a year before the Germans rolled in and conquered Lithuania, and Sugihara had a choice to make. When the Germans occupied a country, the Jewish residents quickly found themselves under fire. Countless refugees tried to flee, but it was near impossible to find a place to take them. While the Japanese government had strict regulations for visas to come to Japan, Sugihara ignored those orders, and he began granting visas to Japan for Jewish refugees, working around the clock, signing them, and ultimately saving at least 2,200 people and maybe more, all while defying his superiors and risking his own life had he been caught. While he and his family survived the war, it would ruin his career in the foreign ministry, and it would be decades before his actions were properly acknowledged. But before his death in 1986, he would be acknowledged by Israel as one of the righteous among the nations. Allied prisoners of war face off with nasty Nazis. Heroic American soldiers, together with calm and calculated British officers, planned to do the impossible: dig 3 tunnels named Tom, Dick, and Harry and get everyone out of the camp. It's a brilliant plan. The Allied men are nothing but courageous. The Nazis, well, they're Nazis. Bullets fly, there's motorcycle mayhem and amazing stunts. 2 men steal an airplane and joyously fly over the German border. A hero fills your eyes with tears as he gets thrown into the cooler for yet another time. It's a jolly good show by all all involved, even though the backs of the heads become home to made-in-Germany bullets. The end. So there you go. That's the condensed version of the 1960s Hollywood hit The Great Escape. The Brits are very British, the Germans so darn German, and the main American prisoner played by Steve McQueen, he's so cool he could walk through fire with a smile on his face. But there's a big but. When Hollywood does a based-on-a-true-story war movie, you can count on the fact that 9 times out of 10, the based part is very flexible, but the actual true story is amazing itself. In fact, we like the real version much better than the fictional version. It's all quite dark, naturally. This was war. Brutal things happened, perhaps too brutal for the sensitive minds of you regular moviegoers. The truth is bleak indeed. But the question is, did anyone actually escape? In 1942, when the Stalag Luft III camp got going, just about all the prisoners there were British and Commonwealth officers, although some were Polish soldiers too. The camp was in present-day Poland, then part of Nazi Germany. Come 1943, the north compound of the camp was home to the Brits, and a bit later the south side and later the west side was filled with captured men from the US Air Force. Each different compound had 15 huts. The huts were 3 by 3.7 meters with 15 bunk beds in each. When the camp was at its fullest, there were almost 11,000 inmates. Around 3/4 of them were from the US Air Force, with the rest being British, along with some other allies from Commonwealth nations such as Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. As for building escape tunnels, this was actually very hard to do because the huts were raised off the ground. If anyone went below the huts, they were very easy to spot. On top of that, the soil was a sandy color, so if a man was covered in the stuff, the Germans would get very suspicious. Very suspicious could mean a bullet to the brain. Even if the guys could get the soil off of them, where could they put the stuff where it wouldn't be seen? The Germans knew all of this, and so they believed there was no way these prisoners were going to escape. They were proud that they built an escape-proof camp. They also knew that because the soil was so loose, even if someone did manage to dig down, the tunnel would collapse, likely killing or injuring anyone in it. As we said, those forward-thinking Germans thought a lot about possible escapes, and that's why they had special microphones in the camp that would pick up any tunneling. Life in camp was not quite what you'd expect. Remember, a lot of these prisoners were officers, and while each side in the war was trying to kill each other, there was a certain amount of respect between enemies, especially when a man held a high rank. Life was certainly not all about torture and general barbarity as you might have thought, especially if you've heard about the horrors of some of the other German POW camps. The main reason for this hospitality was the German guards were mostly men fighting with the mighty German Air Force, the Luftwaffe. Many honorable soldiers were part of the Luftwaffe, or at least they thought they were honorable. As British co-pilot Jimmy James would tell the BBC many years after the war, the camp staff were all members of the Luftwaffe and behaved, for the most part, in a civilized manner toward the prisoners. In the early days, particularly our relations with the Germans were good, provided that higher authority and the Nazi Party were kept at a distance. James talked about one of the German commanders at the camp he was at first, also run by the Luftwaffe, which was Camp Stalag Luft I. There, he said a Major von Stachelski one evening felt so sorry for the British prisoners that he sent them some crates of beer. James called him a humane and thoughtful man, but when the higher-ups found out about von Stachelski's kindness, he was relieved of his duties. James later became part of the escape team when he was sent to Stalag Luft III. The prisoners actually ate pretty well, very well compared to the starved men in some camps that looked a day away from death. The prisoners got parcels from the Red Cross and from families back home, while the Germans gave them a daily diet constituting of almost 2,000 calories. POWs could also earn in the camp as they were paid by the Germans. You heard that right. What was called camp money was supposed to help prevent escape attempts. They used a camp currency that prisoners could use to buy goods, and on occasion beer that was brewed by the Germans. Believe it or not, the British government took money away from its officers knowing that they were being paid. This was something said in an official report. Health of POWs is good. Calisthenics are compulsory by order of the senior American officers. Adequate medical care is provided by British and French doctors. Dental care is not satisfactory, and difficulty is experienced in obtaining glasses. Washing and toilet facilities are adequate, although hot water is scarce. Athletics were second only to reading as the most popular diversion. Camp areas were cleared and made fit playing fields at first for cricket and rugby, and later for softball, touch football, badminton, deck tennis, and volleyball. In addition, POWs took advantage of opportunities for ping pong, wrestling, weightlifting, horizontal and parallel bar work, hockey, and swimming in the fire pool. POWs were also able to study and actually get degrees. They put on dramatic shows based on plays that were popular in London. They even built their own theater and a little radio station called Station KRGY. Two newspapers they published were called Circuit and Kriegi Times. The latter word is related to POW. Still, the Germans were paranoid about men escaping. It turned out, of course, that their paranoia was very much justified. The Allies were paranoid too, so when a new guy came to their barracks, they were vetted. Maybe they thought the new guy is an undercover agent for the Germans, reporting back about the activities on the prisoners. What's amusing is the Allies called the Germans goons. The Germans readily accepted the term, having been told it stood for German officer or non-com. The word goon was a relatively new word, slang most or all Germans wouldn't have understood. As we said, the Germans were right to be paranoid. Every single movement a German guard made outside of his quarters was tracked by the Allies, who wrote all the information down in a book. They knew who would be standing where or walking where at each time during the day and night. The Germans knew they were being monitored, but seemed to put up with it. One time they even got information from the prisoners about guards that had been rather lazy. Some of those 800 guards were past their prime. Others were slow on their feet due to having been injured. Okay, so the scene is set. Some of you might now be wondering why these POWs were so desperate to risk their lives and try to escape. Let's remember that prison is prison. These men wanted to rejoin the war or get back to their families. Some, though, didn't want to risk being shot for trying to escape. Jimmy James later wrote, "Of the 1,500 in the North Compound at Stalag Luft 3, only about 600 were in the escape organization. The others were interested. I would say about a third of the prisoners were, like myself, hardcore escapers. Of the others, some had been very keen in the early days but now thought it wasn't worth it, and the rest were either against it or just didn't think it was worthwhile. My motivation was simply freedom." The first notable escape was in 1943, which famously involved the prisoners using a wooden gymnastic vaulting horse to get away with digging holes. They could dig under it and they could put men in it. It was a genius thing, and 3 RAF soldiers escaped. The Great Escape took place a year later in 1944. RAF squadron leader Roger Bushell had for many months been thinking about an escape plan. Bushell's other main escape artist was British officer Jimmy Buckley. Together, and with other men, they were going to do the impossible. Bushell formed a British and Commonwealth Escape Committee and one day made his important announcement. This is how it went. Everyone here in this room is living on borrowed time. By rights, we should all be dead. The only reason that God allowed us this extra ration of life is so we can make life hell for the Hun. In North Compound, we are concentrating our efforts on completing and escaping through one master tunnel. No private enterprise tunnels are allowed. 3 bloody deep, bloody long tunnels will be dug. Tom, Dick, and Harry. One will succeed. Bushell thought that if the Germans found one tunnel, they wouldn't expect there to be another tunnel. They just needed manpower, which he got. He wanted over 200 men to escape when the time came. Unlike the Hollywood movie, Americans didn't really figure in the escape. About 600 men got to work secretly digging Tom, Dick, and Harry. Called those names because Bushell never wanted the word tunnel to be spoken. He even said anyone who says that word will be court-martialed, a very serious thing to happen to a soldier. Bushell knew that failure meant death. He could have no loose lips in the camp. The tunnels themselves were about 9 meters below the surface. They were tiny though, only about 0.6 meters square, just enough space for a man. It was hard to breathe in there, so at points in the tunnels the guys would dig a larger outlet for an air pump. Importantly though, getting through the tunnel was slow, with one man crawling at a time. As for the possibility of collapse, there was certainly some hairy moments, but the prisoners managed to steal a lot of wood from the camp, mainly from beds, to use as support beams. To dig, they used metal taken from cans of food to fashion little shovels. Digging, of course, was time-consuming work, but how to get rid of the soil? Like the movie showed, the prisoners blocked their pants at the bottom, then put soil inside them. They'd walk around the camp letting little bits of the soil sprinkle everywhere. As they had hundreds of guys doing this, they could get rid of a lot of soil. 200 men in total made around 25,000 dumping trips. Since they walked and looked funny, they got the name penguins. The Germans in the meantime knew the prisoners were up to something, but they couldn't figure out what exactly. Then they caught some penguins in the act of dumping. Sensibly, the Germans transferred a bunch of guys to other camps. The most notable of them was the Canadian fighter pilot Wally Floody, who was one of the most important people behind the tunnel construction. It should be said here that some of the Germans inside the camp helped the Allies, as did some of the Germans outside the camp, who helped the prisoners with getting certain documents. A fair few anti-Nazi Germans provided practical assistance in tunnel construction, which meant they were risking their lives too. As time went on, the tunnel dick was used for storing important things such as compasses, maps, documents, and forged travel permits and clothes. All of this was required to get through Germany. Tom was then discovered by the Germans, after which it was blown up. Dick, although later retired as an escape route, functioned as another storage facility. Harry was undiscovered and almost completed. As we said, 200 men were chosen to escape. The first group was either important figures in the tunnel building, or they spoke German really well, or they'd been in trouble before and were close to some serious punishment. These guys had much higher chances of escape. In the second group, which were designated as the hard arsers, it was expected they would have a hard time escaping. They spoke little German and were given few documents. Capture and death were very much a possibility for these people, hence they were hard ass. On March 24th, as night fell, a soldier went into the tunnel. Only when he came out at the other end, he wasn't anywhere near as far as he thought he would be. He was actually dangerously close to the guard tower and not close enough to the safety of the woods. But one by one, men went through. It was terribly cold and snow laid on the ground, and that didn't help at all because they made footprints in the snow. There were other problems though, such as tunnel collapses and sentries walking around. So with only 10 men able to crawl through per hour, it was decided that 100 men would go in total. In all, 76 got out. When 77 made his way out, he was spotted by a guard and the alarm was raised. Those prisoners already in the nearby forest scattered. The Germans flew from their huts, guns in hand. Those guys made their way as best they could in 5-foot deep snow. They headed toward various railway stations, which wasn't easy at all in snow, and their lives were certainly in the balance. Meanwhile, back at camp, the Germans were startled to see what those men had done. The German officers made a list of what had been used in the construction of the tunnel. That list included 4,000 bedboards, 90 complete double bunk beds, 635 mattresses, 192 bed covers, 161 pillowcases, 3,424 towels, and 1,700 blankets, 52 20-man tables, 10 single tables, 34 chairs, 76 benches, 1,212 bed bolsters, and 1,370 beating battens. 1,219 knives, 478 spoons, 582 forks, 69 lamps, 246 water cans, 30 shovels, 300 meters of electric wire, and 180 meters of rope. Those escapees trod through the deep snow, but they were like sitting ducks. 73 men were eventually picked up, and later on the orders of Adolf Hitler, they were sentenced to be shot. All of them. Hitler's main general said there might be a problem with conducting a massacre. They asked the boss, what will the Allies do with our prisoners if we do that? Hitler thought for a while and said, okay, more than half of them shall be executed. They were including Mr. Bushel, the brains of the operation. He managed to travel 400 miles during his escape, but sadly was picked up when he was only 20 miles from the French border. 17 men were sent back to camp, and some were sent to other camps. 50 men were executed in all. 20 British, 6 Canadian, 6 Polish, 5 Australian, 3 South African, 2 New Zealander, and a few others from various nations. Most of them were told to turn around and then were shot from behind with a pistol or machine gun. Soon after, notices were pinned to other POW camps which read, "The escape from prison camps is no longer a sport." Jimmy James was one of the men that had trudged through the snow thinking he was almost home free. He later said it was freezing cold that night and we must have walked about 10 miles before we reached our objective, which was a country station called Chiebsdorf, where we knew we could take a train south. I was feeling terribly excited. The plan was that we'd get down to Czechoslovakia. He was asked for his papers in the railway station. He said he was just going to see his mother in Belgrade, which the officer didn't believe. James was subsequently taken along with some others to the police station to be interrogated. That didn't go too well. James later said, "It was only 12 hours since our escape. We were prisoners again and it was shattering. Our natural reaction was that we thought we were going to be taken back to the camp. In fact, they were taken off to be shot." He was transferred to another camp, one of the notorious killing camps. When he got there, he asked another prisoner where he was. The prisoner said, "This is Sachsenhausen concentration camp. The only way out of here is up the chimney." There, James said, people were tortured and starved and routinely shot dead. If any German so much as got a whiff of an escape plan, the POWs would be killed. In his own words, he said, "We knew the dangers of being in the cell block. You could smell the smoke from the crematorium. The SS sergeant who was in charge of it was a man who went around and murdered people in their cells with his own hands. His normal method was strangulation." In 2004, James, then an old man, returned to the place where the camp had been. He remarked, "I never thought 60 years ago when I crawled out of the hole in the snow that there would be a ceremony to commemorate the event. But remember, 76 men escaped and 73 were caught. What of the remaining 3 from the Great Escape? They were Per Bergsland, a Norwegian pilot for the RAF, Jens Müller, another Norwegian pilot for the RAF, and Bram van der Stok, a Dutch pilot for the RAF. Mueller later recalled his escape. "It took me 3 minutes to get through the tunnel. Above ground, I crawled along holding the rope for several feet. It was tied to a tree. Sergeant Bergsland joined me. We arranged our clothes and walked to the Sagan railway station. All 3 men went on to live long lives." The camp commandant von Linwinder Wildau was captured at the close of the war and spent some time in a camp in England called the London Cage. Even though 50 men had been massacred by the Germans, senior British officers testified that von Linwinder Wildau had treated them humanely. Anyway, it wasn't his decision to execute the escapees. He died aged 82, having long since returned to Germany. Nonetheless, some Gestapo and German military personnel were found guilty of war crimes for what became known as the Stalag Luft III massacres. By this time, many of those involved were already missing or dead. 13 were tried for the crime and executed. Some were imprisoned. One of the last survivors involved in the Great Escape didn't think it was all that great at all. He was the Australian pilot Paul Royal. When he reached the age of 100 in 2014, when asked about the escape, he said, "While we all hoped for the future, we were lucky to get the future. We eventually defeated the Germans, and that was that." He died aged 101. The grim reality is, he was fortunate enough to not get the bullet to the back of the head. Until he was released, he spent the rest of his time at the camp half-starved in solitary confinement, thinking about his murdered friends. He loathed the movie because it glamorized such a shameful event in the history of human existence. He said there were no heroics, just darkness, cold, and terror. He added, "The movie I disliked intensely because there were no motorbikes, and the Americans weren't there. Let's just hope none of you get your education from movies based on a true story." Nazis. Like bedbugs, they're disturbingly difficult to get rid of. We tried in one massive world war, but like cockroaches, they went underground. In the 60s, though, a new generation of Nazis created the infamous Order of the Nine Angles, a group of satanic Nazis, because Satan and Nazis go together like peanut butter and jelly. The Order of the Nine Angles, or ONA, has its origins in a shrouded pact of secret cooperation between refugee Nazi hierarchies fleeing persecution for their war crimes and demonic forces from hell itself. Actually, that's sort of Hellboy's origin story, and we stole it because the truth is, nobody knows the real origins of the ONA. But like any totally serious occult organization, they like it if you think dark magic and demons were involved. We won't be dignifying their ridiculous origin story in this video, but suffice it to say that the group came to public attention in the 1960s after… fine, we'll tell you their version of the origin story. The ONA is allegedly the descendant of pre-Christian pagan traditions, which fled underground during the Christianization of Britain. These traditions passed on their knowledge of arcane sorceries and totally legit, no really for real guys, black magic in small temples kept hidden since the Middle Ages. Each temple appointed one individual to cosplay as a Grand Master or Grand Mistress who was responsible for the running of the temple. Sometimes in the late 60s, one Grand Mistress united 3 of these temples together to form the ONA, Kamlad, the Temple of the Sun, and the, Noctulians. Turns out, not many people in the 60s had been keeping the black magic cosplaying tradition alive though, so inevitably, recruitment had to be opened up to filthy casuals. Then, in the mid-70s, along came an Anton Long, a Brit who had dabbled in occultism but wasn't yet at writing fanfic levels. Long became the mysterious mistress's heir, and upon taking over, initiated a massive corporate expansion strategy he called, the Sinister Strategy. No, we're not making this up. That's literally what he called it. Watch out for all that edge, guys. You might cut yourself. Long opened up new temples and took it upon himself to basically rewrite and approve the group's entire mythos, teachings, and very structure. That's right, a guy whose entire mystical history is occasionally dabbling in occultism basically rewrote the foundations of a tradition supposedly stretching back to pre-Christian Britain, and nobody saw a problem with it. That's how you know a group is legit. Long's updated and revised traditions were written in English, classical Greek, Arabic, and to be super legit Sanskrit. When examined by outsiders though, Long's expansive works were basically just edgy witch and demon erotica, as it was filled with orgies, blood sacrifices, and devilish raves deep in the woods. The ONA claims that it's never been a strictly Satanist or strictly left-hand path organization, but it is very comfortable with borrowing from both of those fandoms. The left-hand path, by the way, is the name for the people who pretend to use black, evil, or satanic magic, as opposed to the right-hand path, which is the nickname for people who pretend to use benevolent or white magic. The ONA believes that cosmic evolution is guided by a sinister dialectics of alternating ionic energies. Moving on, the group believes that human civilizations arise, rule, and then die every 2,000 years, with there being 5 such eras in our history. After 800 years, each civilization faces insurmountable troubles, which leads to a time of troubles, during which a military totalitarian regime arises and then inevitably collapses. Despite claims that they got their ideology from popular Satan otaku Aleister Crowley, the ONA refutes the allegations and insists that its fandom is totally semi-original. Bad news for you at home watching this video right now, because Western civilization is doomed to fall as its own cycle ends. You might have recognized the beginning of the end by the group's own prediction that sometime between 1990 and 2011 until 2390, most of the West would be ruled by a militant imperium. If you recently left your basement in the last 10 years or even casually glanced at Facebook, you'll immediately recognize that this imperium didn't exactly materialize. But that's because it's all like totally underground, man. The shadow government deep state behind your hypocrisy, man. Even though, again, this imperium is supposed to be a very public thing working to strip away global freedoms. In fact, the ONA basically fetishizes Nazi Germany and praises it as a practical expression of satanic spirit, a burst of Luciferian light, of zest and power in an otherwise Nazarene, pacified, and boring world. That was a direct quote. You might have recognized the use of the term Nazarene here. The ONA uses it to refer to the Christianized world. The ONA's main beef with the Nazarene world is that it breeds a society of pacifists, even though those pacifists totally stomped Nazi Germany and the ONA's ideal society into the ground so hard the country literally split in two. World War-winning pacifism isn't the ONA's only problem with the Nazarene world. They also claim that the West's democracy itself is a symbol of weakness, as is humanism, capitalism, and communism. Also on that list of weaknesses is racial equality and sex equality. But why do they think those characteristics that the rest of us view as our greatest accomplishments mean weakness for the ONA? That would be because despite their prophesized and glorious military imperium, it's actually being held back by those pacifist ideologies. That's right, the ONA basically believes that a bunch of pacifist snowflakes are preventing the mighty, powerful military imperium from arising. Sheesh, how pathetic is your imperium if that's your backstory? Anyway, so why does the ONA want this imperium to arise anyways? What's the end goal here? Basically, if the imperium doesn't arise, humanity can't enter its sixth eon, the Eon of Fire. Fire, fire, fire. This eon will be characterized by a powerful government, very Nazi in design, and a racially pure civilization which will span the galaxy. That's right, those asshats basically want to overthrow democracy so they can start LARPing Warhammer 40k. Stick to one fandom, guys. In this satanic Warhammer ripoff future, Aryan colonizers will spread throughout the universe, spreading their pasty white genes across every star system in the galaxy. Troubles and woes will be a thing of the past as humanity evolves into one singular superior race. And what's stopping the glorious Galactic Reich from arising? You being nice to your neighbor. So, how are they going to install Robo-Hitler as human god emperor? Well, through subverting Western civilization. The ONA believes that if it can systematically pull apart the seams of civilization, then it can hasten the societal collapse that will allow their mighty military imperium to arise. To achieve societal collapse, the ONA encourages its members to learn from anarchist, other neo-Nazi, and Islamist militant groups. It also encourages members to undertake criminal acts. The group has largely failed at inciting any sort of societal disorder, probably because their numbers are so incredibly low. Despite ONA membership being secret, in the 90s it was believed that the group had as few as a dozen or less members. In recent years, it's grown in popularity thanks to an increase in far-right sentiment around the world. Still, the group is only believed to number a few thousand. To no one's surprise, ONA shares members with other far-right and neo-Nazi groups, such as the Atomwaffen Division, National Action, Sonnenkrieg Division, and Nordic Resistance Movement. In 2019, Army Specialist Jarrett William Smith was arrested and charged with distributing of information related to explosives and weapons of mass destruction. He was believed to have been planning an attack to kill federal agents, along with 3 other members. The motivation for the attack? To glorify the ONA and further its agenda of fear and violence. In 2020, paratrooper Ethan Melzer of the 173rd Airborne Brigade planned an ambush of his own unit alongside other ONA terrorists. His goal was to kill as many of his fellow soldiers as possible, but luckily he was discovered and charged with conspiring and attempting to murder military service members and providing material support to terrorists. He was also charged with leaking classified information to the ONA and another Nazi idiot group and now faces life in prison. More military service members would be exposed as ONA members, including Corwin Storm Carver, who was found with ONA paraphernalia, and Shandon Simpson of the Ohio Army National Guard. He had been sent to help deal with the George Floyd protests in Washington, but had a plan to kill protesters to do his part in the racial holy war. The FBI, however, got to him first. In January 2020, Luke Austin Lane and 2 others were arrested for stockpiling weapons and plotting to kill an anti-fascist couple and their children. Lane, along with a dozen other people, had prepared for this by engaging in paramilitary training, sacrificing a ram, drinking its blood, and taking a bunch of drugs. In September of 2020, police in Canada arrested Gilherm William von Newtigam for the murder of Mohammed Aslim Zafis. Zafis had been found dead with his throat slashed open not far from the mosque he worked at as a caretaker. The police also believe that the killing was related to the murder of Rampreet Singh just a few days before and a short distance from where Zafis was discovered. At Newdigham's home, the police discovered an altar with the ONA's official logo adorning a large monolith. He was also known to promote his ONA views on various social media and even had his own Spotify of him conducting satanic chants. The USA isn't the only one with an ONA problem in its military, though, as an investigation in Canada revealed that a Special Forces soldier from its elite Canadian Joint Incident Response Unit was a member of the ONA. Another soldier connected to this SF trooper has been previously revealed as an ONA recruiter. In 2021, a British man, Daniel Hussein, killed 2 sisters as part of his fulfillment of a demonic pact. He too was known to be closely affiliated to the ONA. Today, the ONA is only growing in popularity because of the large numbers of social outcasts who need to feel empowered. Membership offers a community of individuals who accept you just the way you are, as long as that way is straight and white, and this can be a powerful lure for the growing number of disenfranchised youth. The black magic mythology and ritual isn't just great cosplay, it adds to the shadowy, mysterious, and elitist appeal of membership. If you can use magic, you're literally better than people who can't. However, the magic aspect of ONA, like in many similar groups, is merely a way for powerless individuals to feel as though they might have a chance of affecting some real change in their lives or communities that they can't otherwise. Even if all of it's just burning smelly incense and reciting made-up nonsense, the appeal of feeling like you're empowered is a strong allure to many. Despite its lofty ambitions, the ONA has completely failed at its own goals of bringing on some terrible Warhammer 40k global LARP, and instead blames the future of their mighty military imperium to arise on the world's growing snowflakes. Any good otaku will tell you that when your mythos starts not making practical sense, it's time to rewrite your whole fandom. Have you heard about the real-life Indiana Jones, whose search for the Holy Grail was funded by the Nazis? Did you know they might have frozen someone alive, leaving their bodies in a block of ice? Or what about Adolf Hitler's niece, who he loved to the point where he considered killing her? These are just some of the fascinating Nazi mysteries you'll hear about today. Number 1. It would be the world's biggest understatement if we were to tell you that Adolf Hitler had a bit of a temper. But was he so bloody ruthless that he'd kill a member of his own family? Sure, Hitler was human. He liked his dog. He was said to be fond of certain children, but no one is entirely monstrous all the time, which is why people have talked a lot about the banality of evil. His own nephew, William Patrick Hitler, who was born in Liverpool and later fought in the US Navy, talked about how ordinary his uncle could be at times. When William was in his 20s and his uncle was becoming the most powerful man in Germany, he often tried to get Uncle Hitler to do favors for him. He said Adolf was friendly for the most part, but a few years later he wrote a magazine story titled Why I Hate My Uncle. In it he wrote, "We had cakes and whipped cream, Hitler's favorite dessert. I was struck by his intensity, his feminine gestures. There was dandruff on his coat." He also said that Adolf lost his temper over the smallest of matters regarding his family. William said he was furious, pacing up and down, wild-eyed and tearful. He made me promise to retract my articles and threatened to kill himself if anything were written on his private life. So when dealing with his family, Adolf Hitler was what you might call a bit uptight. This brings us to his half-niece, Gaily Raubel. Her father died when she was just a kid. After that, she went to live with her uncle Hitler, along with her mother and sister. Her mother became his housekeeper at his Munich apartment, while Gaily and his sister spent the years living under the watchful eyes of Hitler. He was a kind of surrogate father to her, a role he took very seriously, as he would often be a bit too overprotective over what she'd get up to. She was like the daughter he never had. Then Uncle Hitler became the leader of the Nazi Party. He was arguably the most feared man in Germany. Large crowds cheered his name when he spoke at events. His rise to power also increased his possessiveness over Gaily. One time she secretly dated his chauffeur, Emil Maurice. That possessiveness started to manifest itself more and more. Hitler had loved this man. He made him an honorary Aryan even though he had some Jewish ancestry. He trusted him with his life. But when Hitler found out he'd been getting it on with his niece, he hit the roof. You already know how family matters could ignite his temper of his, so he fired Maurice on the spot even though he still allowed him to be a member of the SS. As for Gaily, Hitler never let her out of his sight again. If she went to a movie, he went with her. If she said she wanted to go for a walk in the park, he said, "Wait on, I'll get my coat." If she said she was going to shop, he said, "No, we're going shopping." As she got older, he basically kept her as a prisoner in his own home. Her mother later testified to this, saying he pretty much controlled every aspect of her life. Later on, she fell in love and wanted to get married, only for Hitler to say there was about as much chance of that happening as him becoming a pacifist and going to India to study yoga. Nonetheless, being the focus of so much attention from Hitler made her the envy of many other women in Germany who had their eyes on the powerful man. According to Vanity Fair, she became a bird in a gilded cage trapped within the stony fortress with an uncle twice her age. A man named Otto Strasser later said that he might have been one of the only men in Gailey's life to ever have a date with her that was greenlit by Hitler. He later became an enemy of Hitler as he started working with American intelligence agencies. He once told a German writer about his one and only date at a ball with Gailey, saying, "Gailey seemed to enjoy having, for once, escaped Hitler's supervision. On the way back, we took a walk through the English garden. Near the Chinese tower, Gailey sat down on a bench and began to cry bitterly. Finally, she told me that Hitler loved her, but that she couldn't stand it anymore. His jealousy was not the worst of it. He demanded things of her that were simply repulsive." We don't know how true this is, though. He worked with U.S. intelligence, so perhaps he wasn't the most reliable source when it came to Hitler. Still, as much as certain factions might try to dehumanize Hitler as a monster, he certainly did commit some of the most monstrous things known to man. We imagine he wasn't the best guy to have a close relationship with. On September 18, 1931, Hitler and Gailey got into an argument. She wanted to go to Vienna, and he wouldn't let her. He later went to a meeting, and when he returned, she was lying on the floor with blood leaking out of a bullet hole in her chest, Hitler's Walther pistol lying by her side. Hitler, of course, said he had nothing to do with it. That didn't stop his political opponents from smearing Hitler's image by proclaiming that he imprisoned the poor woman and how he might have been in a sexual relationship with her. The Münchner Post said that her nose had been fractured as if it had been in a fight. To those who were not Hitler fans, the widely accepted story was that Hitler had killed Gailey in a fit of rage. The Regensburger Echo alluded to something else, saying Gailey took on forms which obviously the young woman was unable to bear. But did he kill her? That's the question no one has ever been able to answer. Police said there had been no foul play. Hitler himself became profoundly depressed after the event, having to take time off from politics to recuperate at a lake house, and even kept her bedroom the way she had left it. According to the book The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, Hitler later said that Gailey was the only woman he ever loved, but that compels us to ask if he had killed her because she was going to leave his tight embrace and fall in love with another man. He was, after all, as history has shown us, emotionally unstable. After that story in the Münchner Post tainted his name, he wrote a response, which was also published. In it, he said, "It is not true that I was having fights again and again with my niece, and that we had a substantial quarry on Friday or any time before that. It is also not true that I was decidedly against her going to Vienna. I was never against her planned trip to Vienna. I also did not leave my apartment on September 18th after a fierce row. There was no row, no excitement, when I left my apartment on that day." Nonetheless, his nephew, who we just told you about, later said, "When I visited Berlin in 1931, the family was in trouble. Everyone knew that Hitler and Gailey had long been intimate and that she had been expecting a child, a fact that enraged Hitler. It's worth mentioning that the newspapers soon stopped printing anything about the scandal since they found themselves being sued by the Nazi Party. One reporter named Fritz Gerlich kept investigating, concluding that Hitler had indeed murdered Gailey. In March 1933, he was about to publish what he knew when his office was raided by Nazi stormtroopers. He was beaten badly, and all of his files were burned. In July, the Nazis put a bullet in his head during the Night of the Long Knives. Over the years, the case has been investigated numerous times. One historian wrote, "Gailey's sudden and apparent inexplicable death has challenged the imagination of contemporaries and later historians. Some people believe he might have actually killed her accidentally, or even that he hired someone to do the deed. Or, as some others speculate, was Gailey actually madly in love with Hitler, and when she found out he was involved with another woman, she lost the plot. It might have been none of those things, we just don't know. As Vanity Fair wrote in 1992, perhaps Gailey was his great love, and perhaps his first victim. Now for something equally as fascinating. Number 2. One of the enduring mysteries about the Nazis is, where did all that Nazi gold go? We know for a fact that the Nazis stole unbelievable amounts of gold during the war. On one day alone, March 12, 1938, the German Wehrmacht turned up at the Austrian Central Bank and emptied their vaults of around 100 tons of gold. But when the Allied bombers were making a mess of Berlin and Adolf Hitler was down in his bunker thinking about what the Allies would do to him once they got their hands on him, he gave the order to take the gold, billions of dollars worth in today's money, not to mention all the cash, jewels, silver, and valuable artwork, out of Reichsbank. He wanted it to be hidden, and perhaps one day someone would be able to recover it. We're talking about a lot of loot there. Things were stolen from all over Europe during the 6 years and 1 day of the war. We know that part of it was discovered by the Americans. One day in 1945, they looked down an salt mine in the village of Merkers, about 200 miles from Berlin. They could hardly believe what they were looking at. There were piles and piles of loot, money in various currencies, silver, precious jewels, art, and lots of Nazi gold. It's estimated that today what they found would be worth in the region of $8 billion. But as much as that seems, the Nazis had stolen a lot more than that. We know that the Soviets took a fair bit of Nazi loot when they arrived in Berlin. We know that the SS Colonel Joseph Spasil, on the orders of the Nazi elite, took a fair bit of gold and hid it, but we don't know where he hid it. We also know that some of it likely ended up buried in Lower Silesia in southwestern Poland. We know that the Nazis had spent a long time digging giant holes in that area big enough to fit small towns. What we've never really known is what the Nazis were going to do with those massive tunnels. Were they going to hide in them? Were they going to develop weapons down there? They could have done many things because we're talking about underground cities here, giant labyrinths that never seem to end. About 5,000 people taken from the Nazi concentration camps died building those tunnels, and they never had an idea about what they were building. To this day, we really don't know the true purpose of those projects. We do know that some folks who were later interrogated said they'd been told to hide gold, and we know that now and again, long convoys of trucks would head through town in this area. At that time, the Nazis told the local people that they'd be shot if they looked out their windows at the convoys. This is why treasure hunters have been scouring the hills and forests of Lower Silesia for decades. Some of them believe that hidden someplace is what they call the Nazi gold train. They think there could be about 300 tons of gold and other valuables on this train. While it sounds like something out of a movie, the hunt for the Nazi gold is taken seriously. Not too long ago, the mystery got even more exciting when a diary was found that had belonged to an SS officer named von Stein. On one page, von Stein wrote, "The remaining 48 heavy Reichsbank chests and all the family chests I hereby entrust to you. Only you know where they're located. May God help you and help me fulfill my assignment." It talked about the artworks of some of the most renowned painters in history. He mentioned 11 separate sites where the gold was buried, but not the exact locations. To this day, plenty of people believe that the Nazi gold train is down there somewhere, hidden under the soil, and if found, will no doubt become the largest discovery of hidden treasure in history. It's just a pity Indiana Jones is fictional, as he would be the right man to try to find it. Okay, this next mystery you might find absurd, but more than enough people have talked about it to give at least some credibility. Number 3. Was Adolf Hitler actually gay? That might seem silly to ask, given we talked about how in love he was with his niece. It might seem even more implausible when we tell you he had a relationship with his secretary Eva Braun, whom he married in his bunker just before the pair started playing around with cyanide capsules. Okay, was he bisexual then? Or maybe you might be thinking, why are you even talking about the possibility of him being gay? Good question. Let us explain something now. The so-called founder of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud, died in 1939. He lived long enough to see his daughter get arrested and taken to the Gestapo headquarters for questioning. The Freuds were Jewish and understood how dangerous Hitler was. One day in 1938, his home and his publishing house was ransacked by the Nazis, and his passport was confiscated. John Cooper Wiley, who was an American diplomat in Vienna at the time, cabled the words "Fear Freud," despite age and illness, in danger. Freud, a longtime cigar smoker and a big fan of cocaine, was dying of cancer. But what's important here is what he had long said about the unconscious mind. He believed humans have a subconscious where much is hidden. The repressing of their thoughts or urges can make us mentally ill. Many of our urges, he said, are sexual. So with homosexuality, perhaps some people repress their natural urges. In fact, they become so repressed that it makes them almost mad. Some of them might even become homophobic, as some little part of them knows their real urges and feelings. And so to overcompensate from the guilt, they go the other way. They hate what they are, so they hate others like them. Hitler was a rabid homophobe, so much so that he had homosexuals executed in large numbers. He had a high-ranking Nazi killed, Ernst Röhm, ostensibly partly because he was gay. Röhm was actually gay, but if that's why Hitler had him executed is another matter. He died in the bloody period we mentioned earlier called the Night of the Long Knives, when Hitler went on a killing spree of people he believed were about to overthrow him. Röhm was at the top of the list. Many Germans were shocked after hearing about 85 people who'd been executed in what we might call extrajudicial fashion. But Joseph Goebbels' propaganda machine then went into overdrive, and the public kept hearing about how bad those 85 people were to the nation. This propaganda drive talked about sexuality and how homosexuality was wrong. Men loving men and women loving women was illegal in Germany at the time, but it had mostly been tolerated. After the Night of the Long Knives took place, the cruelty against homosexuals was ramped up several notches. It was a horrible time for people who'd done nothing but be attracted to someone of the same sex. Rumors did circulate in Germany about Hitler's secret life. Many years later, someone wrote the book Hitler's Secret: The Double Life of a Dictator. This was not a book written on the back of sketchy tabloid newspaper articles, but a well-researched tract written by a respected German historian. The book states that one of the main reasons for the Night of the Long Knives was that some Nazis had threatened Hitler, saying they would tell the world about his homosexuality. One of them was Ernst Röhm. The book points to documents that still exist today, suggesting Hitler was gay. One of the documents was written in 1915 by a man named Hans Mend. He wrote about the young Hitler's time on the Western Front during the First World War. The document reads, "At night, Hitler lay with Schmidt, his male whore." It states that Hitler and Schmidt were not just lovers but totally inseparable. The lawyer Erich Ebermeyer, who had access to Hitler's military files, once wrote, despite his bravery toward the enemy, because of his homosexual activity, he lost out on a promotion to non-commissioned officer. There are also police reports that state Hitler was being looked at by cops in Munich for his homosexual activities. If you're wondering how these files were never destroyed by Hitler when he came to power, a German general named Otto von Lossow said he took them from the police as a form of personal life insurance. If Hitler messed with him, he could just threaten the Führer with the release of the files. Did Hitler later try to repress his homosexuality? Is this why he hated gay people? Is this why tens of thousands of homosexuals were brutalized, tortured, and thousands executed at the hands of the Nazis? Did he really mean it when he said, "Homosexuality is actually as infectious and as dangerous as the plague"? A psychologist and a biographer of Hitler once said, "There is insufficient evidence to warrant the conclusion that Hitler was an overt homosexual, but it seems clear that he had latent homosexual tendencies, and it's certain that he worried a great deal about them." Number 4. During the pillaging rampage that the Nazis went on during the war, perhaps the most valuable thing they took was the so-called eighth wonder of the world, the Amber Room. This place wasn't so much a room as it was a giant jewel box. Covered in gold and engraved with precious stones and beautiful mirrors, it might fetch as much as $500 million if it could be sold right now. But it can't be sold because we don't know where it is. The original one, anyway, that was built in 1701 for the Charlottenburg Palace in Berlin, Prussia. And it later went to Berlin City Palace. It only stayed in Berlin until 1716, when the Prussian King Frederick Wilhelm I decided he'd make Tsar Peter the Great happy and give it to him. It wasn't exactly easy to move either. The room contained about 6 tons of amber. After the war broke out, the Russians were well aware that the Germans would likely steal the room. This is why they tried their best to move it, but it was so old at that point that removing it would destroy many of the amazing features. Still, they did manage to hide it, but it didn't work. The Nazis got most of it to Königsberg Castle in Prussia, only for Adolf Hitler to give orders to move all the loot from Königsberg. Later, the British RAF bombed the hell out of the city, and later still, the Red Army marched in there and did their best to wreck it. And just like that, the Amber Room seemed to just disappear into thin air. It was never seen again, so we really don't know who got it. Did the Russians take it and not tell anyone? That's a possibility, since they took all kinds of Nazi loot and didn't tell anyone about it. Decades later, Russia admitted to stealing some of the Nazi fortunes, but they've always said they didn't take the Amber Room. It's not as if people haven't looked for it. Teams of hunters have looked high and low for the room, just like they've looked for that Nazi gold train. The Amber Room might also be hidden in a tunnel someplace, but investigations into its disappearance have led some people to think it might just have been blown to pieces when bombs dropped on Königsberg Castle. So, it may have been taken by the Russians or destroyed by the Russians, or it could have ended up in one of those giant German bunkers. It might have also gone down with the ship bombed at the war's end. Now there's a reconstructed version of the room which cost the Russians millions of dollars to build. It's a dazzling piece of art, but we think we prefer the original. Now for another murder mystery. Number 5. The man in question was Otto Rahn. What happened to him is perplexing, to say the least. He was a fascinating guy whose work took him all over Europe looking for the Holy Grail. Yep, all that stuff in the Indiana Jones movie about Nazis being obsessed with ancient myths was based on truth. The story of the Grail goes back centuries to those early stories that were written about King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. The Grail was a kind of cup that may have been used to collect Jesus Christ's blood as he was having a really bad day on the cross. One of the legends, written between 1191 and 1202, says that the Grail was given to someone at the Last Supper right before Judas snitched on Christ in the Garden of Gethsemane. What's important here is that for centuries after, many people thought the Grail was real. If you could get your hands on it and drink out of it, you might be rewarded with eternal youth. That's the legend anyway. As you can imagine, more than a few folks have occasionally wanted eternal youth, including some members of the Nazi Party. Rahn was a believer, which is why he was headed to the mountainous Pyrenees region of France. He thought the Grail was buried there. Then the war broke out and one man rose to power alongside Hitler. He was the SS leader Heinrich Himmler, the guy who oversaw the Holocaust and was perhaps more powerful than Gestapo founder Hermann Göring. and propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. The Nazis were known for their belief in the occult, but the person really into all that strange stuff was Himmler. So when he learned that Ron was looking high and low for the Holy Grail, he told him to carry on and gave him some funding. He also made Ron a member of the SS. There was a problem, though, and it wasn't a minor one. Ron was homosexual, and despite the illegality of being gay in Germany, he was gay and proud. This made him being chums with Himmler difficult because Himmler was very openly anti-gay. Ron also hated the Nazis. Of course he did. They hated homosexuality. But he also needed the cash. He once told a buddy, "What was I supposed to do, say no to Himmler?" The Nazis paid him to search for the Grail all over Europe, but they kept hearing that this guy was constantly being critical of them. Then enough was enough when he got drunk and was caught getting it on with another man. They arrested him and sent him to Dachau concentration camp. Sometime later, he sent a letter to the SS saying, "I must ask you to accept my immediate discharge from the SS. The reasons are of so grave a nature that I cannot explain them in writing." Nonetheless, the Nazi Party was a bit like a prison gang or the Italian mafia. It was blood in, blood out, meaning it wasn't exactly easy to retire from the Nazi Party. Ron became a free man, but the Gestapo wanted a word in his ear. It was then realized that he best go into hiding. Then on March 13, 1939, someone found him frozen onto a block of ice somewhere in the mountainous area of Austria. The question was, what had happened to him? This famed hunter of the Grail who would in time serve as inspiration for the Indiana Jones franchise. Did the Nazis, eternally embarrassed over the guy, take him out there and dump him so he would freeze to death? Or as many have said, the body was not Ron's. Did the Nazis make that up so they could shoot him in the head and secretly bury him? One rumor says he was sent back to Dachau concentration camp and was beheaded just before the Americans liberated the place. On his death certificate, the words exposure and pneumonia were written. Yet another rumor says Ron was the orchestrator of his death. This one says that he faked his death and then went off to have some plastic surgery. This take on his life says he joined the diplomatic service and later became an ambassador to Iraq and then Italy. This is where he supposedly died in 1975, age 71. We rather like this version of the story. It's much better than turning into a human popsicle in the Austrian Alps with a bunch of homophobic Nazis trying to chase you down. Egypt, 1941. In the deserts of North Africa, the Allied effort to defeat the Nazis is reaching critical mass. Luftwaffe bombers stationed in Italy are savaging Allied resupply lines, making the dangerous run across the Mediterranean and docking in the port of Alexandria. The attacks are absolutely crippling the Allied efforts to fend off the Germans in North Africa. If the Allies fail here, the Suez Canal and the all-important oil trade routes to the Middle East will be in German hands, and the war all but lost. Something drastic has to be done to take the heat off the incoming ships. A major resupply force is incoming, and the loss of these ships will be a devastating blow to the Allied forces. In desperation, the British military turns to one man, Jasper Maskelyne, a simple stage magician from London. Jasper Maskelyne was third in a line of illusionists spanning back to his grandfather. A very talented performer, Maskelyne did well for himself, wowing crowds in London as he swallowed razor blades and appeared to display telepathic powers. His illusions were jaw-dropping, and had it not been for the Germans very rudely kicking off another world war, who knows where his career may have taken him. Sadly, the Germans weren't exactly team players in the first half of the 20th century, and when war broke out, Maskelyne's ticket sales plummeted. Nobody was interested in watching a magician make razor blades disappear when the Germans were making soldiers and civilians disappear by the dozens with high explosives all across Europe, completely upstaging Maskelyne. That simply would not do, and out of a sense of professional pride and patriotism both, Maskelyne sought to do his duty and enlist. At 37 years old, he wasn't exactly a prime candidate for enlistment, however, and the British had yet to realize just how very close to losing the war they would come. So instead, Maskelyne sought to enlist in a camouflage unit, campaigning with the War Office to put his talents as an illusionist to use. However, the hard-nosed career soldiers running the War Office saw magic as entirely too unorthodox and untested to risk putting up under real enemy scrutiny, preferring to stick to the tried-and-true camouflage techniques. Ever insistent, though, Maskelyne was finally accepted into the military and shipped off to camouflage school. In the days before the high-definition video cameras mounted on drones or super powerful cameras attached to satellites, battlefield surveillance was often conducted by high-flying planes or soldiers on fast-moving motorcycles. Most of the efforts of camouflaging equipment then was thus directed at fooling aviators high up in the sky or soldiers peering through binoculars from miles away. At camouflage school, Maskelyne was once more met with derision when he suggested utilizing stage techniques to enhance efforts to conceal friendly troops. or mislead the enemy. Maskelyne would find his chance to prove himself, though, when an inspector general visited the school on a tour. Maskelyne set about concealing a machine gun bunker and creating a fake one. Allegedly, the inspector general was impressed when he whacked his legs on a broom handle that was supposed to be a machine gun barrel. Maskelyne was soon dispatched to Cairo, Egypt to join efforts in camouflaging vital equipment and troop positions. However, for a third time, his efforts to use stage techniques and experimental trickery was rebuffed, and he was relegated to entertaining the troops with his illusions. However, eventually Maskelyne negotiated a deal with his superiors. In exchange for performing for the troops and raising morale, Maskelyne would be allowed to assemble his own squad of camouflage artists. His superiors agreed, and the Magic Gang was born. To form his ragtag bunch of experimental wartime illusionists, Maskelyne turned to the most unlikely of recruits. Interviewing over 400 prospective members, Maskelyne selected a murderer's row of cartoonists, electrical engineers, chemists, carpenters, and other unlikely soldiers drafted or volunteered into the war. Men whose unique talents and viewpoints were less in line with the rigid, orderly structure of the military, but perfect for Maskelyne's plans to fool Hitler using magic. Months later, Maskelyne would get his chance to put his techniques to the test. After the loss of critical supplies to German bombers, a vital supply run was being planned for the Alexandria port. Somehow, those bombers had to be convinced to strike elsewhere and give the ships enough time to dock, unload their supplies, and head back out to sea. Maskelyne knew exactly what to do, but it would require a lot of faith from the British military and a whole lot of manpower. Maskelyne's plan was simple. He just had to make the entire Alexandria harbor disappear and give the Germans a new fake harbor to bomb instead. A few miles away from the real harbor, at an inlet named Marut Bay, the Magic Gang, with the help of hundreds of soldiers, began to construct a smaller-scale version of Alexandria Harbor using cardboard. Rather than create full-size replicas of the buildings, the entire operation was downscaled, but used perspective tricks to fool the high-flying German bombers into thinking it was the real deal. Vehicles and other objects that could be used for reference were recreated at a smaller scale, making the also smaller-scale buildings look the right size by comparison. Lights were strung up all across the fake harbor, and explosive charges were buried in the ground. As the convoy of ships arrived at the port, the lights at the real harbor were turned off, and then the Luftwaffe attack came. The Magic Gang began to set off the explosives in the fake harbor. This made the German bombers believe that their fellow airmen were already bombing the target and convinced them to drop their own loads. For 3 straight nights, the German bombers dropped their loads all over empty desert, failing to hit anything of value. Maskelyne was immediately promoted for the success of his harbor illusion, and his use of light and shadows to enhance existing camouflage techniques were spread all across the Allied forces. His next test would be even more critical, helping protect the Suez Canal from enemy bombers. If the Germans managed to shut down the Suez Canal, the Allies' oil supply routes would be seriously compromised, and so would the war effort. Moving a feature as large as the Suez Canal would be completely impossible, no matter the amount of trickery involved. So instead, Maskelyne focused on simply making the harbor itself extremely difficult to accurately target by high-flying bombers. The Magic Gang set to work on installing 21 powerful searchlights all along the length of the canal. Multifaceted rotating mirrors would send up beams of blinding light up to 100 miles into the sky, making it incredibly difficult for German bombers to accurately target the canal. Next, Maskelyne was ordered to aid General Montgomery in his attempts to defeat the formidable German Field Marshal Rommel at the Second Battle of El Alamein. Montgomery's plan was simple. He would attack from the north with his main forces, while sending a smaller diversionary attack south. Maskelyne was tasked with making the southern force look like the real attack by disguising trucks and jeeps as tanks and anti-tank guns. With the aid of plywood and canvas, hundreds of vehicles were made to look like Montgomery's main forces, bolstered by over 1,000 inflatable dummy tanks. The deception was aided with the addition of fake tank tracks in the desert and by setting up a daily chatter of fake radio conversations as well as the sounds of construction. The plot would end up fooling the wily Rommel and ultimately lead to Montgomery's famous victory. Maskelyne would go on to continue practicing his art of illusion and trickery and aiding the Allies to victory. Well, at least that's Maskelyne's version of the events. A well-known stage performer official investigations into Maskelyne's war record shows that many of his so-called accomplishments were likely completely overstated, seen as most of the accounts of his exploits came from his ghost-written autobiography. In truth, the official record shows that while Maskelyne did aid in Allied efforts to camouflage friendly forces, he never received any official recognition. His so-called Magic Gang was also discovered to be yet another illusion, as no such unit ever existed. Furthermore, his efforts to aid in the camouflage of the Suez Canal were met with modest success, and it was more the dedicated British anti-aircraft gunners and fighter pilots who kept the canal open than Maskelyne and his magic lights. In the end, Maskelyne's account of his own exploits are much like his magic act, in that the audience is largely left wondering how much of it was real and how much of it merely a fabrication. April 30th, 1945, the Wolf's Lair. The war is lost. Every German soldier and citizen knows this, and nobody feels the sting of impending defeat more bitterly than Adolf Hitler, Führer of the Third and hopefully final Reich. His dreams of a 1,000-year German Reich are over, and with Soviet forces closing in quickly to the east, the Americans and their allies on the west, the noose is literally tightening around Hitler's neck. He'll die for what he's done. There's no doubt about that. If captured by the Soviets, there's no telling what tortures and humiliation await him. He is, after all, the mastermind behind the deaths of millions upon millions of Soviet citizens and soldiers. Then there's the many tens of thousands that were starved, experimented on, or simply executed in his POW camps, all with his direct approval. He'd nearly brought the Soviet Union to its knees, and now it was out for blood. Entire Soviet units were weathering withering defensive fire and rushing past German units simply to get to Hitler before he could disappear. Soviet spies had for months been prowling the countryside, all on the hunt for the war's greatest prize, Hitler's head. To the west, the once nearly defeated French and British were being led across the Rhine by a massive bulwark of American firepower. French forces stung with bitter defeat and were eager for their own revenge. He hadn't been as heavy-handed in France as he'd been with the Soviets, but his forces had still carried out many abuses and atrocities under his watch. The humiliation of having lost their capital also spurred the French forces on. The British had narrowly escaped utter annihilation at Dunkirk, and contemplating these dark last days of the war, Hitler kicks himself mentally for his foolishness. It had been him who had given the order for advancing panzer forces to stop, confident that there was no need to rush the offensive, and he had plenty of time to crush the British forces with their backs to the sea. His generals had begged him to reconsider, but the Führer's word is law, and none may question it. The concentration camps that dotted Europe were filled with those who had. His failure to eradicate the British Expeditionary Force when he had the chance meant that Operation Sea Lion, meant to take the British islands, had become a strategic impossibility. With Britain out of the war, the United States would never have been able to invade Fortress Europe. The island nation was absolutely integral for the consolidation of American expeditionary firepower and as a jumping-off point for the invasion. The Americans, perhaps they would be more lenient with him. After all, relatively speaking, he hadn't committed any atrocities against them. It'd been the Japanese who'd given them a good and proper bloody nose. The capture of Tokyo should vent most of their anger. But the Americans were already even now maneuvering for a greater share of the world stage. They'd seen the future and were poised to seize it for themselves. For too long, they'd sat in their hemisphere of the planet, and with the world's greatest empires in ruins, it was their chance to take the reins of global leadership. That meant that they'd have to establish their international legitimacy, which in itself meant one thing: Hitler would be tried and indubitably executed for his crimes. There was no escaping his fate. Or was there? Hitler gathers his two most loyal and remaining aides. Both know the stakes and what will happen if their beloved leader is captured. Secrecy is of the utmost importance. The only other conspirators in on the plot are a dentist, himself a loyal supporter of the Führer, and his beloved Eva Braun. Two Jewish prisoners from a local concentration camp have been specifically chosen for what comes next. His aides had scoured all available stock from concentration camps across Germany and what little territory the Wehrmacht still controlled, until they found a man and woman who both matched the age and general build and height of the Führer and his wife. They'd been secretly taken to meet with Hitler's dentist, who, through painstaking effort lasting many hours, had filed and scraped to perfectly reproduce a copy of the Führer and his wife's teeth. Then, the woman had been poisoned with cyanide and the man shot through the temple. The dentist had been shot shortly after. No loose ends could be left behind. The two bodies were moved into position outside the Wolf's Lair, then set on fire until only unrecognizable bones remained. This had been kept secret even from his own guards, who'd been simply alerted that the Führer had committed suicide, and his body immediately burned per his request. The two piles of bone and ash would be left behind for the Soviets to discover, and Hitler was betting that the difficulty of identifying the remains accurately, as well as Stalin's refusal to publicly admit Hitler may have evaded his grasp, would lead them to declare that they had indeed found Hitler's remains. Dental records would prove the identity. Now Hitler and his wife, wearing disguises, are rushed to a waiting jeep.
The exodus of personnel from the Wolf's Lair is the perfect cover for the German Führer to make his escape from the bunker without arousing suspicion. The fanatical SS guards that remained would fight to the death, believing the place to be a place of honor. Or perhaps they'd simply surrender, knowing that the war was truly well and over. It mattered little to Hitler at this point. From the force of Germany, Hitler travels south and into Switzerland. A hefty bribe convinces the border guards to allow the unknown Germans through. High-ranking Germans have been fleeing for weeks now, and bribing Swiss border guards was nothing new. For the guards, it was a chance to enrich themselves, and as long as it was kept quiet, no one would ever be the wiser. Hitler must hurry, though, because his opportunity to escape is quickly closing. He travels across Switzerland and finally into Italy, where they successfully hide amongst streams of refugees pouring across the border. There are still fascist supporters in Italy, stinging from the loss of the war and the murder of Mussolini, and a former Italian intelligence agent meets up with the Führer and his escort, helping them get to the coast. Late at night, outside a small Italian fishing village, the Führer and his escorts fire up a single flare into the sky. A mile off the shore is a German U-boat, on station for the last week. It doesn't dare surface except at night to recharge its batteries, and has been sitting off the Italian coast waiting for the agreed-upon signal. Lookouts on the deck of the U-boat spot the flare and hurriedly shout to the captain below. On the beach, the group spots the countersign, two bright flashes of a spotlight followed by one long flash. Dragging a rowboat to the surf, the Führer and his wife, his two aides, and the Italian spy all make their way to the waiting submarine. As they near it, the captain and an armed escort are waiting for them. They throw a rope out to the small dinghy to help pull it in. First off the boat is the Führer, and then his wife, Miss Braun. As the first aide attempts to climb up the rope ladder lowered to them, though, he's shoved back into the boat by a sailor. Without warning, the armed sailors open fire, killing the two aides and the fascist spy. Without a word, the captain of the U-boat drops an incendiary grenade into the boat, and in moments, it's a scorching inferno. The boat will sink, and the final bit of evidence hinting Hitler might have escaped the Allies' grasp will go to the bottom of the Mediterranean with them. Once inside the submarine, Hitler settles into the captain's own personal cabin. He looks at his beloved wife, and after 2 weeks on the run, breathes a final sigh of relief. Even now, news is spreading throughout Europe and the world that the German Führer is dead. Efforts to locate his dental records and authenticate the discovery, though, are underway. The Americans and the British are asking for access to the body to do their own confirmation, but the Soviets are so far refusing. Even now, tensions are flaring between the former allies, and as the German U-boat pulls away from the coast, Hitler wishes nothing more than the damn communists and arrogant Americans tearing each other's throat out. Perhaps then he might be able to return. Once the Soviets and the Americans have destroyed each other, Hitler could return from his exile and lead the German people to ultimate triumph over his two weakened armies. He tells his plan to Eva, who smiles in delight, nodding her approval. The thought of his triumphant return and the U-boat captain's warm bed is the first bit of comfort he's had in weeks. Hitler fancies himself a Napoleon as he drifts off to sleep, returning from exile to triumphantly lead his people into the glory he deserves. For the next few days, the U-boat steams beneath the waves as it makes its way to the Strait of Gibraltar. The trip takes longer than usual, as the submarine must carefully avoid Allied vessels and merchant ships of all kinds. By now, the Kriegsmarine has officially surrendered, and the Allies are demanding a full register of all operational U-boats and verifying the surrender of their crews. The last thing they want is a renegade U-boat attempting to earn itself a final bit of revenge by taking on unwary ships with its remaining stores of weapons and fuel. But the real reason is the Allies don't want more senior German leadership slipping through their grasp, spirited away to safety around the globe thanks to the stealthy U-boats. Luckily for Hitler, German military records have been scattered or lost in the chaos of the invasion of Germany, and it'll be time yet before his U-boat's disappearance is noticed. As the submarine approaches the Strait of Gibraltar, though, it enters the most dangerous part of its journey. Here, Allied forces have established a picket of warships for most of the war. Hitler's hope is the crews have been pacified by the victory and not manning their posts as diligently as they should be. Whether that's the case or not, the U-boat successfully moves past the Allied picket, diving to its maximum depth and running almost imperceptibly silently. When no depth charges rain down around them, the men breathe a sigh of relief. Ahead is the Atlantic Ocean, where it would take a miracle to find them. The most difficult part of his journey is well and truly over. Freedom is now all but guaranteed. Retiring to his cabin, Hitler begins writing his new memoir. His new Reich will need a new source of inspiration, something to lift the broken spirits of his people and spur them to future glory. All the pieces are in place. The Soviets and Americans have all but forgotten their wartime cooperation, and the stage seems to be set in Europe for a decisive confrontation between the two. Hitler is confident
confident the Americans will win. Theirs is the superior navy, and their military hasn't suffered nearly as much as the Soviet war machine has. More to the point, much of the Soviet military relied on abundant American aid, everything from boots to ammunition, food, blankets, and even the tens of thousands of trucks that made the Great Red Army's counterattack possible, all came from America. The Soviet Union was a land in ruin, and without US aid, it would never be able to defeat it. The US, though, would learn the same bitter lesson Hitler had learned and pay dearly for every mile of Soviet territory it was forced to fight for. Stalin had refused defeat even when victory for the Wehrmacht seemed all but inevitable, and his forces were besieging his namesake city. He'd never accept defeat at the hands of the Americans. The long, bitter war would result in an American win, but they would be thoroughly expended and exhausted of war by then. Hitler needed only return in glory to his people, inspire them to rise up, and the Americans would simply let him. They would never have the stomach or resources to wage yet a third war. Then the gloriously reborn Third Reich would easily annihilate its utterly spent and decimated opponents, claiming Europe for Hitler. But he'd have to bide his time until the moment to strike was at hand. The U-boat makes its way across the Atlantic, able to move on the surface now that the threat of discovery is negligible. Hitler is glad for this. Not only will the submarine move faster on the surface, but it gives him a chance to take in fresh air on the deck. He'd never let any of his men know it, but he's terrified of tight spaces. And frankly, the stink of several dozen unwashed men was strong enough to taste it, no matter how good the air recyclers worked. As the sun sets, the U-boat continues on its course to Argentina. They'll cross south of Patagonia, where the submarine can remain submerged and ignore the historically tumultuous Antarctic weather that plagues the area year-round. Fuel will run out before then, but the Kriegsmarine has established several small refueling stations across the Atlantic on tiny islands which remain undiscovered by former allies. These are meant to be used in emergencies only and are unmanned, forcing the crew to refuel the boats themselves. With the stars twinkling in the skies above him, Hitler considers them and what glorious future prophecies they may hold for him. He has been defeated, yes, but setbacks are nothing new to him. He arose from a faceless, insignificant soldier on the front lines of World War I to lead the greatest nation the world had ever known. And he'll do it again, even if he must endure humiliating exile for a few years first. But here in the open Atlantic, the stars are bright, and so is Adolf Hitler's future. He may be in the middle of a bitter winter now, but soon it'll be springtime for Hitler. All he has to do is wait. This was obviously a fictitious story, or was it? While Hitler remains were indeed authenticated by the Soviet Union, they never let American or British personnel take a good look at them until much later after their discovery. Even then, they refused to allow them to take bone samples, which would have helped to authenticate the remains. While most believe that the remains were indeed those of Hitler, due to x-rays of Hitler's skull taken a year before his death, it is fair to say that there remains some doubt. And the last thing that Stalin would have wanted is for his people to know, let alone the world, that the Soviet Union's greatest enemy had indeed fled his grasp. So, maybe our story is more a reality than fiction after all. By now, Hitler would be dead, and the truth may never be known. It's a cold December day in the winter of 1944. The Nazis are not exactly in a good position to win the war. Hitler rages day after day, fearing an embarrassing, cataclysmic loss, but his propagandists are still hard at work, trying to persuade people to embrace the Nazi cause. On Germany's state radio, SS officers are speaking to a man named Captain Martin Wiethaupt, an American who has supposedly seen the light. He says into the microphone, "What most Americans don't understand is that Adolf Hitler is right. There is a Jewish communist conspiracy to enslave the world. We must support the Nazis' aims before it's too late." People are listening to this back in the US. Some are wondering if he's right, but the vast majority are shouting, "Traitor! This man needs to be met with the firing squad." We'll come back to Captain Martin and his date with the firing squad soon. He was, after all, the traitor. But first, we need to understand what might have led a man to do what no other US soldier had. That is, defect to the Nazis. Wiethaupt was not his real surname. His actual full name was Martin James Monty, born on October 24, 1921 to a father of Italian heritage and a mother of German heritage. The name Wiethaupt came from his mother's side. The family lived in St. Louis, Missouri. They were well off. The kids never struggled like the other children in those days. They grew up with everything they needed. Later in life, 4 of Martin's brothers would go on to serve in the United States Navy during World War II. And unlike Martin, they do an honorable job. The path to Martin becoming the family's ugly duckling started in the 1930s, when much of the U.S. was down on its knees, beset by the poverty of the Great Depression. This seemed to greatly affect young Martin. It was a time when people were looking for someone to blame. It was a time when some Americans turned to fascism, when they looked for scapegoats, someone to blame for their empty kitchen shelves and bare fridges. If indeed they were fortunate enough to even have a fridge. While the Monty family got on okay during this difficult period in U.S. history, St. Louis had plenty of hellholes filled with a plethora of so-called down-and-outs, 3,000 to 5,000 of them made up one of the infamous Hoovervilles in St. Louis. These were shanty towns that had popped up like unwanted warts in various places in the U.S. We're telling you this to help you understand why an American man from St. Louis might begin to distrust capitalism and why he might have considered the greedy, uncaring capitalists were to blame for the woes of the world. And so, when a priest named Father Charles Coughlin took to the airwaves and condemned what he said was the personification of evil, bankers, Martin Monty listened intently. But while Coughlin had every right to criticize the banking industry, he ranted and raved about Jewish bankers. His message to many of his radio show fans were steeped in anti-Semitism. He talked about social justice and the horror of free market capitalism. But as time went on, he showed support for the fascists in Germany and Italy. He also hated communism, which he said was an evil in the world that robs people of happiness. He once explained, "I've dedicated my life to fighting against the heinous rottenness of modern capitalism because it robs the laborer of this world's goods. But blow for blow, I shall strike against communism." His critique of greed and his disdain for the banking industry was not especially unique during an era when many Americans were literally starving to death. But when the priest went right over to the far right with his views and started praising the governments of Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini, some of his fans said he'd gone too far. Still, many people said he was right. He stoked division so much that he was accused of trying to incite civil war in the U.S. One of the people who never relinquished his support for Coughlin was the young and impressionable Martin Monty. So now you know the backstory. Here's the front part. When the war broke out in 1939, Coughlin's millions of listeners were absolutely enraged when the government took his radio show off the air. He got canceled, 30s style. Monty was furious, talking about demonic conspiracies of invisible hands. In August of 1942, like his brothers, Martin signed up for the draft. He told his family he wanted to fight for the Allies in this disgusting war. But was he telling the truth? We asked that because around 2 months later, he traveled to Detroit and met with a man he adored, the fascist, fanatic Father Coughlin. We don't know exactly what was said during that meeting, but we think as this show goes on, you'll be able to make a good guess. We know Monty first tried to join the U.S. Navy, but it was the Air Force that accepted him in November 1942. Monty trained as a cadet in 43, and then in March 44, he was told he'd be a flight officer. He subsequently passed his training to fly a P-39 Air Cobra and later a P-38 Lightning, which gained him a promotion to second lieutenant. Notably, his training would help him make his plan come to fruition. In August 1944, Monty was sitting on a ship on the way to India. When he arrived, he joined the 126th Replacement Depot. It was now only a matter of time until he was actually deployed to the battlefront. As his fellow soldiers talked about taking down Hitler and the rest of the wretched Nazis, Monty had other things in mind. Quite contrary things, in fact. He didn't wait for deployment, instead deciding just to blag his way out of the British colony of India. Questions should have been asked when he just walked into an air transport plane heading to Cairo. Although his rank and uniform no doubt helped, he later walked onto another plane which took him to Tripoli, and after that he did the same thing again to get to Naples in Italy. On October 10th, he ended up at an air base not too far from Naples. There he met with some guys from the 82nd Fighter Group, some of whom he'd known from flight school. He attempted to join them, but since he'd pretty much flown around the world without any orders to do so, he was without papers. He didn't get any joy there. Nonetheless, that didn't stop him. He then went to a place called Pomigliano d'Arco, just north of Naples. There, the 354th Air Service Squadron was getting aircraft ready for fighter squadrons. Monty had to stretch the truth again. On October 13th, he lied and said he was a pilot from the 82nd Fighter Group. No one suspected he was up to no good, so he was handed the keys when he volunteered to test an unarmed reconnaissance P-38, the type of plane he practiced in. He didn't take the plane for a test flight, but flew it right over to Nazi-occupied Milan. The Nazis saw the plane coming in and thought, "What in the Fuhrer's name is going on? That's an American plane." No sooner than Monty put 2 feet on Italian ground, he was being escorted away by German forces. They didn't believe him at first when he said he was on the side of Hitler and explained he was a fascist. They took him as a POW, and then they found it strange that he landed a perfectly good aircraft in their territory. They even studied it to better understand what kind of plane the Americans were developing. In November, after telling them about Father Coughlin and explaining why he hated the corrupt Western capitalist and morally bankrupt communists, they finally believed Monty was an actual deserter. Now he was useful. Deserters always make the other side look bad. That's why they usually got shot or hanged if they ever went back. The Nazis soon put Monty to work, first appearing on the radio in Berlin as Captain Martin Wiethaupt. He talked in English about how righteous the Nazis were. He said that the US had gotten it all wrong fighting alongside the Soviets. Monty said the Soviets wanted to enslave mankind under communism, which, to be fair, if you know much about Stalin, wasn't too far from the truth. During this stint talking on the radio, he bumped into another American traitor. That was a woman named Mildred Gillers. In the future, she would achieve the accolade of being the first female American to be convicted of treason. So-called Axis Sally had gone from teaching English in Germany to talking about how bloody great Adolf Hitler was. When she crossed paths with Monty, it seems she thought there was only enough space on the radio for one American traitor, so she told her boss that man is a spy or a traitor. Either he must go or I will. She was wrong. Monty was the real deal, or at least he probably was. We'll explain later why that's questionable. The thing was, Monty was a terrible radio presenter, so the Nazis got him to make propaganda leaflets. Under the rank of SS Untersturmführer, he was proud as punch. In those leaflets, he tried to persuade Americans that they were living under the out-of-control capitalism, or conversely, they were supporting totalitarianism, communism by allying with the Soviets. Monty wrote that they'd live on easy street under Adolf Hitler. But as you know, Hitler later had a hard time in a bunker in Berlin just as the Red Army tanks were pounding the streets. The war was lost, so Monty had to make plans. It wasn't as if he could just go back to the US and go, sorry guys, my bad. Monty didn't know the numbers right then, but if he had known, he might have been somewhat nervous. The US convicted about 20,000 soldiers for desertion during the war. 49 were handed a death sentence, but only one was executed, Eddie Slovik. Why only one, you might ask? Well, it seems because Slovik had been a petty criminal in the past. But there were some other political reasons. Just before a firing squad ended his life, he said, "They're not shooting me for deserting the United States Army. Thousands of guys have done that. They just need to make an example out of somebody, and I'm it because I'm an ex-con. They're shooting me for the bread and chewing gum I stole when I was 12 years old." Monty didn't know any of this, of course, but no doubt he thought he was going to get shot or hanged if he was caught. Still, you must admit he was brave for what he did next. On May 10, 1945, still dressed in his Nazi uniform, he walked right into an American Army base. An Italian-American soldier looked up from the mess tin and said to his buddy, "Can you believe the cojones on this guy?" It was a risk, but Monty told him he'd used the uniform as part of a daring escape from the clutches of the Nazis. The army didn't know about his radio work in Berlin, so at first, he was just charged with going AWOL and pilfering that P-38 plane. Monty told them he'd used it to fly against the Nazis, and that's how he got shot down and taken prisoner. He thought they believed him, so Monty smiled like a Cheshire cat, thinking he got one over on the US military. Things got even better for Monty. He'd been sentenced to 15 years hard labor, but in February 1946, President Harry S. Truman commuted his sentence to time served. He was free. What idiots, he thought. How did these guys win the war? Now he'd fooled the US government. No sooner than he was out, he became a private serving in the Army Air Corps. Still, mouths started wagging, and people started looking into who was that American guy who spouted anti-US propaganda on German radio waves. Monty was soon exposed after some crack investigating. Then, in 1947, you could read headlines in the Washington Post and the New York Times about an ex-officer being held for treason. The Times wrote what we've told you today, that he had gone on a crazy mission to end up working as a Nazi propagandist. As Monty sat in a jail awaiting his trial, psychologists tried to figure out what made him tick. They said he had superior intelligence according to his IQ score, but they also called him immature and a bit paranoid. People rightly pointed out that he couldn't have been too clever, joining the Nazis when the war was pretty much already lost. We've seen the court transcripts. Monty doesn't say much at all. When he's asked if he stole a plane or if he promoted pro-Nazi stuff on the radio, he just said, "That is correct." And when he asked if he was coerced or physically intimidated, he just says no. He admitted to doing everything on his own back, but he was never asked why he did it. On January 18, 1949, Monty was handed a $10,000 fine and sentenced to 25 years in prison, which wasn't bad considering the fate of the chewing gum thief Eddie Slovik. The fine was actually the lowest amount he could be fined for that particular crime. Many people thought he got off very, very lucky. Some people asked if he had any inside help. They said this guy hadn't just gone AWOL. He joined a bunch of guys that had been committed to genocide on a scale that would have shocked Genghis Khan. Monty's light sentence was certainly strange. He didn't seem to care when he was told he'd grow old in prison. He didn't apologize and he didn't complain. He was shipped off to Fort Leavenworth Prison in Kansas, where he spent a bit of time in solitary for going on a hunger strike and once got in trouble for stealing food from the kitchen. Monty got to taste food as a free man in 1960 after serving way less than 25 years. The tale takes a strange twist here, though. In 1963, he tried to get the courts to reverse his traitor conviction. He proclaimed that he wasn't a traitor because he actually went to Germany to help the US. He told the court that he only went to Germany to assassinate Adolf Hitler and to end the war. This didn't work out for him, but it seems he lived a fairly regular life. He moved to Fort Lauderdale in Florida, where he kept a low profile until his death in the year 2000. His obituary in the South Florida Sun-Sentinel said he popped his clogs, German clogs no doubt, On September 11th that year, exactly 1 year before the Twin Towers attacks, Monty was buried next to his brothers and parents in Missouri, ending the legacy of the dubious U.S. traitor. Dr. Borromeo opened the door to the hospital's isolation ward. He explained to the SS soldiers that the Jewish patients there were isolated here because they had a horrific, extremely contagious, and highly fatal disease. A few of the patients began coughing, a wet, nasty sound. The Germans backed away, terrified that they'd been exposed to Syndrome K. The doctor's plan worked perfectly. The Fate Benefratelli Hospital is in the heart of Rome, on a small island in the middle of the Tiber River, just across from the Jewish ghetto. Founded by monks, the hospital has a long history of rising to the challenge to address the current needs of the local community. During the 1656 plague outbreak, the hospital focused on care for plague patients. In 1832, during cholera outbreaks, the hospital was recognized by Special Commission of Health for its treatment of patients. In 1943, under the guidance of some very brave and honorable doctors, the hospital once again rose to the challenge and served the local community as it best knew how. Founded in 1555, Rome has one of the oldest Jewish ghettos outside of the Middle East. The area consists of a few narrow streets. The ghetto is walled in with 3 gates that backs up to the Tiber River on the far side. The ghetto was created with the idea of limiting Jewish influence in Rome. However, many inhabitants liked the idea of a special Jewish community where neighbors had the same customs. Throughout the centuries, though, the Jewish population was only a small part of the overall Roman population. They were a culturally integral part of Italian society and for the most part lived in harmony with the non-Jewish neighbors. Around the time of World War II, the majority of Rome's approximately 12,000 Jewish citizens lived in the ghetto. During the 1930s, as Italy fell into fascism, anti-Semitism increased. In November of 1938, Mussolini's fascist government implemented the Italian racial laws. Basically, these laws stated that Jews were a separate, inferior race and restricted in their civil rights. Among other rules, Jews were banned from public office and prominent positions. More anti-Semitic laws quickly followed. In the town of Ancona, a young Jewish doctor, Vittorio Sacerdoti, loses his job at a public hospital. Upset, he turns to his uncle, Marco Almagia, who's a medical professor. Marco contacts one of his former students, Giovanni Borromeo, who's now the head physician at the Fate Benefratelli Hospital in Rome. Dr. Borromeo is a strict Catholic but also anti-fascist. He hires Dr. Sacerdoti, treating him with great respect. Dr. Sacerdoti moves to Rome and begins working at the hospital under false papers. He becomes well known in the ghetto, and Dr. Borromeo is considered a friend to the Jewish community. On June 10, 1940, Italy declares war on France and Great Britain enters World War II. Italy will go on to sign allegiance agreements with Germany. Nationalism is on the rise and anti-Semitism continues to grow. At the Fate Benefratelli, 3 doctors, Dr. Borromeo, Dr. Sacerdoti, and Dr. Adriano Ossicini, worry about fascism, anti-Semitism, and the growing threat of war. As doctors, they feel they have the crucial calling to save lives and are committed to serving anyone who walks into the hospital. Dr. Ossicini becomes involved with a secret alliance of anti-fascist doctors and monks. The doctors also develop ties to a network of resistance fighters. They're supported and encouraged by Father Maurizio Bialik, a patron of the church and liaison for the hospital. In July of 1943, the Allies invade Sicily with plans to advance to mainland Italy. The same month, Mussolini is voted out of power, and the Italian racial laws are suppressed. Several weeks later, in September, Italy signs an armistice with the Allies. As a result, a furious Germany invades Italy. In the regions of Italy that come to be occupied with the Wehrmacht, the racial laws are heavily enforced and made worse. Germany overruns the Italian countryside. Larger cities, including Rome, are not quite so easy to take. On September 10, 1943, citizens, including members of the Jewish community, fight back when Germany advances to Rome. The clash comes to be called the Battle of Porta San Paolo, because the majority of the fighting takes place near the Gate of St. Paul. It's an unfair fight, mainly ordinary citizens and limited militia with guns and homemade weapons against German tanks and artillery. While the citizens are sacrificing their lives to save the city from occupation, the king, the royal family, and high-ranking government officials abandon the city. Sadly, the citizens fail, and by the evening, Rome is overrun with SS soldiers. The wounded come to the Fate Benefratelli for treatment. By this time, the hospital has become involved in the resistance. The doctors install an illegal radio transmitter in the basement and pass along information. Also, a resistance group is printing leaflets, and the hospital is used to smuggle their flyers and disseminate them to the public. Nazis begin occupying Rome. A few weeks later, Herbert Kappler, commander of the SS and the Gestapo in Rome, threatens the city's Jewish community. Unless they hand over 50 kilograms of gold, 200 Jewish family heads will be deported. For a while, the Jewish community has heard rumors of concentration camps and other physical dangers of Jews in other parts of Europe, but it seems far away. They conclude that as long as they come up with the gold, there won't be a problem. With the help of concerned non-Jews, the Jewish community scrape together the gold and pay the blackmail by the deadline. Many hope that paying the gold will be the end of it. Meanwhile, Dr. Sacerdote and other community members implore the people not to trust the Nazis. For the most part, the Vatican has kept silent about the treatment of Jews. Pope Pius has political ambitions and plays both sides of the field, even hosting diplomatic events for the Nazis. Around 6 a.m. in the morning of October 16, 1943, a woman runs door to door in the ghetto, warning her neighbors that the Nazis are coming. Soon, some 365 German security and police forces show up and block the exits, sealing off the ghetto from the rest of Rome. They're implementing the final solution. They're systematically sweeping the ghetto with machine guns and dogs. They round up residents, men, women, and children alike. They force everyone onto huge trucks with tarps covering the back. Those who try to refuse or beg are beaten with machine guns and dragged through the streets. Some Jews are able to escape or hide before the Nazis arrive. Others escape as the ghetto is being sealed off. They climb over the rooftops of ghetto buildings into Rome. The escapees seek refuge with neighbors, friends, and family that live elsewhere in Rome. The Nazis end up detaining 1,259 people, 363 men, 689 women, and 207 children. Shortly thereafter, the non-Jews are released. The remaining prisoners are held for a few days and then loaded onto Holocaust trains and deported to Auschwitz. Of the about 1,035 prisoners sent to the concentration camp, 16 will survive. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Dr. Sacerdote is alerted by a friar as to what's happening. He runs to the analysis lab, which looks out onto the hospital square, Piazza San Bartolomeo. Across the square on the far side of the river, Dr. Sacerdote can see an SS soldier dragging a little boy and a woman carrying a small suitcase. They're loaded into a truck. Dr. Sacerdote is upset, but there's nothing he can do. Mid-morning, a man comes into the hospital looking for Dr. Sacerdote. He's escaped from the ghetto and thought that Dr. Sacerdote could help him hide. He quickly admits him to the hospital as a patient. A few more Jews show up, and the doctor admits them too. His reasoning is that he can keep them safe at the hospital by hiding them among the regular patients. A quick staff meeting explains the idea. Dr. Borromeo suggests the Jews be admitted having contracted a highly contagious disease. That way, they could be kept isolated away from the other patients who might be suspicious. They name the disease Syndrome K. Herbert Kappler is Nazi police chief overseeing Rome, while Albert Kesselring is a Nazi commander who led troops into the city. It's a way to poke fun and bring a little humor to the situation. Also, in German, Syndrome K sounds something like existing conditions Krebs or Morbus Koch, which were the German names for cancer and tuberculosis. The doctors decide that the symptoms of Syndrome K are headaches, vomiting, and a nasty cough. It's 100% fatal, and those who suffer from it will die a painful death. They also come up with credible progression and a medical description of the disease. Word of mouth spreads that the hospital is a sanctuary. Dr. Sacerdote personally admits 27 patients, as the other doctors admit even more. Mainly Jewish patients, but also some members of the resistance are on the run from the Nazis. Soon they have close to 50 patients with Syndrome K. Dr. Sacerdote spends hours typing up case files to add credibility to the patient's conditions. As he works, he listens to a banned transistor radio turned to the resistance broadcasting from an illegal channel. Pope Pius is disturbed when he hears the Nazis have rampaged through the ghetto. However, he declines to make a public statement condemning the raid of the ghetto. Soon the Nazis become aware that the hospital has Jewish patients. When they inquire, Syndrome K is mentioned and it's explained the doctors are studying these patients. The Nazis have no trouble believing the Jewish people who they think are dirty and somehow less than human would catch such a disease. The hospital is beginning to run out of space for admitting new patients. The doctors, members of the Jewish resistance, and members of the clergy hatch a crazy plan. The Fata Bene Fratelli will continue to admit Jews, resistance fighters, and anyone else under threat from the Nazis. Using their printing resources, a resistance network will falsify documents, giving patients new identities that hide their backgrounds. Then the patient will be moved to another sanctuary, be it the home of a Good Samaritan, a convent, a monastery, or out of Rome entirely to hide them in the countryside. Patients only stay at the hospital as long as it takes the network to move them to another sanctuary. The system is entirely based on trust. The Nazis offer a bounty of 5,000 lira for turning people in. This is a good sum of money for an individual living in a city ravaged by war. The hospital also continues to smuggle leaflets as well as guns and other supplies. The Nazis suspect something is going on at the hospital, but they aren't quite sure what. Dr. Ossicini is arrested and held in prison a few times. He refuses to answer questions. They beat him with bags of sand so as not to leave bruises. However, he comes from an aristocratic family and has strong connections to the Vatican, which quickly gets him released. Dr. Sacerdote at this point is living at the hospital. It affords him a measure of safety. He doesn't dare venture off the island. There are rumors of a bounty on his head. Dr. Borromeo stays at the hospital too, but sometimes goes home to his family. He carries with him paperwork that bears the seal of the Vatican. Showing his documents to SS soldiers is generally enough to make them back off and let Dr. Borromeo go about his business. However, the documents are questionable. They're signed by a high official, Giovanni Battista Mottini, the Secretary of State who has limited powers and doesn't directly represent the Vatican. Interestingly, in the future, Mottini will become Pope Paul VI. Time passes. By early spring 1944, Rome is beginning to starve. The Nazis requisition supplies. The Allies are fighting their way through the Italian countryside, and sometimes from Fata Benefichelli they can hear the sound of distant bombing. The hospital rooms become full again, as it grows more and more dangerous to smuggle people. Supplies begin to run low, staff is dispirited. The Nazis are becoming more and more suspicious that something is going on at the Fata Benefichelli, but they can't figure out what. One day, Dr. Sacerdote is alerted by a child that 2 trucks full of Nazi soldiers are heading toward the hospital. Dr. Sacerdote runs up to the analysis lab to look out. Sure enough, 2 trucks are coming. He springs into action, hiding and destroying contraband. The doctor disassembles his illegal radio and throws it in the river. If he's caught with the radio, the Nazis would link him up to the freedom fighters, a likely death sentence. As it turns out, God is on Dr. Sacerdote's side. Just before they turn off the bridge to the hospital, the first Nazi truck turns around and doubles back. The second truck wasn't behind them anymore. They went back to see what happened to it. This gives the doctors an extra half hour to hide items and prepare for the Nazis' arrival. When they finally arrive, several SS soldiers march in, along with a German doctor and translator. The lead soldier politely but forcefully demands to see medical records. It's clear they are not going to take no for an answer. Dr. Borromeo comes out and welcomes them as the head physician. He treats the Nazis as if they're visiting colleagues and takes them on a tour throughout the hospital wards, explaining why various patients are there. Soon, the tour arrives at the isolated ward where the Jews are kept. Before they go in, Dr. Borromeo warns them that Syndrome K, the disease these patients have, causes neurological degeneration with dramatic consequences. It's extremely contagious and highly fatal. Anyone can catch it, but Jewish people are more susceptible. Even before Dr. Borromeo opens the door, they can hear some of the patients inside coughing. The lead soldier forces the German doctor into the room and follows him. The other soldiers mill about in the entryway, unwilling to enter. Even more patients start coughing, and the Germans quickly back out of the room. No one wants to catch Syndrome K. The Germans depart Fata Benefichelli still suspicious but cowed and terrified of the Syndrome K. The plan worked like a charm, including the doctors teaching Syndrome K patients to mimic a tuberculosis cough. Hospital supplies continue to be stretched thin. Rome is near its breaking point. Citizens are barely surviving. There's no mail. All information is word of mouth. Buses and streetcars cease to function. There are long bread lines. People gather dandelion greens and other edible plants to eat. At one point, an explosion kills a horse, and people come to strip meat from the carcass. Planes fly overhead, and the bombing gets closer. The distinctive sound of the US B-29 can be heard. Sometimes there are air raid signals, resulting in long stays in shelters. The smell of smoke, along with the oppressive weight of dread, lingers in the air. After resistance fighters set off an explosion resulting in German police deaths, German security forces come down hard. They arrest a leader of the resistance and torture him. Dr. Borromeo is worried that the leader will crack and give up the hospital. The Nazis begin to unravel the plot. In May 1944, SS soldiers raid the hospital and detain 5 Jewish patients. They also destroy Dr. Sacerdote's office and arrest Dr. Borromeo. This time, friends in high places aren't enough to get him out of jail. But the Nazis have bigger problems than the Fata Benefichelli. The Allies are pushing toward Rome, so many begin to retreat. After several skirmishes which leave German legions in wreckage, the Nazis abandon the city. On June 4, 1944, American troops finally march into Rome. Everyone comes out to celebrate. The soldiers throw chocolate and gum to the cheering citizens. Some cheering Jewish citizens publicly shed their robes. They've been hiding as Catholic monks. About 80% of the Jewish citizens of Rome survived due to the efforts of the doctors at the Fata Benefichelli, members of the clergy, resistance fighters, and many kind non-Jewish citizens. It's not known exactly how many Syndrome K patients passed through the hospital, but historians estimate over 100 people. Dr. Borromeo, who died in 1961, was recognized as the righteous among the nations on October 13, 2004, by the Yad Vashem Memorial. This honorific is used by the State of Israel to describe non-Jews who risked their lives during the Holocaust to save Jews from extermination by the Nazis for altruistic reasons. The 3 doctors, Dr. Borromeo, Dr. Sacerdote, and Dr. Ossicini, as well as the Fata Benefichelli Hospital, have received other awards and tributes as well. March 1943, Norwegian Commando Jan Balsrud swims desperately through the icy water of the Toftefjord Bay, near the heart of the Arctic Circle. The air around him is ringing with gunfire and screams. Death is everywhere. The great pillar of smoke rising from the Braatholm, the vessel that he and his 11 companions were sailing on just minutes ago, blots out the sun above. The others on his small team scream and swear in Norwegian as gun-toting Gestapo agents pull them from the freezing depths and clap restraints on them. The grim fate that await these men in the hands of Hitler's brutal secret police makes drowning look like a dream. Jan and one other escaping member of his team managed to wrap their shivering fingers around land on the shores of the Toftefjord Bay. It's only willpower and the fear of torture and death at the hands of their enemies that keeps them going now. But even that has its limits. Moments on dry land, a tragedy strikes. A bullet from a Nazi rifle tears through the head of Jan's only companion, killing him instantly. There's no time to mourn. Jan can only keep walking, his wet and freezing uniform feeling like a suit of heavy armor without the benefit of protection. He even lost a boot to the water. Suddenly, he can hear them coming toward him. Furious German voices, black boots, marching. He looks up and sees an advancing group of Gestapo, ready to murder him then and there, or worse. The 10 captured men from his team, an elite group of allied Norwegian commandos known as Company Linja, were being taken to a Nazi base in Tromsø. There, they'd be interrogated, tortured, and executed. Jan would do anything to avoid the same fate. He had to live now, or his allies had died for nothing. He hides behind a nearby rock to gather his thoughts with what little time he has. His rifle is gone. All he has is his sidearm, a small Colt pistol. The Gestapo are approaching with rifles, submachine guns, and superior numbers. They're getting closer. It's decision time. If he fights, he'll probably die. If he waits, he'll definitely die. Whether they capture him or hypothermia takes him. In the end, the choice is obvious. Jan gets up, aims his pistol at the enemies, and squeezes the trigger. Click. It's jammed. Jan pulls the magazine out of his pistol, clears the chamber, and throws away the first 2 rounds. He reloads, trains his sight on the advancing Gestapo, and fires twice. For the first time tonight, Jan gets lucky. One shot clips a Nazi in the head, killing him. The other wounds another, sending the group scrambling back in a sudden panic. They've every advantage. The last thing they expect is for their prey to start fighting back. But Jan doesn't want to be another dead hero. He wants to survive this nightmare and return to his family, to a Norway free of Hitler's iron grip. He runs into the nearby hills, wearing one shoe, a uniform so wet and cold it's killing him a little more each moment, and a Colt 1911 with 4 rounds in the magazine. This is the story of Jan Balsrud's incredible survival against all odds, the risks he took, the people who helped him, and the horrors he endured in his quest to get back home. But be warned, just because he got back alive doesn't mean he got back in one piece. But why was he there in the first place? As we mentioned earlier, Jan was part of a 12-man team known as Company Linja. These were brave soldiers who managed to escape Nazi-occupied Norway and were trained by the British in Scotland to carry out covert missions behind enemy lines. This time, they were being sent back to their homeland on a mission known as Operation Martin, along with 8 tons of high explosives. The objectives were twofold: recruiting people in occupied Norway to join the resistance against the Nazis, and blowing up a German airfield tower in Bardufoss to weaken the enemy's hold over the area. But one little mistake doomed the mission. They were supposed to rendezvous with a secret contact in Norway to let them know why they were there. However, they accidentally contacted a shopkeeper who just happened to have the exact same name as their contact. The shopkeeper feared this was a test of loyalty from the Gestapo, and he would surely be killed if he failed to report it to the authorities. So that's exactly what he did. The German forces descended on Company Linja, forcing them back to the Braatholm in hopes of escaping through Toftefjord Bay. But that's when the German frigate Rambut R-56 descended and began to attack, leaving them with nowhere to run. They were boxed in, and capture or death seemed certain. They did the only thing they could: detonated all 8 tons of explosives on the Braatholm with a timed delay. The plan was for the explosion to create chaos so Company Linja could escape on a smaller, faster boat. But that didn't work. Their boat was fired upon and quickly sunk by Rambut, and the rest you already know. Jan was left near dead from the cold, running through the Norwegian hills from a numerically superior force. Even a miracle wouldn't save him. He needed several. Thankfully for Jan, someone up there must have been smiling at him. But to get back to heaven, he needed to spend 3 months in pure hell. First, in his frantic escape from the Nazi forces, he came across the modest college of the Eidrupsen family. They were terrified to see him, this delirious, freezing man with a gun. He told them that he was an Allied soldier, the last of his team, on the run from the Gestapo. He told them he needed somewhere to shelter, but that the risk was great. If the Nazis discovered that they'd harbored a fugitive like him, they'd kill the entire family. But even knowing this risk, they took him in. Receiving this help, as he did from many kind Norwegians during his horrifying 3-month ordeal, wasn't easy for Jan. He'd already seen the other men of
Company Lingia suffered horrifying fates, and the thought of the same happening to these innocent civilians tormented him. In order to survive the almost crushing guilt of this laying risk on people, he developed a method. He would never tell any one host who he'd stayed with before, or where he headed. That way, even if the worst came to worst, the Nazis captured one family, they couldn't use that one family to get them all. Jan essentially hopped from home to home, traversing the brutal Norwegian winter between each one. People from all walks of life took in and protected him, from midwives to retired old men. A father still grieving from the loss of his own son rowed Jan across turbulent waters in the middle of the night. Another man hid Jan from his neighbor, a man suspected of being on the Nazi payroll. A kindly fisherman even gave him a pair of skis. In this regard, Jan was extraordinarily lucky, and the people he met were exceptionally kind, each one knowing that they faced the possibility of torture and death from the Gestapo if they were ever found out. But the journey, already stretching on for over a month, was starting to take a physical toll on Jan, a fact which really shouldn't surprise anyone. His feet got the worst of it, exposed to such incredibly cold temperatures that they were frozen solid and suffering from frostbite that threatened to go gangrenous. Even walking had become a prolonged state of agony for Jan, and he still had plenty of walking to do. And that wasn't even the end of it. Jan was suffering from malnutrition and, worst of all, snow blindness. It seemed that with every passing day, even as he got closer to his goal, crossing the Norwegian border through Finland and entering the safe zone of a neutral Sweden, his odds of survival diminished. Skis made the journey easier for a time. One occasion he even skied right past a group of Nazi soldiers who seemingly had no idea who he was, but he was soon caught in a blizzard so severe it froze his eyelids shut. He wandered blind and freezing until hallucinations began to take over. By the time he was rescued by the Gronvoll family, he didn't even know which way was up anymore. He was kept safe inside the Gronvoll family barn for a few days while he was recuperating from the blizzard. He was then hidden in the bed of a small fishing boat and ferried on to the small Norwegian town of Revdal. There he was kept in a freezing and isolated hut that he nicknamed the Hotel Savoy, a reference to the upmarket Savoy Hotel in London. Here, Jan had to take an even more horrific measure to ensure his continued survival. His frostbitten toes had started to go gangrenous, so unless he wanted the infection to spread and become potentially life-threatening, he needed to take drastic actions. He had no surgical tools, no painkillers, no medical expertise, just a military pocket knife. And using that pocket knife, he carved off his big toe on one foot, as well as an infected part of another toe. Sadly for Jan, these wouldn't even be the last parts he needed to shed in order to survive. He'd become less of a person now and more of a barely living package that his support network needed to get back to safety. The next part of the journey involved taking him to a mountain plateau where Norwegian resistance members would collect him and deliver him to the Finnish border. But thanks to another unexpected blizzard and Nazi patrols in a nearby town, there was a slight delay in that collection, by which we mean he was trapped up there for 27 days. He barely survived, facing up against the twin threats of starvation and infection. While up on that plateau, Jan was almost certain that he was going to die, but he wouldn't give up. Using his trusty pocket knife once again, he amputated the rest of his toes, a move that doctors said was the only reason they were able to save his whole foot in the end. Eventually, the Norwegian rescuers did come and liberate Jan from his frozen hell. They took him to the Finnish border where he was placed into the care of the Sami, the indigenous people of the region. They were there with Jan for the final stretch across Finland, pulling him along a sled behind their reindeer, narrowly avoiding pursuing Nazi forces. In the end, after months of pain and suffering, Jan had finally reached the safe haven of neutral Sweden. When he was finally rescued, he only weighed 80 pounds. He spent months recovering at a Swedish hospital before finally being flown back to the UK. And you think that's where the story ends? Nope. Jan Balsrud may have been down, but he wasn't out. During his extended recovery process, he helped train other soldiers for Norwegian deployment. When he was finally able to walk again, he even requested to be sent back to Norway to assist in the ongoing war effort against the Nazis. When the war finally ended in 1945, Jan was still in active duty, getting payback against the Germans for what they'd done to his beloved Norway and his fellow soldiers from Company Lingia. In the end, Jan was able to return to his family in Oslo, whom he'd left to fight 5 years earlier, and the Gestapo officers who killed Company Lingia were forced to dig up their bodies from a mass grave with their bare hands and wash them before they were placed in coffins and given a proper burial. The Norwegian government then had them executed. Their leader, Kurt Stage, was also tried and executed for war crimes in Slovenia in 1947. Despite his injuries and traumatic experiences, Jan lived a long and fulfilling life until 1988, passing away at the age of 71. These days, he's practically considered a Norwegian folk hero, and if you ask us, he definitely earned that title. This video is sponsored by Call of War, the free online PvP strategy game, where you'll choose a real country to lead during World War II.
It's the darkest hours of human history, and it's up to you to build a powerful army to defend the country. You'll fight up to 100 other players on historic maps in real-time games that can take weeks to complete. What I really love about Call of War is the variety of technological paths you can go down. Do you want to tank rush your enemies, or keep them suppressed with your air superiority? You can even focus on the development of secret weapons like nuclear bombers and V2 rockets. It's your choice. We'll be hosting a special game with instructions on how to join at the end of this video, so make sure you stick around. Infographic Show viewers will also get a special gift of 13,000 gold and 1 month of premium subscription for free when they use the link. It's only available for 30 days, so click the link, choose a country, and start fighting in the ultimate confrontation right now. It was the immediate aftermath of World War II, and a large group of European citizens was being brought to the United States. But these weren't war refugees or immigrants, they were members of the Axis powers and insiders in one of the most notorious regimes of all time. So why did the United States government roll out the red carpet for more than 1,000 Nazis? It was 1945, and the genesis of what would become Operation Paperclip was starting in the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. The war was starting to wind down, with victory in Europe looking all but assured, and the US and British armies wanted to make sure that the valuable resources and innovations created by Nazi Germany wouldn't be lost with the regime's defeat. They created T-Force, a joint army mission to secure any scientific and technological targets before they were destroyed either by the Nazis or by looters and invading armies. This mission would grab rocket technology, aircraft and naval equipment, and synthetic rubber and oil catalysts. But there was another target of T-Force: people. The German war machine employed countless scientists in industrial technology, weapons design, rocketry, and nuclear technology research. While Germany lost the war due to Hitler's poor decision-making and sabotage of his own war machine, leading some of his top military men to scheme to kill him at one point, the Nazis had been in a tense race with the Americans to develop the nuclear bomb, and employed some of the smartest and most dangerous scientists in the world. And the United States had a reason to get them in their custody. While the war wasn't quite over yet, the minds of many top American military experts were already turning to the war that was just around the corner, the Cold War. The Soviet Union was one of the few countries that had been on both sides of the war, aligning with Hitler and then joining forces with the Allies after being invaded by the Nazi army. And they would come out of the war more powerful and influential than ever. In the aftermath of post-war negotiations, they would gain control of much of Eastern Europe and half of the divided Germany, and would become the primary superpower challenging America. The space race was just around the corner, but first would come the brain race. As Hitler's regime fell, many of the high-ranking scientists working for the Nazi regime found themselves falling out of favor. Hitler was notorious for turning on his allies due to paranoia, and prominent figures like rocket scientist Werner von Braun found themselves on the run and branded traitors. That created an opportunity. And on July 20th, 1945, the US military officially greenlit Operation Overcast, a mission to recruit German scientists and use their know-how to help end the war in Japan. It would be renamed Operation Paperclip months later, denoting the signature paperclip the officers would use to mark the files of the scientists they planned to recruit. But it was about to become a much bigger project. In 1946, the Nazi regime had scattered to the winds. Many of the regime's top officials had either killed themselves or been arrested to face war crimes trials, but the scientists were often in a gray area. Many either worked isolated from the most brutal crimes of the regime or had limited involvement. They weren't targets for war crimes prosecution, but many of them were still arrested and found themselves in military custody. That made them easy targets for recruitment, and President Harry Truman allowed for the recruitment of more than 1,000 German scientists. And they had some unintended help from Nazi Germany's leaders. After the failed conquest of Russia in 1941, Germany shifted its focus to building their technology for the war ahead. When they first instituted the draft, countless scientists and intellectuals were taken from their work and turned into genetic soldiers. This was not good for their science division. And in 1943, the head of their military research division, Werner Ausenberg, composed a list of scientists and engineers who could be more useful in research work. This document, the Ausenberg list, was later found by a Polish laboratory worker and made its way to MI6. The Allies now had a useful list of the smartest people put to work by the Nazis. But recruiting them would come with no small amount of controversy. As the full scope of Nazi Germany's war crimes became clear, many were hesitant to collaborate in any way with its architects. Defenders of the program argued that the scientists likely had little to do with the horrors of the death camps, but many scientists, including von Braun, used slave labor to build the German war machine. President Truman was reportedly hesitant to approve it, but felt that the growing threat of the Soviet Union was more important. But as they arrived in America, many of the German scientists came under new scrutiny. Had the United States made a deal with the devil? Several scientists who were brought to the United States were later accused of having more involvement with Nazis' crimes than thought. George Rickey worked as an engineer at one of Nazi Germany's largest factories and was responsible for the production of several of the country's most powerful bombs. After being brought to the U.S. as part of Operation Paperclip, he was accused of close ties with the SS and Gestapo and getting many of his workers from a nearby concentration camp. He became the only Operation Paperclip recruit to be returned to Germany for trial, and after being acquitted at the trial for lack of evidence, never returned to the U.S. But another recruit had even more shocking skeletons in his closet. Walter Schreiber was one of the later recruits of Operation Paperclip, coming to the U.S. in 1951. He gained the Americans' attention after escaping Russian custody, but was one of the Nazis' top medical scientists. He worked in medical research for the Air Force, but not long after, a shocking bombshell dropped. A Holocaust survivor accused him of being involved in medical experiments committed at the notorious Ravensbrück concentration camp. If the allegations were confirmed earlier, he likely would have been tried at Nuremberg. Instead, his career with the U.S. came to an unceremonious end, and he chose to leave for Argentina. But many of the other Operation Paperclip recruits had much more storied careers in the U.S. The U.S. military had one primary focus for their recruitment: aerospace technology. Getting better, faster, and more precise aircraft was essential for any future wars. But the focus was just as much on the next frontier. It would be only 12 years after World War II when the first satellite was launched into space by the Russians, and the space race would be on in earnest. Many of the German scientists had made massive leaps forward in rocket technology, and the government wasted no time putting them to work. It was this field where Operation Paperclip would bear its biggest fruit. Wernher von Braun wasted no time in getting to work for the United States. He had already been out of favor with Hitler and was on the run when he was captured by Americans. He would be joined by other German talents, including aircraft designer Herbert Wagner, the first scientist recruited by the program, and Kurt Debus, Arthur Rudolph, Hermann Oberth, and Eberhard Rees, pioneering rocket engineers. All claimed to be apolitical scientists glad to turn their back on Nazi Germany, although many Holocaust experts questioned that description. But the US wasn't the only ones with their sights on these scientists. Starting in October 1946, the Soviet Union began their own counterpart to Operation Paperclip, Operation Oso-Aviakim, which recruited over 2,000 German scientists and specialists, along with 4,000 civilian family members. Witnesses described this operation as fast and efficient, resembling a draft more than a recruitment. A scientist named Fritz Preichschat described being rounded up by Russian soldiers with machine guns and taken to Russia to work, something he would tell to the U.S. military in 1952 after being released from his Russian duties and being recruited by the Americans, making him the only person to work on both sides of the space race. But for most of the American recruits, it would be a shocking change in fortunes. Wernher von Braun and other scientists wasted no time in getting to work for the Americans, and they proved to be worth the recruitment efforts. The knowledge of the German rocketry and airplane technology they brought with them was quickly incorporated into American designs, and many of them gained prominent positions. Von Braun worked on sensitive projects including both the American ballistic missile program and the rockets that launched the first American space satellite, Explorer 1. And an even more prominent organization was about to come calling. It was 1960, and the focus of the space race was shifting from breaching the atmosphere to putting human beings safely in space, and eventually on the moon. Von Braun was considered America's foremost expert on space technology, and his research group was incorporated into NASA. Not long after, his fellow former Nazi scientist Kurt Debus would become the first director of NASA's Launch Operations Center. Von Braun and Debus were involved in the design and launch of the Apollo program, and eventually oversaw the successful mission that put Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin on the moon. But they were also involved in far more sensitive projects. The first nuclear bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were delivered in a very analog way, dropped out of manned aircraft. But as the Cold War ramped up and the nuclear arms race escalated, it became clear the United States would need a better, faster way to deliver their deadliest weapons. Von Braun quickly named Debus to organize a division on missile firing, and in the early 1950s they tested the first missiles carrying nuclear warheads, deploying the powerful weapons into the Pacific Ocean in a shocking display of Cold War weaponry. The two scientists were the crown jewels of Operation Paperclip and received surprising accolades. Both worked for the U.S. government until they retired and were highly honored by the end of their careers. Von Braun was inducted into the National Academy of Engineering and received the National Medal of Science. Debus had an award named after him after the National Space Club of Florida, and even had a lunar crater named after him. Many scientists believe they helped the United States in the race to the moon. But for many people, they never quite outraced their past. The question of the guilt of the Operation Paperclip scientists has been debated for a long time, with von Braun and Debus getting extra scrutiny. While Debus mostly worked in flight tests and rocket research and sought out US forces on his own, many say that no one in the Nazi war machine didn't benefit from the regime's extensive use of slave labor. Von Braun is a more controversial case, running large factories that were heavily staffed by slave labor. While he wasn't directly implicated in any war crimes, survivors who were forced to work for him spoke of the harsh treatment they experienced. There were many skeletons in the closets of the recruits, and some came out long after the fact. Arthur Rudolph was one of Germany's top rocketry engineers and a close ally of Werner von Braun. Much of his work took place at the Mittelwerk Factory, a notorious site staffed by prisoners from the Mittelbau-Dora concentration camp. He eventually defected to the US and British forces and was incorporated into the post-war US team, despite concerns over his background check, which described him as an enthusiastic Nazi loyalist. He worked on both the US ballistic missile program and on the Saturn V rocket under von Braun. He was highly decorated and considered one of the program's most successful recruits, but his story would have a much darker ending. It was 1979 when Eli Rosenbaum, who worked in a US office investigating Nazi war criminals, came across Rudolph's name in a book. It described him as a frequent user of slave labor, and research indicated that he had been involved in the abuse of prisoners. Rudolph was called in for an interview and interrogated on his past actions and loyalty to Nazi Germany. It was decided that in exchange for the government not prosecuting him, he would give up his US citizenship and return to Germany. In 1983, he left the United States, becoming a black eye on the face of Operation Paperclip. The program's legacy remains complicated even today. The scientists of Operation Paperclip are all long gone. None were young when recruited, and most died before the dawn of the 21st century. But they built much of the infrastructure of NASA and the United States ballistic missile program, and many are uncomfortable with that. When a major news outlet posted a tweet referring to Werner von Braun as a brilliant German-American rocket engineer, no shortage of angry people on Twitter reminded them that he was in fact a Nazi. The Cold War made for unlikely allies, few more unlikely than the 1,600 scientists and engineers recruited by the US military. But history moves fast, and many people were willing to look past their actions in the last war if it meant winning the next. Thanks again to our sponsor Call of War, the free online PvP strategy game set during World War II. We've set up a special game for our viewers. Click the link in the description, create an account, and enter the game code INFOGRAPHICS and password INFOGRAPHICS to join today. General Fritz Hubert Grosser shouts orders at his tank commanders as they dart forward. An opening has presented itself in the Polish lines, and he is not going to miss this golden opportunity to strike back. The German Panzer Division goes full throttle, pushing their engines to the max. Bombs detonate all over the tanks as artillery rains down from above. The Nazis return fire, causing entire buildings to explode into fiery debris. The Nazis have an important mission. They must stop the advance of the Polish and Soviet forces before they reach Dresden. If they don't, the war will be all but lost, and thousands of German citizens will die. The Red Army is closing in on Berlin from all sides, but if Grosser can stop the Poles and Soviets outside of Bautzen, he will give the German citizens enough time to escape further west. The Nazis have seen what the incoming Soviet forces have done to the surrounding areas. The Red Army has ravaged entire populations of German sympathizers as they made their way toward Berlin. Capture at the hands of France, Britain, and the United States is a much more desirable outcome for many than being left to the mercy of the bloodthirsty Soviets. Grosser believes he can win this battle. If all goes according to plan, he'll even be able to flank Soviet forces heading toward Berlin and might be able to turn the war back in Germany's favor. The tanks continue forward, followed by a wave of infantry. The Germans break the line. None of this would have been possible if it hadn't been for a greedy decision made by General Karol Strzewski, who was put in charge of the Polish forces. His choices allowed the Nazis to achieve one of their greatest victories near the end of World War II. It may not have jeopardized Allied victory, but it allowed the Nazis to win a battle that decimated Polish forces and bought them some extra time. April 16, 1945. Soviet and Polish troops launch an offensive into Germany. Casualties on both sides grow as forces march forward and approach the Neisse River. German forces put up as much resistance as they can muster in hopes of slowing down the advance from the Eastern Front. Luftwaffe planes fly overhead, dropping bombs on Polish and Soviet forces. Men dive for cover as artillery shells explode all around them. Finally, the Germans are overrun by the Red Army and its allies. They fall back further into the motherland. As they retreat, civilians run from their homes, desperately trying to stay behind the protection of the Nazi forces. However, many are left behind. When the Polish and Soviet forces roll across the Neisse River on April 16th, they either capture or plow through anyone in their path. The race to the next strategic location of the war is on. German forces fall back to the city of Bautzen. It's here that General Fritz Hubert Grosser and his forces will make a final stand. If he plays his cards right, he can use his superior military technology and experienced soldiers to break the enemy line and encircle them. Once he deals with the incoming forces, he can then aid in the defense of Berlin by attacking the flanks of the Red Army. Grosser meets with his commanders in the old fortress of Ortenburg, where they devise a plan of attack. "We need to stop the enemy advance, or the war will be completely lost," Grosser says to the other Nazis in the room. They discuss how to possibly defeat the 80,000 enemy soldiers and 500 tanks that are barreling toward them. It seems like a lost cause, but Grosser has a plan. He explains that if they remain patient, the enemy will likely make a mistake. He knows that General Svirchevsky and his forces are nowhere near as experienced or well-trained as the 50,000 soldiers he commands. On top of the infantry forces, the Nazis also have 300 tanks and 600 artillery and anti-tank guns at their disposal. The Nazis may be outnumbered, but if they remain disciplined and wait for the right opportunity, they can win the battle that's to come. Grosser gives his lieutenants orders and sends them back to their units. He takes a deep breath and examines a map with the most updated information on enemy positions. He is facing the Polish Second Army, and although it's mostly made up of inexperienced men who were enlisted when the Red Army swept through Poland, Grosser knows that they're out for blood. He also needs to worry about incoming Soviet reinforcements from Ukraine that could arrive at any time. They haven't reached his location yet, but when they do, the battle will be much harder to win. Grosser commands the 4th Panzer Army and hopes it'll be enough to at least buy other German forces time to be deployed across the country. Then it happens. Grosser receives word that the enemy forces are approaching fast. It's time to prepare for battle. The Polish Second Army and Soviet battalion sit along the border of Bautzen. General Karol Svirchevsky will not hold his troops for long. He desires blood and wants the city of Dresden to bathe in it as retribution for what the Nazis did to his country and people. Other leaders in the Polish Second Army warn Svirchevsky that Germans are not only cunning but also have powerful weapons that outmatch their own. They should proceed with caution, but all Svirchevsky can think about is how badly he wants to take Dresden. The order is given for anyone not able to fight to be evacuated from Bautzen. Supplies are low, but the Nazis will hold out as long as they can. All hope seems lost. Inevitably, it will be either the Polish and Soviet forces who will overrun them or the Western Allies. April 21, 1945. The Battle of Bautzen begins. Polish and Soviet forces split up and spread their line too thin. The Nazis realize this fatal error and immediately take advantage of it. The Soviets halt their advance, but the Polish Second Army continues on as Karol Svirchevsky urges his troops toward Dresden. It's unclear if this is a miscommunication or if Svirchevsky's bloodlust has overtaken him. At the same time, General Svirchevsky leaves his artillery and guns behind as his tanks and soldiers advance forward. His thought process might have been that the bulky weapons would only slow him down, but this is a critical mistake. Grosser and the other Nazi leaders realize that either because of inexperience or lack of foresight, Svirchevsky is presenting them with the exact opportunity they need. A gap opens up in the Polish Second Army. Some forces are stuck securing the Muskauer forest region, while others continue on toward Dresden. The Polish forces are spread across 30 miles. There is no way they can reinforce one another if they get into trouble, which is exactly what the Nazis are betting on. The main Polish tank battalion rushes to keep up with the infantry division. It's in transit between the divided forces when the Nazis strike. German troops and tanks are ordered to shoot for the gap and encircle the enemy. The timing couldn't have been better for the Nazis. The 20th Panzer Division, along with the 72nd Infantry Division, pushed the advancing Polish and Soviet forces back out of the city of Bautzen. During the battle, a key commanding general of the Polish 5th Infantry Division, by the name of Alexander Waszkiewicz, is killed. This dealt an early blow to the Polish 5th Infantry Division, as Waszkiewicz was one of the most seasoned generals. With every move that the Germans make, they seem to be weakening the ranks of the Soviet and Polish forces to critical levels. However, as the Nazis reclaim the city and push into the surrounding area, they come across a gruesome sight. A barn blazes in the distance in a small village called Niederkaina, right outside of Bautzen. A unit of Nazi soldiers is sent to secure the town and capture enemy stragglers. When they enter Niederkaina, they're greeted by the horrid smell of burnt hair and flesh. They approach the barn. The smell grows stronger. The fire eventually burns itself out, and the Nazis investigate further. To their horror, the barn contains the remains of around 200 captured German soldiers that were locked in when the building was set ablaze. All of the men inside were burnt to death. War truly does bring out the worst in people, no matter what side you're on. The German 17th Infantry Division advances to the east and decimates misplaced Polish forces. As they push the enemy back, Nazis are able to free trapped German troops along the way. This adds to available infantry, which is vital as every last fighter counts. The 545th Infantry Division proceeds to wedge itself between the two sections of the Polish army, ensuring they can't be unified. They cut off communications between the split Polish forces along with any other Soviet allies that might be coming from the east. Without a unifying set of orders, the invading soldiers are running around like headless chickens. Even as the Nazis encircle and drive Polish forces back, Strzechowski continues on his mad push toward Dresden. This only exacerbates the pressure being put on each of his divisions and leads to some terrible consequences. Leaders in the Polish army are falling left and right. The Nazis use their superior knowledge of warfare to identify weak points in the Polish army. They cause more and more mayhem and casualties, throwing several of the Polish divisions into disarray. If the Poles and the Soviets don't do something soon, they'll lose their entire force, and Germany will have the ability to launch a counterattack against their armies advancing toward Berlin. The German counteroffensive is initially a huge success. Many Polish and Soviet units are defeated or captured as a result of the quick action taken by Grosser and the other Nazi commanders. To make matters worse for the Poles and Soviets, the Luftwaffe is able to secure air superiority. Most of the Soviet Air Force is engaged in the bombing and battles over Berlin. So without an answer to the German aircraft, the Polish and Soviet soldiers and tanks in the Battle of Bautzen get decimated. Entire infantry units are mowed down by machine gun fire from strafing planes. The bombers drop their payloads on top of Polish tanks and artillery, obliterating any hope of them counteracting the panzer divisions. It's all-out chaos in the early days of the Battle of Bautzen, and it seems like nothing can stop the Nazis from claiming victory over the Polish Second Army. The German infantry that used to separate the two halves of the Polish army make their way into the Muskauer forest to deal with any enemy stragglers. What they find is astonishing. Hidden in the forest are the remnants of their own forces who held out against the invasion and are still battling to protect Dresden from the Poles and Soviets. The Germans had no idea their comrades were there, and now they've been reinforced. With the unification of multiple divisions of Nazis, they're able to surround a number of Polish units. The result is devastating for the Poles. The 16th Polish Tank Brigade is en route to join the forces pushing east when they come to a stop to assess their situation. Word has reached them that the Nazis have split their forces down the middle. No one can believe that their commanding officers could be so careless and let something like this happen. The forest goes completely silent. The Polish troops look at one another. Something is very wrong. Suddenly, gunshots ring out from the tree line. A sizable German force steps out with grenades and machine guns. They catch the 16th Brigade off guard. Orders to return fire are shouted as soldiers dive for cover and tank commanders desperately try to turn their turrets toward the enemy. However, this new German force was revitalized when they found their comrades held up in the forest. Now their numbers are larger than the Poles had anticipated. The 16th Tank Brigade is given the order to retreat, but there's nowhere to go. They are wedged between the forest and enemy forces. With every moment that goes by, the Nazis collapse in on them. All hope is lost. Nearby, the Polish 5th Infantry Division comes under attack from multiple sides. Enemy soldiers are squeezing them into a tighter and tighter area. There seems to be no choice but to retreat. But when the order is given, the Poles find that there is nowhere to go. The Germans have them surrounded on every side. The Polish forces fall back to where they've set up their headquarters, but the only help they can find is a training battalion. The new recruits shake in fear as the soldiers prepare for an imminent attack. This will be some of the first combat they've seen, and the situation is dire. The only option for the 5th Infantry Division is to break through to the Tank Brigade and join forces. This will be easier said than done. The inexperienced Polish soldiers try their best to make strategic decisions, but they haven't been trained properly. They move when they shouldn't and sustain heavy casualties. As fighting breaks out in small villages, they get surrounded. Entire units are either slaughtered or captured. Some do manage some success, but the losses far outweigh those who are saved. Out of the 1,300 soldiers in the Polish 5th Infantry Division, it's estimated that only around 100 survive this part of the Battle of Bautzen. Even as his forces crumble around him and the Nazis gain the upper hand, Strzechowski refuses to believe he's losing. His men are dying across the battlefield. His forces are divided by the Germans, and his battalions are under attack from all sides. Yet Strzechowski still sends more of his men toward Dresden, even though this will weaken his position even further. Strzechowski truly believes that this is just a phase and his forces will eventually be able to push the Nazis back. But as the sun rises to its zenith on the second day of the Battle of Bautzen, General Strzechowski realizes how much trouble his forces are in due to his decisions. He orders all his units that have been sent toward Dresden to turn around and return to Bautzen to aid in defense against the advancing German forces. April 22, 1945. The tanks of the Polish 1st Armored Corps reach Bautzen that night. They have no time to waste. As soon as they see muzzle flashes and artillery light up the sky, they engage in battle. Instead of saving the day, the Polish tanks are greeted by German panzers. They are outmaneuvered and the 1st Armored Corps suffers heavy losses. The Germans continue to advance. The Polish artillery units try desperately to stop the wave of Nazi forces, but to no avail. The artillery has no support from infantry units as they were separated the day before. The Poles are overrun by German infantry and decimated by the shells from the Nazi tanks. Up to this point, almost all communication has been severed between the multiple Polish and Soviet forces spread across the region. The wedge that the Germans drove down the middle of the 2nd Polish Army exacerbated this problem, but on the evening of April 22nd, communications are restored, and Strzewski gets in contact with an enraged Marshal Konev. Ivan Konev is Marshal of the Soviet Red Army forces and are advancing across the Eastern Front. He is appalled by the losses that are being sustained at the Battle of Bautzen. Konev informs Strzewski that 8 divisions from the Ukrainian front are on their way to support the Polish army and to reinforce key positions near Bautzen. Konev sends the Soviet 14th and 95th Guards Rifle Division, the 4th Guards Tank Corps, and the 2nd Air Army to aid the Poles in stopping the Nazi advance. April 23, 1945. The sun rises. The Battle of Bautzen has been raging for 3 straight days. The Germans have decimated the Polish and Soviet forces thus far, even though they were outnumbered and had less resources. They've pushed past the city of Bautzen and are moving further north to aid in defense of Dresden and Berlin. The Polish and Soviet leaders know that this Nazi force must be stopped at all costs, or it'll have dire consequences. The Germans, on the other hand, have no intentions of stopping. They demolish their enemy at every turn. It seems as if nothing can stop them. The Nazis are fueled by the need to protect their Führer and the countrymen from the threats pouring in from the east. They may be losing the war, but there is too much at stake for them to pull back now. The Nazis continue using the same tactics that provided them so much success thus far in the battle. They divide the enemy forces and encircle them, causing massive amounts of casualties. This sends the enemy soldiers into retreat, forcing them to leave behind supplies, while the Nazis pick off any stragglers. Even more important is the reunification of German units that had been trapped throughout the region. With each push forward, the Nazis either rescue captured comrades or help alleviate the pressure being put on the German units that have been separated from the main army. The Germans are gaining more soldiers as they continue pushing the Soviet and Polish forces away from Bautzen. This brings them another step closer to aiding the rest of the Nazi forces fighting back the invasion. Hundreds of trapped German soldiers are astonished to find the enemy falling back, even though they seem vastly outnumbered. It isn't until the panzers and the Nazi troops roll in that they realize they are winning the battle. As the Nazis push forward, the Soviet and Polish forces try to counterattack. However, each time they attempt to break the German line, they fail. This only bolsters the resolve of the Nazi soldiers. They seem unstoppable, as if some divine power is on their side. In reality, they're just better trained and have a more cohesive command structure that allows them to act quickly and effectively when an opportunity presents itself. The battles between the Germans and the Soviet and Polish forces continue for the next 2 days. The Germans push their enemy further north and east. Then the Soviets and the Poles launch counterattacks to try to reclaim some ground, but fail each time. It seems as if the Germans know their routes of retreat and plan ahead in case of an enemy counterattack. They're taking full advantage of fighting on their home soil. As warfare in villages in the surrounding area continues, the Polish 9th Division is ordered to proceed to Dresden. Little did they know that the German forces are lying in wait along the route. They are ambushed and sustain heavy losses. The unit is given orders to retreat and fall back to join up with the rest of the Second Army, but it's too late. They are decimated by the Nazis, who are pushing the Polish and Soviet forces further out of Bautzen. This comes to be known as the Valley of Death, where 75% of the 26th Infantry Regiment of the 9th Division is killed. Combat commences in open fields and roadways, then proceeds to towns. Soldiers engage in intense house-to-house combat. The Soviets and Polish soldiers barricade themselves within buildings, firing out the windows at anything that moves. The Poles use this tactic to try to hold their positions so the Nazis can't push them further back, but each time it fails. The German forces roll into the towns with their panzers and fire shells into the enemy-held buildings. Anyone who survives the onslaught is greeted by shock troops and seasoned veterans. Whenever the Nazis overtake or defeat an enemy force, they check the bodies of fallen soldiers for any useful info. The Germans find orders detailing the Polish army's plan of attack and escape routes. They use this information to stay one step ahead of their enemy. While the Poles and Soviets think their lines of retreat are clear, the Germans deploy units to wait for them and attack when they move. The Germans go from building to building using grenades to exterminate anyone inside. Few enemies are captured. Instead, the enemy is executed or left to succumb to their wounds. There's no time to take prisoners in such an aggressive advance. The Nazis claim a great victory between April 21st and the 24th of 1945. They now have complete control of Bautzen, and the Soviet and Polish forces have been pushed back to the point where it seems the Germans will be able to lend support to other divisions in the field. Then it all comes to a screeching halt. The enemy forces entrench themselves in place just as Soviet reinforcements reach the area. With this influx of troops, the break in the Polish-Soviet line is closed, and the Germans can no longer encircle their troops. This is a turning point in the Battle of Bautzen. Until now, the Germans had won pretty much every engagement between the two sides. However, just as the Soviet reinforcements arrive, the Nazis run low on fuel and supplies. Their forward progress is stopped. The Nazi strategy of separating the Polish army, disrupting communications, and encircling enemy divisions worked perfectly until they could no longer fuel their tanks or resupply their men. The Germans were outnumbered, but they were able to overcome the odds. Now they're outnumbered with very little hope of maintaining their victory. April 25, 1945. Just as the German forces are brought to a halt, Adolf Hitler sends a message to the leaders of the Nazi forces around Bautzen, congratulating them on their admirable courage and victory over the enemy forces. But this message is premature. The new enemy line that now extends across the entire battlefield is ordered to advance. The Red Army reinforcements, along with re-established communications between the 2nd Polish Army, allows them to once again march toward Bautzen. When the German forces try to move to the east and find a new route of attack, they're greeted by the Soviet 5th Guards Army, who's just arrived with fresh troops and supplies. The battered German soldiers have finally met their match. They might have stood a chance if they had been well stocked and hadn't been engaged in non-stop fighting for the last several days, but they aren't that lucky. The Soviet line cannot be broken. The German forces will never reach the flank of the Red Army and aid in the protection of Berlin. The Battle of Bautzen has been won, but the war is quickly being lost. April 28, 1945. The Battle of Bautzen ends. However, there's still continuous fighting as the Germans try to hold out as long as possible, hoping the Western Allied forces reach them before the Soviets barrel through the region. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, so although the Battle of Bautzen is considered the last victory for the Germans in World War II, there was an astounding loss of life. During the battle, the Polish army lost around 18,000 to 25,000 men and over half of their tanks. The Battle of Bautzen is considered by many to be one of the bloodiest battles that the Polish army's ever been in. The Germans suffered far fewer casualties but also had a smaller force. It's likely that the Nazis lost around 6,500 people, although some people think it was much less than that. Ultimately, the Germans won the Battle of Bautzen but did not complete their mission of breaking through the Polish and Soviet forces and aiding Berlin. However, they did stop the Polish forces from reaching Dresden before the end of the war, which is also seen as another victory for the Nazis. Their success in taking back and holding Bautzen allowed countless refugees and citizens to flee west and surrender to the Western Allies, who were closing in on Berlin. Imagine a world where a murderer who was responsible for the deaths of hundreds or even thousands of innocent people was never brought to justice. This is the world we actually live in. After World War II, a number of high-profile Nazis escaped being caught. Their crimes were not just against Allied forces, but against humanity. Who were these murderers, and how did they get away? Let's find out. Joseph Mengele was a physician who worked at the Auschwitz concentration camp during World War II. However, many people knew him better by another name, the Angel of Death. He sent countless people to die in gas chambers. But this was only one of his heinous crimes. Mengele was known for conducting gruesome medical experiments on Jews at the concentration camp he worked at. These experiments weren't just to learn more about the human body or for medical advancement. Instead, Mengele experimented on living people to find out the best ways to kill them. He then implemented these findings in the mass murders of Jewish people across Nazi-controlled territories. Mengele's atrocities didn't just stop with adults either. In fact, he exposed approximately 3,000 children to different diseases, disfigurement, and torture. He claimed this was all to help cure certain illnesses and to improve the human species. The more likely reason for Mengele's actions was because he was a deranged lunatic. His goal was to create a superior Nazi master race. To do this, he also favored experimenting on twins, pregnant women, and the disabled to see how they differed in terms of his nightmarish experiments. As the war came to an end, Mengele must have known he would be tried for his war crimes and sentenced to death, so he fled Europe. He remained hidden in Germany until 1949, when members of the Catholic clergy helped him escape from Italy to Argentina. Once in South America, he opened a mechanical equipment shop and eventually remarried. The crazy thing is, he used his real name at the time. Back at the end of the 1950s, Nazi war criminals in South America were being rounded up and sent back to Europe to stand trial. When one of Mengele's associates was captured, the Angel of Death decided it was time to go back into hiding. It was reported that he traveled to Paraguay and then to Brazil, where he eluded capture. The messed up thing was that Germany had asked Argentina to extradite Mengele so he could stand trial, but the government said they needed to look at the case against him themselves. By the time the Argentinian government had finished their investigation, Mengele had fled the country and went underground. He was never captured or tried for his heinous crimes. He died by drowning off the Brazilian coast due to a heart attack in 1979. It wasn't until a forensics team tested his remains in 1985 that his death was confirmed. Joseph Mengele was never caught and never punished for some of the worst atrocities committed during World War II. Another uncaught Nazi war criminal who fled to South America was Walter Rauff. His war crimes included being an integral part of the construction and implementation of the mobile gas chambers that were used to kill an estimated 100,000 people. This is about to get really messed up, so prepare yourself. Ralph's main responsibility was to oversee the modifications of transport trucks to divert their exhaust fumes into the carrying chamber at the back of the vehicles. These chambers would be airtight and could contain as many as 60 people. This meant that Ralph's modifications allowed Nazis to drive from one location to the next while killing innocent people in the back of their trucks. The victims would be poisoned from carbon monoxide in the exhaust, which would eventually lead to death by asphyxiation. After the war, Ralph was arrested by Allied troops. While in a POW camp, Ralph found a means of escape and quickly fled to Italian convents that harbored him as he made plans to flee to South America. However, in 1948, Ralph found himself in Syria, where he served as a military advisor to the president of the country. He eventually returned to Italy and found passage to Ecuador in 1949, and then traveled to Chile. Like Mengele, Ralph continued living under his own name even though he was a wanted war criminal. While in Chile, Ralph worked at a king crab cannery where he doubled as a spy for West Germany in the late 50s and early 60s. It seemed that Ralph was no longer afraid of being captured as he sent a letter to the German government requesting that his naval pension be sent to him in Chile. After this, he was arrested by the Chilean authorities due to pressure from other countries who wanted the war criminal caught. However, only a year after being arrested, he was released by Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet. Germany continually tried to have Ralph extradited so he could be tried for his war crimes, but the Chilean government refused. He eventually died in 1984 without answering for any of his transgressions. It was reported that at his funeral, German and Chilean mourners gave his coffin a Nazi salute and chanted Heil Hitler. Apparently, even in 1984, Nazi support was still alive and well in some parts of the world. Less is known about other escaped Nazi war criminals, but there were many who evaded justice and may have lived out the remainder of their lives in relative peace. One such Nazi is Joseph Schwamberger, who was an SS captain and commander of the Roswado ghetto. Later in the war, he was promoted to be the commander of the Przemyśl concentration camp in Poland. His war crimes include the mass shooting of Jewish people and the deportation of Jews to other concentration camps in Europe. He was arrested by Allied forces in 1947 in Austria, but escaped with the help of Nazi Odessa underground organization. It's believed that the organization aided him in reaching Argentina, but after his escape, reports on Schwamberger became a bit fuzzy. Nazi hunters lost his trail for a long time, but recently it was uncovered that he may have been caught again in 1987. Either way, he remained free of his crimes for entirely too long. A similar case happened with Walter Kuczman, who was an SS officer at the Drohobych concentration camp near Lemberg, Poland. His crimes are slightly different from the other Nazis, as he's wanted for shooting 20 university professors as well as killing hundreds of Jewish people. It's unclear why the university professors needed to be brutally murdered, but then again, Nazi war criminals seem to kill indiscriminately. After the war, reports suggested that Kuczman fled to Argentina as well, but no clues to his whereabouts were found until he died of a heart attack in 1986. Not all Nazi war criminals fled to South America. For example, Heinrich Müller, the head of the Gestapo and one of the most wanted war criminals of World War II, was said to have fled to Albania. He then might have continued further east to evade capture. Not only is Müller wanted for the deaths of countless Jews, but also several other crimes as well. Müller had helped plan the phony Polish attack on the Gliwice radio station in 1939, which was used to justify Germany's attack on Poland at the beginning of the war. He also signed the Bullet Order, which authorized the shooting of escaped prisoners of war and supported the torture of officers who had conspired to kill Hitler in 1944. When interviewed, Müller's family said he died during the war and was buried in Berlin. However, when the grave was exhumed and the corpse examined, the results were inconclusive. The body may have belonged to Heinrich Müller, or it might have been someone else. Either way, the head of the Gestapo was never caught and never tried for his crimes. Anton Berger was a wanted war criminal for his involvement in the Theresienstadt concentration camp in Czechoslovakia. He was the commander of the camp and ordered the deaths of thousands of innocent people. When Allied forces reached Czechoslovakia, they arrested Berger, but he escaped in 1948. After his escape, he seems to have disappeared completely. There's no evidence as to where he went or who helped him leave the country. Anyone who contributed to the Nazi plan of exterminating the Jewish people should have been tried for their crimes. However, there should be a special cell where doctors who contributed to the genocide should reside, a place where they should be tormented by their demons for eternity. Aribert Heim would be one of the people who belonged in that cell. He was a doctor at Austria's Mauthausen concentration camp. Like other physicians at the camp, he was accused of experimenting on prisoners. He was said to have done unethical surgeries while also experimenting with different poisonous substances to see how it would affect the human body. His experiments led to the death and suffering of countless people at the concentration camp. After the war, it's believed that Heim used a false identity to spend a decent amount of time in Egypt, where he converted to Islam. He eventually moved back to Europe, where he lived out the rest of his life peacefully when he should have been rotting in a jail cell for his crimes. There were many other Nazi war criminals that evaded capture, but not all of them were so lucky. One person of particular note was John Demjanjuk. After the war, he fled to the United States. That's right, the Nazi war criminal fled to the US and became a naturalized citizen in the 1950s. He got a job working at the Ford automotive plant in Ohio until he retired. In 2011, he was convicted of being an accessory to more than 28,000 counts of murder while being a guard at the Sobibor concentration camp in Poland. He was extradited to Germany in 2012, where he was tried and found guilty. The court case set a new precedent that suspected Nazi war criminals could still be tried over 50 years after the end of the war. Following this case, other Nazis were extradited and tried for their crimes as well. Before his final sentencing, Demjanjuk died in the German nursing home he was placed in. It should go without saying that the worst war criminal during World War II was Adolf Hitler himself. And like so many other Nazi war criminals, he too escaped justice. All evidence points to Hitler taking his own life, along with the life of his wife Eva Braun, in a Berlin bunker toward the end of World War II. However, this means that Hitler was never actually caught. He knew he would be tried and found guilty for countless war crimes, so instead of facing his punishment, he decided to shoot himself instead. Whether this was a fit ending for Hitler can be debated, but it just goes to show that Hitler was too much of a coward to stand trial for being one of the worst war criminals in all of history. Through the dedicated work of Nazi hunters and investigators, many Nazi war criminals have been brought to justice, even decades after the end of World War II. However, many Nazis were never caught and were able to live out the rest of their lives, even though they were mass murderers. It's 1943, and Germany believes its dams, critically important for the war effort, are invulnerable to British bombs. Then, a single Lancaster bomber drops to 60 feet and unleashes a strange tumbling barrel out of its bomb bay. In astonishment, German soldiers watch this barrel bounce right over the torpedo nets protecting one of the biggest dams in Germany, then run up the side of the dam before falling back down. The explosion is tremendous, and British dam busters are about to turn the tide of the war with the weirdest weapon in World War II. Thanks to the entry of the United States into the war, the British Army had backup, but breaking through the German defenses was proving challenging. The Nazis were relying heavily on the Ruhr Valley, a heavily industrialized region where the waters were kept in check by a series of dams. These dams not only kept the area safe from flooding, but they were also key sources of hydroelectric power for the region and provided drinking water. They were also key to the canals running through the region. Any failure in the dams could be devastating, and that's exactly what the British were counting on. Even before the war, the British had set their sights on the Ruhr Valley as a potential target in the event of a conflict. Now, with the Nazis threatening to conquer the British Isles, they knew that this might be the way to turn the tides. There was just one problem. They didn't have a weapon that was capable of breaking through the defenses. The dams were heavily fortified, too strong to be attacked from the air. Their only vulnerable spots were their base, but the Germans knew that. The dams were protected by underwater torpedo nets that would stop the bombs short of their target. This would be one of the trickiest missions of the war, and it would require a new type of weapon. The beginnings of Operation Chastity were found in the notes of Barnes Wallis, a weapons designer at the British engineering firm Vickers. He had designed some of the Royal Air Force's most powerful bombers and was working on anti-ship weapons when he was called back into service to figure out how to destroy the dams. His first idea? A much bigger bomb, one of the most powerful conventional weapons ever created. If it hit its target, it would break through the fortifications and shatter the dam. There was just one problem with his plan. The British had some big bombers, but none were equipped to carry a bomb of that size. Also, their planes weren't designed to fly at the altitude needed to deliver the weapon, nicknamed an earthquake bomb because of its high speed, high altitude delivery. He proposed a bigger bomber, but the time and money needed were unacceptable, so the plan was scrapped and Wallace started to focus on on the dam's weak point. Getting to it from the top was impractical, but if he could figure out a way around the torpedo nets, it would be easy to cause massive damage. It was a new kind of war, and it was time to throw out all previous thinking about bombs. Wallace's next design took everyone by surprise. It was almost a third of the size of the previous model, only about 9,000 pounds, but it actually wasn't a bomb at all. It was a mine shaped like a cylinder that would work like a depth charge. Instead of being dropped from a high height, it only needed to be launched 60 feet above the water. Sent flying toward the target at 240 miles an hour, it would speed toward the target and skip across the water. The backspin would cause the bomb to run across the side of the dam before hitting the base, detonating with a massive impact. And it looked more like an oil drum than a high-tech bomb, but it packed a punch. Now it was time to test this new concept. The first task was blowing up a scale model dam. After this passed with flying colors, the British military tested it on an abandoned dam in Wales and determined that it needed a charge of 7,500 pounds to breach the dam. This brought the bomb within the levels that could be carried by the popular Avro Lancaster airplane. As the military conducted airdrop trials and the airplanes were adapted to carry the massive bomb, a new stumbling block emerged in the mission. It was the worst nightmare of designers everywhere: bureaucracy. Air Vice Marshal Francis Linnell of the Ministry of Aircraft Production was not pleased. He wanted Wallace focusing on developing new aircraft, but Wallace was pressured to resign after the head of Bomber Command denied the allocation of the bombers. The whole project was in danger until the chief of the air staff heard about the project. The higher-ups were convinced of the mission's necessity. Wallace got his bombers, and the design of what would be known as the upkeep mines continued. The mission was scheduled for May of 1943, when the high waters would make it easier to deliver the payload underwater. It was 8 weeks to the mission, and there was a lot of work to be done. The modifications to the Lancasters still needed to be completed, and the mine had to be perfected. But there was one other piece to the mission. Someone needed to take on the incredibly dangerous mission into enemy territory. They'd be delivering a payload to one of the most closely guarded locations in the Nazi regime, at serious risk of capture or death, and they had to pull off a military maneuver never before attempted in combat. The wrong team being selected could turn the tide of the war against the British, and it all fell on No. 5 Group RAF. This elite unit was one of Britain's best, but it wasn't only British. It contained Allied soldiers from Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. They were briefed on their mission and would target a pair of dams, the Moan and the Sorpa, both upstream from the Ruhr industrial area. They had a secondary target, the Eder Dam if things went south. The goal? To deliver a devastating blow to German infrastructure, cut off their hydroelectric power, and disrupt the flow of water to factory cities and canals. The hit could also cause major flooding if the damage was serious enough. The entire war could hinge on this one bombing raid. The mission would take place at night for the maximum chance of success, and the team quickly began training in low light and low altitude flying. The technical advisors struggled to solve issues such as the visibility of the target and determining the aircraft's altitude. Every little detail of the mission could be the difference between success and failure, and some spotlights attached to the plane promised to solve the altitude problem. But the mission would also need brains in the cockpit, and the Royal Air Force chose one of their best men to lead the charge, and he was only 25 years old. Guy Penrose Gibson was already one of the best pilots in the Royal Air Force, and they trusted him with maybe their most critical mission yet. Security was tight on the mission, and early on, only Wallace and Gibson knew the details of the mission. They briefed other soldiers down the line as needed, and on May 13, 1943, they received the bombs. 3 days later, they would take flight, divided into 3 formations that would each hit one target, either the primary ones or falling back to hit the secondary ones. They ran into a last-second disruption. 2 crew members were sick and scrapped from the mission, but nothing would stop Operation Chastity from taking aim. The routes to the targets were well scouted, and the planes avoided the areas with known anti-aircraft guns. One bomber was late due to a coolant leak, but 2.5 hours before midnight they started taking off. Soon all 3 formations were in the air, flying low to avoid German radar. One radio operator tracking them observed a plane and was shocked by what he saw. One of the pilots was flying so low he was actually below tree level, but it wouldn't be long before the planes hit rough waters. Formation number 2 was the first to hit trouble. Some bombers were damaged and lost their radio or bombs, while others crashed or were forced to bail out. But formation number 1 fared differently, and soon the Mona Dam was in sight. They took heavy anti-aircraft fire but ultimately delivered a devastating hit to the Mona, and the massive structure was breached. But the Allies weren't done yet. Next up was the Eder Dam, and the pilots soon realized there would be trouble. The valley was extremely foggy, but this actually turned into an advantage. The geography in the fog made it harder to defend the dam with anti-aircraft guns, and they didn't take as many hits as they did in the first strike. But that didn't mean it wouldn't be challenging. It took one plane 6 tries to find the target, and another another bomb struck the top of the dam and damaged the aircraft. Ultimately, the final bomb of the formation hit its target and shattered the dam's defenses. The next test would be the hardest yet. The Sorpe Dam was the mission's reach goal. It was much hardier than the other two, made of earthen material rather than concrete and steel. By the time the squadron was ready to attack it, only 2 planes remained. A close call with a church steeple in the region nearly took out 1 plane, and there was no time for a bomb aimer to get a perfect shot. It took 9 failed bombing runs before the bomb was finally dropped, and it hit, but not perfectly. The top of the dam was damaged, but the core structure was intact. Now there was just one challenge left: get home. 2 more planes were lost on the way back, but back at the base in Scampton, the mission commanders waited anxiously to see who would return. Ultimately, 11 bombers returned, with mission commander Guy Gibson returning over an hour after the first survivor. The last survivors of this extremely dangerous mission arrived 2 hours later. In total, 8 of the 19 planes that took off to deliver a devastating blow to the German war machine were lost, but the punch they delivered to the enemy was far more devastating. The Bomber Command had put a lot into the mission, and the cost in human life were harsh, but the results were worth it. 2 massive dams had been breached, and soon afterward, huge floods laid waste to the region. A pilot that scouted the area observed that he could only see treetops and church steeples poking above the floodwaters. It took a long time for the full damage to be assessed, but now it's believed that around 1,600 people in the region died in the floods, and the financial cost was incalculable. The unit's bravery and Barnes-Wallace's ingenuity had paid off. 80 of the 153 dam busters survived the mission, and they were all highly honored for their service. Guy Gibson in particular became the most decorated soldier in British history at the time before returning to war. But as time went on, a debate began. It was a highly effective mission, maybe too effective. In harnessing the forces of nature to devastate a German region, the British unleashed mass casualties. Most of the victims of the flood were civilians, many of them foreign workers and prisoners of war. To honor the heroes or mourn the victims? The question would be debated for decades. The war was eventually won, and the story of the dam busters passed into history. It wouldn't be long before the silver screen came calling, and in 1955, a movie was made based on a series of books about the raid. Not only was it the most popular film of the year in Britain, but its depiction of the pinpoint strike against a massive structure's most vulnerable point reportedly inspired the iconic strike on the Death Star in Star Wars. But it would have a different impact on the future of war. In 1977, an amendment to the Geneva Convention outlawed attacking dams if it could cause severe losses among civilian population. An exception was made for if the dam was critical to military operations and there's no other way to neutralize it, but the shock and awe of Operation Chastity had horrified enough people that they wanted to make sure it would never happen again. One figure of the strike, though, couldn't be reached for comment. Like so many other war heroes, Guy Gibson returned to combat after his most heroic mission. He took tours of Canada and the US first, but eventually returned to service. Over a year after the Dam Busters mission, he would be involved in an attack on Bremen where his plane crashed for unknown reasons, and he became one of the many fallen of World War II. It's 1940. The Nazis have just embarrassed the British at Dunkirk. Adolf Hitler appeals to Britain to step down, otherwise what will happen will be the destruction of a great world empire, the destruction of which was never my wish or aim. Soon after Dunkirk, the Germans march into Paris. Hitler calls this the most glorious victory of all time. Hitler says Britain will fall, and so will the Soviet Union. As for America, he states, "I don't see much future for the Americans. It's a decayed country." Hidden in an elaborate compound somewhere in the Santa Monica Mountains, the LA Nazis are screaming for joy. The Nazis, they say, will defeat the US and Adolf Hitler will rule from his palatial Hollywood HQ. We guess some of you are now thinking the infographic show is high on drugs. Or more likely you think that this is one of our fictional scripts. It's not, but we'll forgive you for thinking that. Little do most people know that at one point in time there were the LA Nazis, and they really believed their mustachioed lunatic of a savior would arrive in the US and praise them for their service. And this is how it all came to be. Before the US entered the Second World War on December 7, 1941, many Americans had been dead set against their country fighting in Europe. In May 1940, after the Germans had blitzkrieged through Belgium, the Netherlands, and France, a poll was taken about joining the war. 93% of Americans said this is Europe's fight. We should stay well away from that holy conflagration. Leave them to it. This wasn't because the vast majority of Americans supported the Nazis. Far from it. It was because they didn't want to send young men over to Europe to die. That had already happened in World War I. Did Americans really want more body bags coming back from Europe? No, is the answer to that question. Still, there were many people who were behind President Franklin Roosevelt when he said in March 1941, that the US would become the greatest arsenal of democracy. This is when Congress passed the Lend-Lease Act. It meant that the US could supply the British with weapons, planes, ships, and ammunition. But there was more going on in terms of American machines and tools being used in Europe. The giant American car companies Ford and GM were both later accused of helping the Nazis. Ford was said to have served as an arsenal of Nazism. GM said it lost control of its car plants in Germany, but there are those who have good reason to be skeptical. Some years before this, when Adolf Hitler was not yet at war but was enthralling the Germans with his bellicose speeches, General Motors World's publication covered an event he spoke at. The story applauded this supposedly great man, saying things such as how wonderful he was with kids. Part of this multi-page story said, by 9, the streets were full of people waiting to see Herr Hitler go to meet the children. As for Henry Ford, he was no doubt an anti-Semite. After all, he was behind the publication of The International Jew, the World's Problem. Ford talked and wrote about the so-called Jewish problem. This impressed the Nazis. Hitler said Ford is a single great man. He once told a journalist in Detroit, I regard Henry Ford as my inspiration. He even had a portrait of Ford hung in his office in Munich. When Hitler hit the age of 50, Ford in Germany gave him 35,000 Reichsmarks as a gift. Some years later, when the US Army liberated the Ford plants in Cologne and Berlin, they discovered company documents talking about the genius of the Führer. That's not surprising when you hear that the only American person talked about in a positive light in Hitler's book Mein Kampf is Henry Ford. Was there rampant anti-Semitism in the US during the time of Hitler? Is the Pope Catholic? Might be the best response to that. In the same book, Hitler talked about the need for racial purity and how he thought he could make that happen through eugenics. This would later become the Nazis' extermination program. In the book, Hitler said, the German people should occupy themselves not merely with the breeding of dogs, horses, and cats, but also with care for the purity of their own blood. But let's remember who was a world leader in eugenics: the USA. Hitler admired the US for this, and he very much liked that the US still had a ban on interracial marriage. There were plenty of people in the US in the 1930s and 40s who agreed with Hitler when it came to racial purity. Hitler knew this. He once told a fellow Nazi, I have studied with interest the laws of several American states concerning prevention of reproduction by people whose progeny would, in all probability, be of no value or be injurious to the racial stock. He was, dare we say, proud of the US after it introduced sterilization laws. Hitler knew he could do the same to prevent untold numbers of non-Aryans from ever being born. In fact, in 1934, Joseph Desjarnette, the superintendent of Virginia's Western State Hospital, complained in the Richmond Times-Dispatch newspaper that the Germans are beating us at our own game. That same year, having seen how many people the Germans were sterilizing, a California eugenic leader named C.M. Goethe praised Hitler and the rest of the Nazis for their epoch-making program. All this is important when we consider the LA Nazis. As you know, Pearl Harbor happened, and before you could say Schadenfreude, the US was fighting the axis of evil on the side of the Allies. This didn't mean everyone in the US was happy about that, not only because of the inevitable bloodshed, but as you'd seen, plenty of people in the US sympathized with Nazi ideology. Since 1936, there had been a German-American Bund, which was essentially an American Nazi party. Some of these people were desperately looking for scapegoats on which to blame their woes. Many of them blamed Jewish people for the economic crash that caused so much hardship in the US. They also blamed immigrants for things such as the usual refrain of "taking our gerbs." They wore the Nazi insignias and did the Nazi salute, they marched in the streets, and the membership grew at an alarming rate. These nationalists were buoyed by the fact that a real American hero was on their side. He was the famed aviator Charles Lindbergh, undoubtedly one of the USA's most celebrated national treasures of the era. He was against American intervention in the war. He spoke at rallies held by the isolationist group America First. He was the life and soul of the isolationist party, and the Nazi Party was quite fond of him too. Hermann Göring even decorated Lindbergh with the Service Cross of the German Eagle. Was Lindbergh really a Nazi sympathizer, though? It's hard to say. President Roosevelt once told one of his officials, "If I should die tomorrow, I want you to know this. I am absolutely convinced Lindbergh is a Nazi." He said to another official, "When I read Lindbergh's speech, I felt it could not have been better put if it had been written by Goebbels himself." Still, at times, Lindbergh seemed to criticize some aspect of Nazism. He was definitely anti-communist, but he was also very fond of talking about white Euro-Americans' racial strength and the threat of its dilution by foreign races. Lindbergh once told his many adoring American fans, "Europe and the entire world is fortunate that a Nazi Germany lies at present between communistic Russia and a demoralized France." At that same time, he told them the fake news and propaganda was being used by the war agitators, the British, the Jewish, and the Roosevelt administration to get America involved in the war. And we're not talking about a small following here. Lindbergh's fan base certainly can't be compared to some monstrous far-right groups we have nowadays that hide in the far reaches of the internet, incessantly going on about their racial superiority. This was a guy that drew huge crowds when he talked. Sure, many of his supporters just didn't want to see young American men getting chewed up on the battlefields of Europe, but a lot of them, and we mean a lot, thought that the white race was superior. Some of them sympathized with the Nazis when the Nazis were talking about the so-called Jewish problem. It should be noted that these Americans didn't yet know about gas chambers or torture under what the Nazis called the Jewish solution. But as you know, eugenics was fine for many people. Racism was still rife in America. There was racial segregation in the South. There was racism on TV. As you can imagine, that most hateful group, the KKK, wasn't exactly against the Nazi ideology. These brainless lynchers and pathetic crossburners would have felt at home in Satan's toilet, sharing it with Hitler. Few books have been written on the subject of Nazis and the Southern racists, but one we found said they did indeed praise Nazi Germany. As the young black college student Henry E. Banks said back then, "The Nazi regime is bad, but are we in the US guiltless of this sin?" The thousands of members of the racist Nazi-supporting paramilitary group called the Silver Legion would have said there was no sin. These guys were totally on Hitler's side. Their leader, aka the White King, once said, "The time has come for an American Hitler." They went around saying that the land of the free couldn't ever be free until it was rid of Jews and blacks and other minorities. They were even against the Irish coming over to the US. We guess these folks never spent much time looking at their ancestry and its history of immigration, nor the fact that at the end of the day, we all have the same ancestors despite genetic evolution giving us different shades of skin color as our ancestors crossed the globe. The Silver Legion wasn't exactly clued up when it came to evolutionary theory. Anyway, now that you heard all this, are you really that shocked that high in the hills over the Pacific Palisades, there was a group of Nazis hiding in a secret compound, waiting for the day that Hitler marched into the US and started doing the things he'd been doing in Europe? LA by that time was no stranger to Nazi sympathizers. In the summer of 1933, when Hitler had just become chancellor, a bunch of American fascists held a joyful event at a downtown beer garden called the Brown House. This was the same name as the Nazi party offices in Munich. They had no idea that a spy named L1 had sent someone to watch over the events. Later, the Nazis would find out about L1 and called him the most dangerous Jew in Los Angeles. Now you may wonder why the Nazis thought about LA at all, but the US, being as powerful as it was back then, was always under the Nazi radar. The Nazis also understood the power of film, and Hollywood, of course, was the movie-making mecca of the world. Film was and still is entertainment, but it's also a great tool of propaganda. You'd be surprised how many movies you like that have been influenced. Hitler thought a lot about LA and Hollywood. He even once sent one of his own filmmakers to the studios of the up-and-coming Walt Disney. The filmmaker remarked after her visit that it was gratifying to learn how thoroughly proper Americans distanced themselves from the smear campaigns of the Jews. Disney himself used to attend meetings of the German-American Bund, which, as you remember, was the American Nazi Party. Did Hitler want a power center in LA? Sure, he did, if he could. The Nazis said this city was even more important than New York, which is why they were in regular contact with the LA Nazis. Hitler and Goebbels were often on the phone with them, issuing direct orders, according to an article in the New Yorker. Two of these Nazis were Norman and Winona Stevens. Norman was a wealthy mining engineer, and Winona an heiress herself to a small fortune. One of her main interests was metaphysical and supernatural phenomena. So when she was told by a guy only known as Herr Schmidt that he'd seen her in a vision that Hitler would soon rule the USA, she took it seriously. The wealthy couple was now sure the Nazis would win the war, and one day they would arrive in the US, so they decided to build a palace for them. They spent a whopping $4 million making this palace, which is about $85 million in today's money. It's thought they might have gotten much of that from the Nazi Party. They got to work on the landscaping first, which included creating vast gardens, a terraced hillside, water facilities, and a power station. Huge electronic gates were constructed at the entrance of the ranch. The main house was to be a 4-story mansion, decked out in the best furniture money could buy. This was hidden down a hill about 650 steps from the gate. The reason for this placement was to ensure if anyone attacked the house, they'd see what was coming at them first. The only way in was through the gate, and there was a gatekeeper's house with a direct line to the main house. Also hidden was another small house just for the chauffeur. The plans were drawn up by one of LA's famed architects Plummer, Werdeman, and Beckett, who were also behind the design of the Pan-Pacific Auditorium. The gardens that surrounded the plot were purposefully built to accommodate a range of vegetables. There was an irrigation system to ensure the plants didn't die, there was a diesel fuel tank, a great big meat locker, and generators all over the place. And this was so the occupants of the house could live there for as long as they wanted and remain self-sufficient. The New Yorker called the place Hitler's West Coast White House, adding that it was to be what San Clemente was for Nixon or what Mar-a-Lago is to Trump. Hitler's house was to have 22 bedrooms, a swimming pool, a dining hall, exercise spaces, a dairy, a library suite, a music room, a laundry, maid's quarters, and the pièce de résistance, a large meeting room where Hitler and his guys could talk war planning. In the foyer was to be a fountain surrounded by the 12 signs of the zodiac. All around the ranch in the hills, American Nazis would act as stormtroopers, each trained in marksmanship and hand-to-hand combat. Just to give you an idea of what it looked like at the time, this is what one of the visitors to Hitler's planned utopia said. A guard was also employed who unlocked the gate to admit me. The entire property was surrounded with a chain-link fence topped by barbed wire. A few people were present on the grounds. Goats, sheep, and cows were kept on the flatlands at the bottom of the canyon. The construction was moving along fine for a while. They had the gardens ready and the basic infrastructure was laid down, but they hadn't quite started on the main house when things suddenly changed. That was when Pearl Harbor was attacked by the Japanese, and the US found itself embroiled in a war all of a sudden. The day after, the FBI arrived at their plot and arrested everyone, in all about 50 people. And that was the end of the dream. No building happened after that. If you go there today, you can still see parts of the project, the rusty pipes, and the smaller house, but not much else. As for what happened to the mysterious Herr Schmidt, an LA Times article titled "Trouble for Traitors" dated June 30, 1940, seems to suggest he existed, that he fought in World War I and was known to US naval intelligence. And Norman and Winona Stevens, it seems, were released after a while. In 1948, they sold the plot to Huntington Hartford Foundation to be used as an artist colony. The colony shut its doors in 1965, and later in 1975, the city of Los Angeles bought the plot. It was only in 2016 that most of it was partly demolished, and some of it secured due to too many kids venturing down there and getting hurt. We imagine many of them had no idea they were wandering around a place designed for Adolf Hitler. Now you need to hear more about Hitler's secret life in the dark, true story of Adolf Hitler, or have a look at what if Japan was never hit by nuclear bombs.